Chapter 1824. In the end, there were 4 of them. Rumble. The White Dragon King seemed to only have 4 laws, but it had an irresistible majesty because it was a heavenly fire. Sometimes, laws were not only dependent on quantity, but also on talent and quality. It was said that in the desolate era, those ancient giants of the human world could destroy the world with just 1 law. Rumble. A shocking scene appeared. In the sky, a 50-meter-tall giant slashed down with a blade, and on the ground, a blue and white-robed youth pointed his index finger in front of him, controlling the White Dragon King to attack like a god. But what was surprising was that when the White Dragon King appeared, the blade was burned into water, dripping onto the ground and melting the ground. Even the guardian god's blade was burned. In the sky, Tai Yan's eyes were wide open as he saw the White Dragon King roaring towards him. He could not stop it. In the end, the White Dragon King coiled around his body. "You lost." At the same time, an indifferent voice floated out, shaking people's hearts. "I did not lose." Tai Yan's eyes were red as he roared towards the sky. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he chanted again. The White Dragon King began to move, coiling around the giant and burning him. "Ah!" Tai Yan let out a painful cry. His body kept shrinking, but he still roared, "I did not lose." Lin Ling was finally moved. He asked indifferently, "Why would you rather die than admit defeat? You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand anything. I bear the responsibility of my race, and I have to remove the curse from my race. You don't know that we vast sea giants are like slaves to the spirit race, so for the sake of our dignity, I can't lose. In order to raise me, my race didn't hesitate to sacrifice a large number of people. I came here with their beliefs. If I lose today, I would rather die." Tai Yan was still standing on the ground, burned to the point of dying, but still unyielding. "Sea giants, I will lift your curse for you." However, at this time, Lin Ling spat out a voice. Tai Yan's expression changed. "You are just a human. How would you know how to lift the curse? I have lived a carefree life. There is nothing I do not know." Lin Ling stared at Tai Yan indifferently and said again, "Boom." Tai Yan's heart exploded. When he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, he realized that Lin Ling was very similar to the spirit god in the tribe's godly temple. "Lord Spirit God, I admit defeat." Tai Yan immediately knelt down. He was a spirit beast protector and had fought for the spirit god his entire life. At this moment, he believed that Lin Ling could lift the curse. This was his intuition. Lin Ling nodded slightly and recalled the White Dragon King. The island was silent, and then it became like boiling water. This human actually won. Even Wu Sheng's 5th-degree realm Tai Yan is not his match. That was out of my expectations. Initially, I thought that Tai Yan would fight for first place. Who knew that he would lose to this Lin Ling? Furthermore, Lin Ling is only at Wu Sheng's 2nd stage. If he reaches Wu Sheng's 5th stage, I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation of the Spirit Clan would be his match. Mad God Lin Ling, good job. No one wasn't surprised because in their eyes, Lin Ling didn't have the chance to compete for first place and was just a passerby. But now, Lin Ling had stepped into the top 4 and seemed to have subdued the vast sea giants. This was a miracle. He wants to compete with the 3 of us. The Black Feather Princess also carefully sized up Lin Ling for the first time, as if she wanted to see through Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's strength was very different from what she had imagined, perhaps the contrast was too big, so she was surprised. Is Shen Yuan's Southern Peak going to fight with this guy? With Lin Ling's strength, Shen Yuan's Southern Peak will definitely lose. Even Blazing Angel sucked in a breath of cold air. He was sure that Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than his. This Lin Ling was really a genius of the human world. Among the experts with the title of Xian Di, there was already a place for him. As for the Northern Lightning Prince, he felt uncomfortable. As for the reason he could not say. Perhaps, he did not like humans being stronger than the Spirit Clan. My first divination was wrong. In the depths of the island, Daoist Kame's expression was extremely complicated. He thought that he had seen through Lin Ling, but now, a miracle had happened. This caused him to miscalculate for the first time, but he himself did not understand why. After all, in terms of strength, Lin Ling was much weaker, so even if Lin Ling was hiding some secrets, he should have been able to see through it. Tai Yan is an anomaly. Now, the anomaly has met an anomaly. Daoist Kame said meaningfully. At this moment, The island was in an uproar because of Lin Ling. Next, the top 4 had appeared. There were only 2 more battles to determine the champion, and Meet Daoist came. The opponents for the battles had also appeared. Black Feather Princess against Northern Lightning Prince, Lin Ling against Blazing Angel. When the results came out, the island was even more excited because no matter who won, the final battle would be between the humans and the Spirit Clan. Lin Ling walked down from the stage, secretly sighing. The Spirit Clan was blessed by the heavens. If his strength had not increased, he would not have won. In the crowd, Princess Firecloud looked at the blue-robed youth. Her heart was beating violently. At this moment, she was nervous and excited, and there was even worship in her eyes. Princess Firecloud, although you have enmity with him, that hatred can be considered resolved. Go and greet him. Beside her, a celestial emperor powerhouse said. This was a woman. In fact, she also wanted to greet him, but she wanted Princess Firecloud to bring her. Princess Firecloud opened her mouth, but in the end, she lowered her head and said, I am a little embarrassed. Now that she saw Lin Ling, her inferiority complex was even stronger. Bastard, you won. Master, good job. When Lin Ling came back, Yi Xiao and Wan Er proudly shouted, because they also saw that the people on the island were all looking at Lin Ling with worship and excitement, as if Lin Ling represented the entire human race. Most importantly, those who were proud of Lin Ling were the people with the Yungu immortal dais. Princess Firecloud smiled and held Lin Ling's hand. She was prouder than anyone else, because she could hold Lin Ling's hand. 2 more battles, and then I can go and see the Kame's spiritual master. Your evil chi will definitely be removed. Lin Ling looked at Princess Firecloud and smiled, making her nod. Mad God Lin Ling, you have hidden your strength well. I am afraid you are no weaker than me. At this moment, several figures walked over. The one in the lead had a face like jade and was extraordinarily handsome. His handsomeness was different from Lin Ling's. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was otherworldly and elegant. East of the sky, Seraph. Lin Ling knew who this man was. Don't look at me like that. Right now, I'm your comrade, not your enemy. Moreover, your grudge with the Sky Lord doesn't mean that I have to oppose you. The Blazing Angel shrugged. At this moment, he had the intention of befriending Lin Ling, but later, you and I will still be opponents. So, how can we be comrades? Lin Ling answered with a smile. Seraph bitterly smiled. Lin Ling is such a sharp-tongued guy. Let's talk about it later. We are both representing the human race, so we can't disgrace the human race. Seraph said, I came to Zhenling Island to ask the Kame's spiritual master to remove the evil chi in my friend's heart. I didn't expect to meet a genius from the Spirit Clan. However, I have to say that the Spirit Clan's geniuses are truly the best among all the geniuses who have cultivated for less than 200 years. Chapter 1825. Black Feather Princess vs. Northern Lightning Prince Mara? What Mara? Lin Ling asked curiously. The Blazing Angel explained slowly, causing Lin Ling to laugh. You call this a Mara? It's just that when you tried to break through to the Wusheng realm, you failed and left behind some side effects. You are really wasting your quota by asking Daoist Kame for such a small injury. The Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. Wusheng's Mara is considered a small injury? Everyone knew that the Wusheng realm was the hardest to break through. If you failed, you would never be able to break through to the Wusheng realm. If you failed, you would be seriously injured and eventually die. A small matter, Lin Ling said indifferently. His 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid was the healing liquid of the martial god realm. Although it couldn't allow the injured to break through to the Wusheng realm, it could still cure a Mara. A small matter? The Blazing Angel's eyes almost popped out. That Mara was something that even the ancient Immortal Foundation experts couldn't solve. Lin Ling actually said that it was a small matter? What a joke. He obviously didn't believe Lin Ling's words and said, "All right, in a few days, you will challenge Shenyuan Nanfeng." From the looks of it, defeating him would be like defeating a dog. A man's word is worth 1,000 gold. He will definitely do what he promised. Other than Shenyuan Nanfeng, there is another one of the 5 heavenly monarchs called Tian Shui. He also wants to challenge me. Lin Ling said indifferently. Tian Shui? That's my younger brother. Please, don't teach him a lesson. The Blazing Angel immediately said. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Lin Ling, let alone his younger brother. Lin Ling looked at him strangely, somewhat surprised. I admit defeat on behalf of my younger brother. The Blazing Angel said gloomily. Sure, but we have a bet. The bet is 100,000 contribution points. Since you admit defeat, you should be able to pay for it. Lin Ling said calmly, causing the Fire Spirit Princess to suck in a breath of cold air. Was there such a bet? Why hadn't she heard of it? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was solemn, as if he wasn't lying. Could it be that there really was one? In fact, there was no such thing. I gave it to him. Blazing Angel became even more depressed. Rich people. Lin Ling gave him a big thumbs up. Although he wasn't weak right now, he would definitely lack money in the future. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to prepare more merit points in advance. While they were talking, the battle between the Black Feather Princess and the Northern Lightning Prince began. The two of them were descendants of the 18 island lords. Among them, the Black Feather Princess had an even greater background. She was from the Dark Feather Elf clan. What was surprising was that the woman in the black feather dress was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, and her delicate face gave off a lovely feeling. Moreover, she had a pair of black wings behind her back. After she appeared on the martial stage, she slowly flew. As for her slender legs, what was surprising was that they seemed to be boneless as they swayed in the air. However, everyone in the Spirit Clan knew that the little princess' legs had been disabled since she was young. Unfortunately, if she wasn't disabled, the little princess would be the most beautiful woman on the 18 islands. On the other side, the Northern Lightning Prince's face was cold. He was unruly, and blue lightning raged around him. You will be defeated within 100 moves. The Black Feather Princess' voice floated out. She was arrogant and domineering, but no one thought she was arrogant. She had the strength. The Northern Lightning Prince laughed. Black Feather Princess, you won't be able to defeat me without 300 moves. Boom. Billowing Sea Realm. Boom. The Black Feather Princess' long dress fluttered in the wind. It was extremely dazzling, and black light flashed. The sea appeared. This was a real sea, and the power of the 10 laws erupted. The law of the sea is just that. Boom. The Northern Lightning Prince didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He stretched out his hands, and his 5 fingers turned into blue lightning. The law of the sea exploded, making him look like a lightning sea urchin. Boom, boom, boom. In the sea, blue lightning blasted out from time to time, shooting toward the Black Feather Princess. Her face was calm, and her wings kept sweeping out. Terrifying giant sharks appeared in the sea and collided with the lightning. The Black Feather Princess looked like a woman, but her attacks were extremely crazy. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning and the law of the sea were colliding. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Haha, so far 83 moves. Black Feather Princess, you still have 17 moves. Boom. The Northern Lightning Prince roared at the sky. But at this moment, huge bubbles appeared in the sea, and countless of them floated toward the Northern Lightning Prince. The Northern Lightning Prince's face turned serious. He didn't dare to underestimate those bubbles. The Black Feather Princess had unleashed the power of the law of the sea, and her talent was very powerful. She had reached the 9th level of the Heaven Realm, which was even more powerful than the Northern Lightning Prince. Northern Lightning Dragon. Boom! The Northern Lightning Prince roared, and the lightning exploded like a bomb, causing the bubbles around him to explode. But even more bubbles floated toward him, and when they touched his body, they actually wrapped him up. And what was even more terrifying was that the bubbles around him also floated toward him. In this way, the Northern Lightning Prince was completely wrapped in the bubbles. The law of the sea and space forms a void. In that void, everything is controlled by the Black Feather Princess. An island master exclaimed. That law martial art was not to be underestimated. As expected of the Black Feather Princess. But you're not qualified to defeat me with that. Boom! At this moment, the bubbles floated in the sky. The Northern Lightning Prince had unleashed all his trump cards and his talent, causing the ancient ice dragon to appear. Roar! There was an angry roar. The bubbles didn't trap the Northern Lightning Prince, but a giant dragon made of ice. This dragon wasn't a divine dragon, but an ancient dragon with wings. It looked like both a bird and a dragon. Puff! The ancient ice dragon exhaled gently. It was the power of the law of ice. Crack! The 100-meter big bubbles were frozen into ice sculptures, and then exploded. Ice shards flew everywhere, and an ancient ice dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom! At the moment of explosion, the power of 16 laws bloomed. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the Northern Lightning Prince to control 16 laws. No wonder he could break the Black Feather Princess's law. After all, the Black Feather Princess only had 13 laws. In the Spirit Clan, no genius under 200 years of cultivation is my match. Only the Sons of Desolation have a chance. I'm the third Son of Desolation after the Spirit Clan Crown Prince and the Guardian of the Mortal Realm. Boom! However, the Black Feather Princess attack was still strong. She shouted, "Song Lin Haiyang! Song Lin Haiyang!" The Black Feather Princess unleashed a second talent. It was a 10th grade heaven-class talent, and it was the Black Forest talent. Far away from the stage, Lin Ling's expression changed. The Black Feather Princess also had 2 talents, and both of them were not weak. The Spirit Clan Crown Prince, the Guardian of the Mortal Realm, and one of the 8 Sons of Desolation. But the Black Feather Princess is too confident. Does she think she can rival a Son of Desolation? The Blazing Angel said calmly. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect the Spirit Clan to have 2 Sons of Desolation-level geniuses. The Son of Desolation of the Mortal Realm. He had a rough idea. The man who was with Yu Yu was also a Son of Desolation. Rumble. On the stage, a majestic and mysterious power exploded. Darkness appeared in the ocean, and the Black Feather Princess disappeared. Chapter 1826. Against the Black Feather Princess at this moment, in the darkness, a pair of wings flashed. A black bow appeared in the hands of the Black Feather Princess. She held the arrow in her left hand. The arrow bloomed with ancient runes and shot out. The power of 17 laws instantly exploded. Dark Feather Arrow. The entire area around the martial stage exploded in an instant. Many people felt a terrifying pressure. As for the ancient frost dragon, it was even more shocked. By the time it came to its senses, arrows were already flying towards it. Cracking sounds rang out as all of its ice armor was shattered, forcing the ancient frost dragon to continuously retreat. Finally it shouted, "I admit defeat. Surrender." The arrow finally stopped. A cold light bloomed. The surroundings were silent. This battle was very exciting, but everyone felt that it was normal. It would be strange if the Black Feather Princess didn't win. 17 Laws of Nature. Freakish. Staring at the martial stage, the Blazing Angel sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling also nodded. It's fine if she has a lot of laws. Most importantly, her talent is not weak. No wonder the Black Feather Princess was so arrogant. She was indeed very strong. Lin Ling felt that the Black Feather Princess had not used her full strength. Next, the strongest genius of the spirit race was born. Then, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and the Blazing Angel. They wanted to know who the strongest genius of the human race was. It's our turn. On the martial stage, a pair of flame wings appeared behind the Blazing Angel. He landed on the martial stage gracefully. Lin Ling slowly walked up. The Blazing Angel's realm was higher. He was Wushang Stage 5. He had 5 basic laws. Lin Ling was Wushang Stage 2. He only had 2 laws. However, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling's talent. So, this battle would be very exciting. It feels like a dream. The first Sky Emperor, Mad God Lin Ling, has threatened a titled CND expert in just half a month. On the martial stage, the Blazing Angel did not attack. Instead, he said lightly, "Now that you mention it, I have the same feeling." Lin Ling replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't feel that way at all. Others thought that the Vine Leaf world had only ended for half a month, but to Lin Ling, it had been more than 10 years. If he couldn't reach CND's strength after 10 years of hard work, then Lin Ling wouldn't need to practice martial arts. "Can you defeat the Black Feather Princess?" Blazing Angel asked again. "I have to win." Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Fire Spirit Princess below the stage. This was the reason why he had to win. The Fire Spirit Princess revealed a blissful smile and nodded at Lin Ling. "All right, I admit defeat." Blazing Angel said without any hesitation. "What?" The Blazing Angel is the strongest human in this competition, and he admitted defeat to Mad God Lin Ling. How is that possible? Although Mad God Lin Ling is powerful, He might not be a match for Blazing Angel in a real battle. Many people were surprised, including the only winner, the Black Feather Princess. It was undeniable that Mad God Lin Ling was also very powerful, but Blazing Angel obviously had a better chance of winning than him. It could only be said that the actions of these humans were hard to predict. Lin Ling was also very surprised, but then he smiled and said, "I'll help you heal your friend's injuries." "You can?" Blazing Angel's eyes narrowed. "Sir, I'm sure you can." Before Lin Ling could say anything, Tai Yan said confidently. Lin Ling didn't say anything and looked at Blazing Angel with a faint smile. Blazing Angel stared at Lin Ling. In his eyes, Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe. Although his realm wasn't high, he gave him a mysterious feeling like the clouds in the sky. It was as if the entire world was under his control. "Then I'll thank you." Blazing Angel nodded, choosing to believe in Lin Ling this time. After that, Blazing Angel left the martial stage, while Lin Ling was still standing there, waiting for the Black Feather Princess. What was surprising was that Lin Ling was very nervous, but Lin Ling was very calm, making people unable to see through him. In the end, the humans chose to let Lin Ling fight. It's really surprising. If I remember correctly, Lin Ling is a genius who has cultivated for 100 years. 200 years isn't enough. Yes, if he can win the last battle, then no one in the spirit race can be his opponent except for Desolation's son. Lin Ling, the Mad God. He's a quiet man, but I'm not optimistic about him. Although his talent is not weak, his realm is too low. Princess Blackfeather's talent is similar to his, and her realm is higher than his. Perhaps, Mad God Lin Ling still has a trump card. I've asked before, and that Junior is the representative of miracles in the human world. So let's wait and see. The spirit race, the humans, and the 18 island masters were all discussing and expressing their opinions. At this moment, the Black Feather Princess appeared on the martial stage, flying slowly. "Your talent isn't bad, but it can still be improved. You can step into the God realm." Lin Ling stared at the Black Feather Princess' slender legs. He could see that there was something wrong with the bones, which prevented the Black Feather Princess from displaying her potential. "I'll step into the God realm sooner or later, so you don't have to worry. Moreover, the guardian of the human world promised me that as long as I win this true spiritual island competition, he will teach me martial arts. With the guidance of Kame Daoist, I'll be the Desolation's son of the human world sooner or later. You, on the other hand, are just as so." The Black Feather Princess looked lovely, but her words were merciless. "Your talent isn't bad, but how does it compare to mine?" The Black Feather Princess said again, but didn't intend to say anything else, because she saw that her words couldn't affect the young man in front of her. Rumble. The Law of the Sea appeared, and it could affect Lin Ling's combat power. The Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient God Emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. "You have no hope of winning against me." The Black Feather Princess let the bubbles appear, wanting to wrap Lin Ling. As long as she could wrap him up, she would have the upper hand. Bang! 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 A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince, which made the Northern Lightning Prince's face turn ugly. He didn't expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Bang! 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 The sky, the ground, and the island all became the battlefield of the two geniuses. The spirit race and the human race clashed. Countless people stared at the sky, and it was difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants of the human world. When the demon race invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. Who knew that the Mad God Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered, and even the Blazing Angel was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride and courage of the human race. However, the discussion didn't affect the battle at all. The Black Feather Princess' attack was still strong. Lin Ling sensed that he was being submerged by the ocean, and it was difficult for him to move even a single step. However, this made his fighting spirit boil even more. With the arrival of the ancient god emperor, the resistance of the ocean was greatly reduced. You have no hope of winning against me. Chapter 1827. The Clash of Trump Cards. Bang! 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 A dragon claw appeared on Lin Ling's left hand. With immense strength, all the bubbles were destroyed by him. As for the closest bubbles, he used his doppelganger and let his doppelganger rush into the bubbles to block the damage. The battle between the two was even more intense than that of the Northern Lightning Prince. The Northern Lightning Prince's face turned ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling's defense to be so strong. Boom! 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 The sky, the ground, and the island had all become the battlefield of the two geniuses. It was a clash between the spirit tribe and the human tribe. Countless people stared at the sky and found it difficult to breathe. They had to look up to the two geniuses. Both of them are very young. In the future, they will definitely become giants in the human realm. When the demon tribe invades, they will definitely shine brightly. Geniuses against geniuses. The Black Feather Princess is the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit tribe. Who knew that Lin Ling is also so strong? It's hard to say who will win. That's not necessarily true. The Black Feather Princess still has a trump card. Many people cheered. Even the Seraph was cheering for Lin Ling. Only Lin Ling could raise the pride of the human tribe. However, the discussion did not affect the battle at all. Your innate defense is very strong, and your movement technique is also very powerful. I didn't expect that the Black Feather Princess would pay attention to other geniuses and forget about you. In the sky, Lin Ling and the Black Feather Princess clashed. The Black Feather Princess had a long sword in her hand, and she kept clashing with the dragon claw. You're not weak either, but you're not very good at close combat. Dragon soars to the universe, Lin Ling said lightly. After the battle, he knew that the Black Feather Princess was stronger than expected. So after the dragon claw sent the Black Feather Princess flying, he floated back and chanted silently. Because ordinary strength could not defeat the opponent, he had to use all of his trump cards. White flames spread out. This time, Lin Ling mobilized all of his precepts and channeled them into the flames of the underworld. Rumble! The island shook as if the underworld had descended. Countless people were frightened. Until now, they still did not know what precepts Lin Ling's flames were at. Boom! White flames appeared in most of the sky, as if they were clouds that were burning the heavens. And within them, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. As he chanted, the flames around him became increasingly exuberant. It was as if he had been reborn with the help of fire. Furthermore, there were scenes of the Yellow Springs and hell within the flames. Yellow Springs flame. In the depths of the island, Taoist Kame's complexion changed drastically. No wonder mad god Lin Ling was so powerful. It turned out that he possessed one of the 10 great divine fires. So handsome. Princess Firecloud stared at the handsome man in the sky. That blue and white robe was imprinted in her heart, as if it could never be erased. The flames are even more terrifying than before. Is this guy going to burn the heavens? Blazing Angel sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected, Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. Even if he didn't admit defeat, he would have lost to Lin Ling. Soaring Dragon. Finally, Lin Ling spoke softly. The roar of a dragon could be heard. Above Lin Ling's head, a huge white dragon head slowly appeared. Dragon horns, dragon scales, everything was so real. This person is hiding a talent that even I can't see through. However, my higher cultivation is my advantage. Princess Blackfeather knew that Lin Ling had hidden his trump card. She had been waiting for this moment. You should have used all your trump cards. Then it's my turn. The sea became even more violent. The wave soared into the sky, and from the forest world, darkness descended mysteriously. Princess Blackfeather was like a fairy in the dark forest. No one could see through her at all. Arrows flashed. Dark Feather 18 consecutive strikes. Suddenly, a crisp sound drifted out. From the forest, 18 arrows were shot out, piercing through the heavens. These 18 arrows were actually the power of 18 laws. When Princess Blackfeather defeated Prince Northern Lightning, she had only used 17 laws. Obviously, she had used her strongest trump card. Boom! The crowd's hearts exploded. In the battle between the geniuses of the human race and the spirit race, there was no strongest, only stronger. Now, it was a battle of trump cards. At this moment, countless people were excited. The Battle of the Pinnacle had officially begun. Boom! In the sky, the Fire Dragon King's aura was majestic. On the other side, 18 black meteors shot out. Every arrow was fatal. At the moment of collision, the sky became two worlds of laws. One was the world of white flames, the other was the world of darkness from the forest world. That terrifying aura, even Wu Sheng's fifth-degree realm would die there. Blazing Angel looked at this scene in fear. Memories surfaced in his mind. The seal of the true martial realm, the final battle in the Forbidden City, the Vine Leaf War, Lin Ling's rise step by step. Now, Lin Ling was fighting against a genius that he couldn't defeat. This scene was too dreamy. As for Princess Fire Spirit and the rest, they clenched their fists and looked forward to the next result. Boom! In the sky, the terrifying power of laws was still colliding. It lasted for a full 15 minutes, causing the entire island to crumble. A huge whirlpool appeared in the distant sea. In the end, the arrows shot the dragon. 17 arrows pierced through the Fire Dragon King. After the last arrow exploded the Fire Dragon King, it shot towards Lin Ling. After a loud boom, a figure fell from the sky. After crashing onto the ground, countless people looked over. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, defeated. The strongest race's geniuses collided and Lin Ling couldn't block the last arrow. Countless people sighed while the Spirit Clan's side cheered. He tried his best. After all, his realm is too low and his cultivation time is too short. This is his flaw. Blazing Angel sighed softly. However, he was still proud of Lin Ling Princess Fire Spirit and the rest were worried if Lin Ling was seriously injured. You're very powerful but unfortunately, you can't be compared to me. I can tell you that previously I used 100% of my trump cards but I actually have 120% of my trump cards. At this moment, the sound of wings flapping was heard from the sky. Princess Black Feather looked indifferently at the tunnel. A feather appeared in her right hand, emitting an ancient aura. That feather actually had the power of a boundary. It was the most ancient feather of the Dark Feather Elf clan. She still has a trump card. Princess Black Feather is indeed the #1 genius of the Spirit Clan. With 100% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has already lost. With 120% of her trump cards, Lin Ling has no chance of winning. In the end, Princess Black Feather will meet Kame Daoist. Surprised voices came from the island like waves. No one expected Princess Black Feather to still have a trump card. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't qualified to make her use her final trump card. I haven't lost yet. However, at this moment, Lin Ling slowly stood up on the ground. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters and his body was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with boundless fighting spirit. Countless gazes stared at him, and the island became silent. I didn't expect you to still be able to stand up. So what? You have no more trump cards. In the sky, Princess Black Feather was also secretly surprised. This human's willpower was very tenacious. She knew that ordinary people who were injured by her power of law would have died long ago. However, this human could still stand up. Chapter 1828. Killing Lin Ling, you don't have the strength to fight anymore. Admit defeat, kid. From now on, you are the guest of Vine Island, one of the 18 islands, forever. One of the 18 island masters smiled faintly. He was very optimistic about Lin Ling, thanks, but I still have 120% trump card. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and confidently spat out a sentence. He still has a trump card? From an unknown existence, he stepped onto the final martial stage step by step. He still has a trump card? Does this kid have no limit? Hearing those words, everyone was moved. A clash of trump cards. Who would have thought that the youth still had a final trump card? This was simply a case of there always being a taller mountain. I've underestimated you, Mad God Lin Ling. The Black Feather Princess also took a deep breath, but then laughed. You and I have both used our full strength. Next is the final battle of our trump cards. Come out, Dark Feather. The feather in her hand bloomed with a dazzling light and floated out. Suddenly, an ear-piercing phoenix cry sounded, and an ancient black phoenix appeared, looking down on everyone. This was the Dark Phoenix. What was even more frightening was that the surging and boundless power of laws was blooming out, making one feel as if this mysterious feather was suppressing the power of nearly 20 laws. Dark Phoenix Barrier. Yes. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and immediately knew that it was a barrier divine weapon. It was forged with the ancient Dark Phoenix feather. It could be said that in the human world, Lin Ling had never seen a divine weapon more powerful than this feather. However, the only flaw was that it was a one-time use divine weapon. You can't win against me. This Dark Phoenix has 19 laws. Wu Shang. No one under the 6th stage can stop him. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said indifferently. That's not necessarily true. Yes. Lin Ling's hand slowly reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of the ancient sword. Countless people stared at Lin Ling. They never thought that the sword on Lin Ling's back could actually be used. This was because from the start of the battle until now, Lin Ling had never used a sword. No matter what kind of sword it is, it can't compare to the Dark Phoenix of our Darkwing Elves. In the sky, the Black Feather Princess said disdainfully. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her pupils trembled violently. She saw Lin Ling pull out the sword with difficulty, but only a small part of the sword was exposed. However, the void shattered. Rumble. At the same time, the space of the entire island cracked open. The most terrifying thing was that 20 beautiful worlds appeared within the cracks. Staring at this scene, countless people forgot to breathe. Before the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were shattered. The power of 20 dimensions. At the same time, an ice-cold voice suddenly rang out. A sword came from the horizon, and behind the sword, there were 20 gorgeous worlds. Quick. Incomparably fast, that was the speed of the extreme space. Crack. The Dark Phoenix in the sky froze. In the next moment, the spatial sword tore it apart and finally turned it into a broken feather that floated down from the sky. The Black Feather Princess floated in the sky in horror, but a sword appeared in front of her neck. Around the sword, the space continued to shatter, and beautiful worlds appeared before her eyes. The black feathers on the Black Feather Princess body were blown up. Why is your sword so sharp? The Black Feather Princess bit her red lips and said. At this moment, she really wanted to know why Lin Ling's sword was so powerful. The power of 20 laws. Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly like a sword pointing to the sky. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword god. Because after brewing for so long, he finally drew his sword. This was also a sword that had been sharpened for 10 years. 20. The Black Feather Princess was stunned for a moment and revealed a bitter smile. She thought that her trump card was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling's trump card was even more terrifying? It could be said that his sword could cut through 3,000 worlds. I lost. Sigh. The Black Feather Princess said softly, and it shocked the entire island into silence. This time, in the 18 Islands Genius Competition of the Spirit Tribe, 4 top geniuses had clashed. The human tribe's Blazing Angel, the Black Feather Princess, the Northern Lightning Prince, and Tai Yen. Everyone thought that one of the 4 would be the #1 genius in the next 200 years. However, a human genius who had only cultivated for 100 years suddenly emerged and defeated all the geniuses and laughed at the world. No one thought that Mad God Lin Ling could reach this step. This guy really won. Yes. The Blazing Angel stared at the blue and white robe in the sky, and his heart was filled with excitement. This time, the human tribe had finally raised their flag. All the Spirit Tribe members fell silent, and their expressions were extremely complicated. At this moment, they had also firmly engraved the name of Mad God Lin Ling in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling withdrew his sword, and then took a step forward. At the same time, his physical strength exploded, and he grabbed the Black Feather Princess wings behind her and landed on the ground. This action undoubtedly surprised everyone. Mad God Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? You're courting death. It's fine that you won, but how dare you humiliate my daughter? The Spirit Tribe's 18 island masters stood up one after another, and they were furious. Many humans widened their eyes. Lin Ling was so bold. Not only did he humiliate the Spirit Tribe, he even dared to flirt with the Spirit Tribe's princess in public. Crazy! At this moment, no one knew what Lin Ling was trying to do. Even the Blazing Angel was shocked. He had heard of Lin Ling's arrogance, but now he knew what it meant to be truly arrogant. Because Lin Ling had angered the 18 island masters, and he did not even dare to think about it. As for the Fire Spirit Princess and the others, they were also dumbfounded. However, Lin Ling did not care about them. He grabbed the Black Feather Princess and landed on the ground. Then, he pressed her down and placed her on the ground. The Black Feather Princess's beautiful eyes narrowed. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so frivolous. Did he think that he could take advantage of her after winning? Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Lin Ling's hand had already touched her slender legs. His palm was warm and strong. After touching her skin, her whole body trembled. There was an indescribable feeling. But more than that, it was humiliation. "You're courting death." The Black Feather Princess's face flushed red. If not for the fact that her physical strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, she would have killed Lin Ling at this moment. At the same time, the 18 island masters flew out with murderous intent. They could not wait to kill Lin Ling immediately. What is this guy trying to do? Even Taoist Kame could not understand Lin Ling's actions. Moreover, he heard the Black Feather Princess's painful cries and the sound of her bones breaking. This time, he smiled bitterly. "Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you're indeed the mad god. You're the only one in the mortal world who has the guts to humiliate the princess of the Spirit Tribe." However, just as the Spirit Tribe masters were about to kill Lin Ling, the Black Feather Princess felt a sharp pain in her legs. Then, it gradually warmed up. She vaguely realized that the bones in her legs had changed. It was as if the wrong bones had been grafted on. She even felt that her legs had strength. Die! Almost at the same time, the Spirit Tribe masters arrived and wanted to kill Lin Ling like a butcher's knife. Wait! However, an anxious voice was heard. All the Spirit Tribe masters were stunned. The one who spoke was the Black Feather Princess. Then, under countless gazes, the Black Feather Princess stood up. This time, she was no longer flying. Instead, she stood up for real. Moreover, her legs had turned into the claws of a bird. These claws were white and extremely delicate. Together with the Black Feather Princess' black feather dress, she looked even more like a fairy bird. Chapter 1829. Immortal Kame. The leaders of the Spirit Tribe all stopped in their tracks. They were all surprised. Of course, even the Black Feather Princess was surprised. Her beautiful eyes were moist as she said, "I can stand up." One had to know that she had been crippled since she was a child. For some unknown reason, her legs had always been powerless. That was why she had sought out Taoist Kame. Her goal was to heal her legs. Dark Wing's Spirit Claw. Compared to the Black Feather Princess's surprise, her father was even more surprised. He saw the Black Feather Princess use the Dark Feather Elf Claw. The purest bloodline of the Dark Feather Elf clan was the incarnation of the Dark Feather Elf King. However, only the Black Feather Princess had the purest bloodline. But for some reason, the Black Feather Princess's legs had been crippled since she was young, causing her to be unable to use the purest bloodline. And now, the purest bloodline had been activated. The Black Feather Princess talent has reached the divine level. The other island masters were also surprised. Subconsciously, they looked at the handsome young man. Those with the purest bloodline have a barrier seal between their bones. Every 10 years, the seal has to be removed. Otherwise, the bones in their legs will grow out wrong. But what surprised me was that you didn't remove the seal for her. Lin Ling stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had already seen that the legs and bones of Princess Blackfeather's legs were sealed by the enchantment and grew in disorder. Therefore, he removed the seal and dismissed the disordered bones. All of this was in Li Xiaoyao's memory. Hearing this, all the island owners stared at the young man. They found that the young man's eyes were clear. He was really helping the Black Feather Princess. Mad God Lin Ling, you! The Black Feather Princess's father became excited. Lin Ling was actually helping the Black Feather Princess, but they had almost killed Lin Ling before. Sorry. The Black Feather Princess's father bowed apologetically to Lin Ling. Sorry. The other 17 spirit race leaders all bowed. Sorry. The spirit race people knew what was going on, and all of them bowed respectfully. Their admiration came from the depths of their hearts. After all, to Lin Ling, the Black Feather Princess was also his opponent. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid of the Black Feather Princess, but he was also helping his opponent and improving her talent. This was not something that anyone could do. Moreover, the Black Feather Princess's legs had recovered. This meant that she was very likely to become the desolate child of the human world. Sorry. Gradually, the entire island was filled with sounds that reverberated in all directions. Blazing Angel, Princess Fire Spirit, Princess Fire Cloud, and all of the humans watched this scene in shock. The spirit race was apologizing to Lin Ling? Moreover, there were spirit race overlords among them. One had to know that these spirit race overlords were all indomitable existences in the mortal world. But now, all 18 of them were apologizing to Lin Ling? It was too shocking. Who in the mortal world could do such a thing? No need. Lin Ling smiled faintly. The smile at the corner of his mouth became even more radiant at this moment. Paired with his clean blue and white robe, it appeared even more attractive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Black Feather Princess stared at Lin Ling. Her lovely little face was also excited at this moment. Previously, Lin Ling had said that he would help her improve her talent, but she was disdainful. But now Lin Ling had done it. In that case, her purpose for coming to see Kame Daoist today had been accomplished. When the enchantment is broken for the first time, your bones will be repulsed. There will be power transmitted through your bones. After you become familiar with it, your talent will be improved. Lin Ling smiled and said, "It's a pity. If you had broken the seal when you were 10 years old, then I wouldn't be your opponent now. Even so, I still accept my defeat wholeheartedly." The Black Feather Princess replied excitedly. Right now, she was no longer domineering towards Lin Ling. Instead, she gave off an extremely cute feeling. Moreover, when Lin Ling helped her get rid of the disordered bones, that feeling still lingered in her heart. This guy seems to have obtained the friendship of the spirit race. The Blazing Angel opened his mouth wide. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't jealous because the Black Feather Princess was usually fierce when she met him. Moreover, he had a feeling that if Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, these overseas spirit race people would probably extend a helping hand. "Young friend, I'm sorry, we don't know how to break the seal." The Black Feather Princess' father smiled bitterly. Lin Ling nodded and said, "It's okay, I'll teach you later. Next time, if our race meets someone with a pure bloodline, you can also break the seal." Mad God Lin Ling, you will always be our spirit race's friend, forever and ever. Hearing those words, all the island masters shouted excitedly, and Tai Yen was the one who shouted the loudest among the spirit race. It was as if Lin Ling wasn't a human, but the spirit race's spirit god. The enthusiastic voices became louder and louder, as if they were going to overturn the entire island. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling smiled and said, "The demon race is about to invade. At that time, the human race and the spirit race will definitely join hands to drive away the foreign enemies and protect our homeland. Therefore, there is no distinction between the human race and the spirit race. We are all comrades with a common goal." "That's right, Mad God Lin Ling. You are my Imperial Deer Tribe's eternal comrade. As long as you say the word, my Imperial Deer Tribe will always fight for you. My Dark Feather Elf Tribe will also fight for you." Lin Ling's words made the spirit race people's blood boil, so they all shouted loudly. It was as if in the hearts of the spirit race, Lin Ling's position was comparable to Taoist Kame's. "Mad God Lin Ling, please come and meet us." At this time, a voice came from the island. It was Taoist Kame's voice. Lin Ling had won first place in the spirit race's 18 islands and was qualified to meet Taoist Kame. "Little friend, go. We are sincerely convinced by you." All of the spirit race people smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and waved at the Fire Spirit Princess. After the Fire Spirit Princess excitedly walked over, Lin Ling held her hand and walked towards the depths of the island. In the depths of the island, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There was a small lake with dense spiritual energy, and a turtle shell could be faintly seen in the lake. It should be a spirit turtle. In the past, Lin Ling had seen this kind of spiritual lake in the Seven Emperors' sky. It was said that this was the place where the spirit turtle emerged, and it was filled with endless vitality. However, it was clear that this small lake was more lively than the one in the Seven Emperors' sky. Beside the small lake, a white-haired old man with a kind face sat there. At this moment, he was smiling. This old man looked to be about 80 or 90 years old. There was a huge turtle shell behind him, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his shoulders. Beside him, there were several existences that looked like disciples. They were also smiling at Lin Ling. "Little friend, you're here. Calm down." A calm voice floated over, immediately giving Lin Ling a good impression. "Greetings, Taoist Kame." "Greetings." Lin Ling politely bowed. Although Li Xiaoyao was stronger than Taoist Kame in his previous life, Daoist Kame was older than Li Xiaoyao, and he had also received Li Xiaoyao's respect. Not bad, not bad. Mad God Lin Ling. Greetings. Daoist Kame stood up and personally went to greet him. He also secretly nodded. Chapter 1830. Making a request, carefree. He actually gives me the feeling of being carefree. Daoist Kame secretly said. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient times. That man was both a junior and a senior, and also a close friend. That man was carefree and looked down on the world. Senior Daoist Kame. At this moment, Lin Ling gently called out. Awakening Daoist Kame from his memories. He lightly smiled and said, "This time, you have become the #1 genius of the spirit race's 18 islands. What request do you have?" Legend has it that Daoist Kame is a prophet of the human world. His knowledge is extensive, and his dharma is boundless. I hope that Daoist Kame can expel evil energy from my friend's body. Lin Ling said. Lin Ling was actually very familiar with Buddhism's evil energy. However, if he wanted to expel it, there was only one thing that could counter another. In this aspect, Lin Ling was not good at, so he asked Daoist Kame for help. Daoist Kame's eyes lit up as he stared at the fire spirit princess. It seems that the evil Buddha lineage has been reborn. Alas, this is the sin that this old man has committed. Hearing this, Lin Ling was slightly surprised. What did Daoist Kame mean? The evil Buddha lineage is my other side. I am righteous, and it is evil. In the ancient times, in order to expel the distracting thoughts in my heart, I gave birth to the evil Buddha. Daoist Kame explained, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. He did not know this. Legend has it that people have evil thoughts, greed, killing and so on. Some saints did not want to be affected by evil thoughts, so they tried to kill them. However, the result was that evil thoughts could not be killed, and would eventually be separated from its master. After continuously growing, it would turn into an evil demon. Mad God Lin Ling, stick to your heart because there is no distinction between good and evil in this world. When you kill someone, your heart will feel guilty, and the evil thoughts will grow. Afterwards, your guilt will cause the evil thoughts to be separated from you. Over time, the evil thoughts will turn into a demon. Daoist Kame said. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Lin Ling knew what Daoist Kame meant. To put it bluntly, it was because the heart of martial arts was not firm. It was also called a heart demon. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had killed many people in his life, but he never had any inner demons because he never killed the innocent. Those who died in his hands deserved more than death. So what evil thoughts did he have? Seeing that Lin Ling was unmoved, Daoist Kame secretly nodded his head. This Lin Ling was a good seedling. But soon after, he was somewhat surprised. When others saw him, most of them would revere him. But this little guy in front of him didn't revere him. I will use the Buddhist Dharma to expel the evil energy from this girl. You talk to the spirit race outside. Daoist Kame said. He knew that Lin Ling's position in the spirit race's heart was not light. Lin Ling nodded. After leaving the fire spirit princess behind, he left alone. At this moment, the spirit race had yet to leave the island. When they saw Lin Ling come out, they all cheered. The 18 island owners came over and were very polite. Lin Ling smiled and greeted them. A sense of déjà vu rose in his mind. It turned out that Li Xiaoyao was also very familiar with the spirit race. Then, Lin Ling guided the vast sea giants to remove the seal curse. What made Lin Ling speechless was that this curse was not placed by others, but by his disciple, Sword Immortal Tsong Tian. As for why the curse was placed, Lin Ling did not know. But with Sword Immortal Tsong Tian's fiery temper, he could do anything to offend someone he didn't like. Spirit God. The vast sea giants were very famous in the spirit race. They were like the protectors of the spirit race. Once the curse was removed, the entire race was completely turned around. Everyone saluted Lin Ling. If the 18 island owners regarded Lin Ling as a close friend, then the vast sea giants regarded Lin Ling as their spirit god, their master. The 18 island owners of the spirit race were very surprised. Mad God Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the spirit race than they were. Lin Ling also knew that the 18 island owners were curious. He explained that he knew the secrets of the spirit race because someone told him. As for who it was not convenient for him to say. The 18 island owners were too embarrassed to ask more, but they looked at Lin Ling with even more respect. Next, Lin Ling helped Blazing Angel's friend. He said lightly, "Blazing Angel, take out 50,000 merit points. I will cure your friend for you." Blazing Angel's mouth fell open. Lin Ling felt that the price was too high. After all, the ingredients for the 5-wood heaven-shattering liquid did not cost 50,000 merit points. So cheap. However, in the next moment, Blazing Angel cried out in horror. Lin Ling was stunned. "Cheap? Not to mention 50,000, I can give you 100,000 merit points." Blazing Angel said excitedly. Thinking about it, if 100,000 merit points could cure his friend, why would he fight against the geniuses of the 18 islands? Lin Ling suddenly regretted his actions. If he had known earlier, he would have bid a higher price. After dealing with the matters outside, Lin Ling returned to the depths of the island. At this time, the Fire Spirit Princess was already alive and kicking. She had regained her lively and charming appearance. She wore a 100-flower skirt and her skin was as white as snow. Moreover, she had the beauty of a young girl. However, in Lin Ling's eyes, the Fire Spirit Princess was the second dream. She was originally a peerless beauty. "Thank you, Senior Kame Daoist." Lin Ling hugged the Fire Spirit Princess and said gratefully. Daoist Kame sat cross-legged. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, you are the #1 genius of the 18 islands of the spirit race. You have completed my mission, so there is no need for you to be so polite." Lin Ling immediately bowed and sat down cross-legged in front of Daoist Kame. Daoist Kame kindly smiled and waved his right hand. A giant swastika appeared. It was like a Buddhist halo that covered Lin Ling and the Fire Spirit Princess. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have witnessed the blooming and wilting of flowers. Birth, old age, illness, and death. Everything was karma. Everything was predestined. If it was said that in his previous life, knowing Daoist Kame was karma. Now that Lin Ling had seen Daoist Kame, it was karma. At the same time, Lin Ling's soul force also slowly increased. He knew that Daoist Kame was using Buddhism to help him cleanse the karma in his body. The Fire Spirit Princess's benefits were even greater. Her cultivation was also crazily increasing. She had actually smoothly entered the Wu Sheng realm. The Buddhist voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Daoist Kame's strength had probably reached the peak of perfection. However, the Buddhist voice couldn't affect Lin Ling. It could only increase Lin Ling's soul force. Daoist Kame stared at Lin Ling and his eyes flickered. He didn't think that Lin Ling's martial heart would be so firm. It seemed that Lin Ling had experienced a lot. He even saw the cycle of reincarnation on Lin Ling's body. He saw the secrets of Lin Ling that no one knew. Of course, when he wanted to see through everything, a layer of mysterious fog blocked everything. This made Daoist Kame unable to see through everything that had happened to Lin Ling before the 100 reincarnations. This made Daoist Kame secretly surprised. He was a prophet of the mortal world. There was nothing that he didn't know. He could see through thousands of reincarnations. However, he couldn't see through Lin Ling. Strange. Daoist Kame secretly said. Lin Ling also knew that Daoist Kame was looking at him. Although this action was somewhat impolite, Lin Ling knew that Daoist Kame was a prophet. Even if he didn't specifically investigate Lin Ling, Daoist Kame would still know everything about Lin Ling. The reason for Daoist Kame's action was very simple. Everything was for the sake of the mortal world. Obviously, Lin Ling's talent was monstrous. Daoist Kame was afraid that Lin Ling would be an enemy of the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Ling wasn't as cruel and ruthless as he had imagined. After a long time, Lin Ling's soul force reached level 185. The Buddhist aura's effect weakened. Chapter 1831. 3 difficult questions. Although Li Xiaoyao and Kame Daoist were close friends, it didn't mean that Lin Ling was. Most importantly, the memory that Li Xiaoyao left for Lin Ling allowed him to know Kame Daoist, but that memory was incomplete. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have confessed to Kame Daoist. After all, facing a stranger who only knew half of his memory, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't tell him that he was Li Xiaoyao. He didn't have such a habit. "Little friend, you want to find a statue, right?" Kame Daoist smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. As expected of a prophet of the mortal world, he nodded and said, "Senior, please guide me." The statue was the one that Li Xiaoyao left in the mortal world. Lin Ling needed Kame Daoist's help to find it. I don't know what the statue is, but I have a feeling that this statue is useless to ordinary people, but it will be very useful to you. Kame Daoist smiled. He had guessed it. As the saying goes, heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Therefore, he didn't know what the statue Lin Ling was looking for was. Answer my 3 questions and the statue will be found. Kame Daoist said. Please say. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. You've already answered the first question. Somehow, I've become more familiar with Mad God Lin Ling. He's magnanimous, loyal, and affectionate. He dares to raise his sword to the 9 heavens if he's an enemy, and dares to fall into the Yellow Springs if he's a friend. Mad God Lin Ling. You're a man of character. Therefore, I'm very satisfied with the first question. Kame Daoist faintly stared at Lin Ling. He faintly knew about Lin Ling's life. He had to admit that Lin Ling's life was colorful and magnificent. The second question is, why do you practice martial arts? Kame Daoist smiled. He had asked many people this question. Some did it for the throne, some did it for love, and some did it for martial arts. He hoped that Lin Ling would give a different answer. Because of Xiaoyao. Lin Ling gently smiled. Daoist Kame's pupils shrank. He had heard this answer before, but he had only heard it once in the last 10 million years. It was that man, and now he heard it again. I've heard countless answers, but yours is one of the most unique ones. Carefree for life. You're very similar to a close friend of mine. You've completed the second question. Daoist Kame could not help but laugh. According to the rumors, this Lin Ling was related to the Sword Immortal of the Firmament. It seemed that there was indeed a relationship between them. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the disciple of the Sword Immortal of the Firmament? Of course, he had never thought that Lin Ling was Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, because in this world, there were many similar people, and Li Xiaoyao had been harmed by the martial god world's villains, so he should not have been able to reincarnate, and his soul should have been destroyed. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Xiaoyao was already dead. Furthermore, he had seen Lin Ling's past life, but not Li Xiaoyao's. How could he know that when Lin Ling was in the ghost realm, he couldn't see his past 100 lifetimes? Therefore, Daoist Kame naturally couldn't see it. Third question. Open the 9 jade tortoise shell. Daoist Kame said again. The calm spirit lake beside him rippled, and countless spirit turtles crawled out. Finally, 100-meter-wide jade tortoise shell floated out, emitting a mysterious aura. Lin Ling stared at the 9 jade tortoise shell, and could not help but be stunned. He was very familiar with this treasure. I saw that you have helped the spirit race remove many enchantments and seals, so little friend should have some knowledge about enchantments. Enchantments masters are extremely rare in this world, even in the martial god world. This shell is made of enchantments. I hope you can open it. Daoist Kame said indifferently, causing the disciples beside him to be surprised. The 9 jade tortoise shell was left behind by a close friend of Daoist Kame. For a long time, Daoist Kame had been unable to open it, and it had become a thorn in his heart. Who would have thought that Daoist Kame would seek the help of a junior? These disciples couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling with disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could open the ancient tortoise shell, because the person who gave it to him was the #1 emperor of the desolate, ancient, and recent ancient era. Senior is also an enchantment master, right? Lin Ling suddenly said with a smile. Daoist Kame was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Even Senior can't open the enchantment, so how can Junior open it? Lin Ling said with a smile. You can try if you can't open it. There are countless extraordinary people in the world, but it doesn't mean that I, Daoist Kame, am omniscient and omnipotent. Some people are stronger than me in certain fields. Daoist Kame replied. All right, I can try to open it, but the cost of an enchantment master is very high. Lin Ling stood up, stared at the jade tortoise shell and said with a smile. Impudent! The disciples beside Daoist Kame immediately shouted in anger. In their hearts, Daoist Kame only wanted Lin Ling to give it a try. Did this mad god Lin Ling really think that he could open it? One must know that in the past tens of thousands of years, Daoist Kame had invited countless people to help him. Even the highest officials of the Deacon Palace had come, but all of them had failed. How could Lin Ling be so confident? Haha, as expected of mad god Lin Ling, you never suffer a loss. All right, if you can open it, not only will I find the statue for you, but I will also reward you. However, Taoist Kame wasn't angry. Instead, he appreciated Lin Ling's calmness. The reward is very simple. 500,000 merit points. Then I will open the tortoise shell, Lin Ling said with a smile. This caused Taoist Kame's pupils to constrict. He thought that Lin Ling would make other requests, but who knew that he only wanted merit points? This guy was a hero of the mortal world, loved and respected by the human race and spirit race. Who knew that he would be so greedy? Haha, alright, I will satisfy you. Taoist Kame couldn't help but laugh. It is not difficult to open this tortoise shell. It is divided into 3 problems. First, there are 81 enchantments. Each enchantment is divided into 99,999 runes. Open this enchantment and you will be able to pass the first problem. Lin Ling stood up and arrived in front of the tortoise shell. He flipped his hands and beautiful enchantments slowly floated out. Enchantments were more complex than runes. To put it bluntly, each enchantment was the combination of tens of thousands of runes. However, Lin Ling had easily engraved a large number of enchantments. This level of enchantment shocked everyone. Taoist Kame sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Ling's enchantment level to be so terrifying. The complexions of his several disciples changed. They also knew a little about enchantments. They thought that in the mortal world, except for Taoist Kame, no one could compare to them. But who would have thought that this mad god Lin Ling was even more formidable than them? Sky Blade enchantment, Thunder Fire enchantment, Sky and Earth enchantment. This Lin Ling actually knows all of them. Taoist Kame was more and more surprised. He even felt that he had benefited a lot from this. But at this time, Lin Ling stopped. This made Taoist Kame sigh. He was watching excitedly, but Lin Ling stopped. It was as if someone had poured cold water on his excitement. As expected, he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His words sound good, but in reality, he still can't open the enchantment. The several disciples suddenly mocked. Because Taoist Kame was a prophet of the mortal world and they were his disciples. They didn't like people who were more familiar with enchantments than Taoist Kame. However, it was obvious that they thought too much. Sorry, my realm is too low. I don't have enough void energy. Senior Taoist Kame, do you have any treasure that can quickly restore void energy? At this moment, Lin Ling turned his head and said with a faint smile. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded. They thought that Lin Ling had reached his limit, so he couldn't open the enchantment. But who would have thought that Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough? Engraving enchantments consumed even more spiritual chi. You little guy. Chapter 1832. Crawl like a tortoise. After Lin Ling drank the spirit water, he began to carve the enchantment again. Complex runes landed on the jade tortoise shell. The runes on the jade tortoise shell gradually dispersed, revealing the true tortoise shell runes. The first problem has been solved. The second problem is the black tortoise's 9 steps. Taoist Kame, help me prepare more spirit water. This black tortoise's 9 steps consumes a lot of law power. Lin Ling said. You actually know about the mystic turtle's 9 steps? Taoist Master Kame's expression changed again. He said subconsciously, is Sword Immortal Tsong Tian your master? Indeed. Lin Ling also knew that he couldn't hide it from Kame Taoist, so he nodded. The Kame Taoist's beard was blown up. He did not look like an enlightened monk at all. He did not expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of the Sword Immortal of the Tsong Heaven. Little did he know that Lin Ling was referring to them as master and disciple. In reality, Lin Ling was the master and Sword Immortal Tsong Tian was the disciple. Lin Ling leaped onto the tortoiseshell and used the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Finally, he arrived at the center of the tortoiseshell. There was a small piece of black tortoiseshell the size of a palm. This piece of black tortoiseshell could only be found by using the mystic turtle's 9 steps. Of course, the most important thing was that this 9 jade tortoiseshell was given to him by Li Xiaoyao, so Lin Ling was familiar with it. However, Lin Ling had forgotten what kind of treasure was inside the 9 jade tortoiseshell. Then, Lin Ling slapped the tortoiseshell. Rumble! The tortoiseshell broke apart, and the pieces turned into a giant tortoiseshell gate. On the left side of the gate, there were bold words, free and unfettered travel, free and unfettered for a lifetime. On the right side, there were also big words, waiting for my best friend, until the end of time. Looking at these ancient words, Taoist Kame became excited. These are the words left behind by his close friend. This guy is really powerful. Could it be that he is the true prophet of the human world? Don't spout nonsense. Master is the true prophet of the mortal world. He just unlocked the tortoiseshell by accident. Why don't you try it by accident? The disciples were all astonished. It seems like the last problem is a word puzzle. That's right. The left is free and unfettered, while the right is waiting for a close friend. Could it be that Honorable Master's friend is waiting for Honorable Master to roam the world together? That must be the case, but how do we solve this riddle? No, look at the plaque above the ancient gate, but there are no words. I understand now. I need to leave a message on the ancient door to open it. The eyes of the disciples flickered. The final problem had appeared. Obviously, it was the inscription. Taoist Kame laughed heartily. His close friend was still as frivolous as ever. He had left behind a treasure for him to solve such a difficult problem. Master, I can break it. At this moment, a handsome young man shouted. Then, he strode towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, but he didn't stop him. Instead, he waited quietly at the side. Since they are close friends, then the horizontal plaque should be everlasting friendship. The disciple said confidently. With a wave of his right hand, his spiritual chi turned into words and landed on the door of the ancient realm. Then he laughed proudly. He had solved the last problem. Because the words on the left and right both indicated that his master's friend had a very good relationship with his master. However, after the words landed on the door of the ancient realm, they scattered like snowflakes and finally disappeared. He failed. The disciple's face suddenly turned ugly. I'll do it. Another disciple stepped forward in order to receive Taoist Kame's praise. Heaven and earth moved together. He wrote these 4 words, but he still failed. Senior Taoist Kame, I'll give it a try too. Princess Fire Spirit's eyes were filled with wisdom. She also understood the meaning of the ancient gate's inscription. It should be about friendship, so she wrote a few big words, life's best friend. However, she still failed. Everyone was stunned. Why did they all fail? Even Taoist Kame frowned. The meaning of best friend was obvious. It meant that he and his friend had a precious friendship, but why did they all fail? Everyone couldn't help but look at Lin Ling, especially those confident disciples. At this moment, they were like eggplants that had been beaten by frost. They couldn't be confident anymore. Hee, let me do it. Lin Ling took a step forward and spiritual chi appeared in his hand. He wrote 3 big words and waved them out. On the door of the ancient realm, the 3 big words appeared and emitted a dazzling light. Following that, the door of the ancient realm rumbled and slowly opened. Everyone's body trembled. Lin Ling had succeeded. They couldn't help but be curious about what Lin Ling had written. However, when they looked over, their pupils suddenly trembled violently. The 3 big words were tortoise crawl. Everyone had the urge to vomit blood. How could it be tortoise crawl? Taoist Kame blew at his beard. He somewhat understood the meaning of the 3 words. His best friend had complained that he was too slow and even created the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps for him to increase his speed so that they could roam the world together. As for the tortoise crawl, it was because Taoist Kame was a tortoise. His best friend was tired of waiting, so he called him a tortoise crawl. Everyone looked at the 2 words on the left and right side of the door of the ancient realm. On the left, it meant that his best friend wanted to roam the world freely. On the right, it meant that he was waiting for Taoist Kame to move forward together. However, he waited until the end of time because Taoist Kame's speed was too slow. Therefore, the words left on the door of the ancient realm were, tortoise crawl. After figuring this out, everyone almost laughed out loud. Daring to ridicule the prophet of the mortal world, his best friend really had a personality. This guy, if you don't die, this old turtle will bite you to death. Taoist Kame couldn't help but laugh and curse. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Taoist Kame's joke because those words were left by him. He stared at the door of the ancient realm and couldn't help but laugh excitedly. In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao had left a lot of treasures for Taoist Kame. No. He had left them for himself. Now that he had seen those treasures, how could he let them go to waste? Behind the door of the ancient realm, there were 2 dragon turtle battleships. On the surface, they looked like palm-sized battleships. However, when they were driven by the power of laws, they could transform into invincible battleships. Li Xiaoyao had left these battleships for Daoist came because his speed was too slow. There was also another treasure, the dragon horn, the horn of a true dragon. Daoist came, this treasure is useless to you, so leave it for me. Lin Ling didn't hold back at all. He waved his right hand, and the dragon horn flew over. Because to him, these treasures were actually his, so there was no need for him to hold back. Moreover, with the dragon horn, the might of his dragon claws would be greatly increased. The several disciples beside Daoist came were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so impolite and directly take it. Haha, Dragon Turtle Battleship. It's actually Dragon Turtle Battleship. My best friend has thought a lot for me. Daoist came didn't care about Lin Ling's little greed. At this moment, he laughed loudly. His white eyebrows jumped and his eyes were moist. Because he was a tortoise, his speed wasn't fast. Therefore, his best friend had given him a battleship as a means of transportation. It was a pity that his old friend had gone to the west. If he wanted to meet him again, he would never be able to. How could he know that his best friend, who had teased him about being a tortoise, had already reincarnated and was right in front of him? Lin Ling didn't know what Daoist Kame was thinking. At this moment, he didn't expect to reap such a great harvest. With the dragon horn in his hand, the dragon claw on his left hand emitted a hot aura as if the two dragons had fused together. Chapter 1833. Dragon Turtle Battleship. The dragon was roaring, and the true dragon bloodline was fusing. Lin Ling felt an indescribable power explode in his palm, and he roared at the sky. Boom! The dragon horn completely merged with the dragon claw. Lin Ling's left hand trembled violently and suddenly bloomed like a flower. 8 sharp claws appeared, and after a fierce clench, the void was cut into 8 pieces like ice. The 8 claws gave Lin Ling 3 universes of power. In addition to the 16 universes of power of his godly devil overlord physique, his physical strength had almost reached 19 universes. Moreover, the terrifying power had reached the limit, allowing Lin Ling's space domain to upgrade to 2-dimensional space. This meant that Lin Ling possessed 2 strands of the laws of space. And now Lin Ling had 2 laws of fire and space. In addition to his own cultivation, Lin Ling had a total of 6 laws of power. Moreover, these laws were stronger than ordinary Xian Di. Unless he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling's laws could fight against 2. However, even if he encountered a god-tier talent, Lin Ling could reach 20 laws of power if he used the Tyrant Song Sword. Of course, he couldn't use it for a long time. After all, Lin Ling couldn't completely control this peerless divine sword. Lin Ling evaluated all his trump cards. His strength could defeat Wu Shang at the 5th stage unless the opponent had a god-tier talent. This little guy's potential is so strong. His physical strength has reached 19 universes of power. Daoist Kame was secretly shocked. Among the younger generation, Lin Ling had one of the strongest physical bodies he had ever seen. Daoist Kame, you only need one of these 2 battleships. Leave the other one to me. I will return you 10 in the future. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his dragon claw and looked at Daoist Kame. Hearing this, Daoist Kame's disciples were stunned again. Mad God Lin Ling was greedy for the dragon claw, but he even dared to ask for the Dragon Turtle Battleship. Haha, little friend, the gift from a close friend depends on the intention, not the value of the gift. Today, you have fulfilled my wish. So what if I give you one of the Dragon Turtle Battleships? Daoist Kame smiled faintly and agreed. Master. The disciples were puzzled. Lin Ling was too lucky. Daoist Kame waved his hand and said, without him, the secret of the jade turtle shell would take thousands of years to be solved. He deserves this battleship. In fact, Daoist Kame knew that Lin Ling was the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsong Tian and also his close friend's grand-disciple. So, it was reasonable for him to help Lin Ling. After all, there were not many people in this world who still remembered his close friend. Moreover, his close friend had died an unjust death. In the past, for the sake of the human world, he blocked thousands of demons and guarded this world. In the end, he died in the martial god realm. However, no one remembered him and no one respected him. This was extremely unfair to his close friend. If his strength was not limited and could not reach the martial god realm, he would have already stepped into the martial god realm to avenge his close friend. Thank you, old tortoise. Lin Ling's heart warmed as he subconsciously said. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Old tortoise? Lin Ling's face turned red. Even Daoist Kame's beard was puffed up. In this world, only his close friend dared to call him Old Tortoise. This little guy was ignorant and fearless. However, Daoist Kame was not angry. Instead, he felt nostalgic. Young friend, in a while, the demon race will invade. I happen to be going to the Deacon Palace of the human world. At that time, I will pay a visit to your territory. Daoist Kame said with a smile, which made the disciples beside him gasp. Daoist Kame was one of the top giants in the human world. His status was comparable to that of the Martial Pavilion. It was too surprising that he would take the initiative to visit Lin Ling. They did not know that Lin Ling was related to Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Therefore, Daoist Kame did not treat Lin Ling as an outsider. Young friend, you only need to find the person with the surname Shang to find the statue. Daoist Kame said again, which made Lin Ling nod. Surname Shang? Although it was a little vague, at least he had the whereabouts. Now that the human world is facing a great calamity, the three mysterious realms of the human world are also in turmoil. You should go back quickly. Daoist Kame said again as if he knew what was happening outside. Thank you, Senior Kame. Lin Ling walked towards the Fire Spirit Princess and held her hand. Then, he bowed to Daoist Kame. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, he respected Daoist Kame very much. Go. Remember, just find your heart. Don't be soft-hearted. Daoist Kame said again as he watched Lin Ling leave. At this moment, his eyes became deep. He had a feeling that during the great calamity of the human world, Lin Ling the Mad God would be able to play a decisive role and take over the human world. Lin Ling left the depths of the island and came to the outside of True Spirit Island. The spirit race did not leave. They all looked at Lin Ling, especially the Black Feather Princess. In addition to excitement, there was also a strange emotion in her eyes. Mad God Lin Ling, are you leaving? In the end, the island owners asked one after another with reluctance. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. I have an appointment with someone. It is 2 days later than the appointed time, so I have to go back. Alas, it is rare to come overseas. Unfortunately, I can't stay for long. It's okay. Mad God Lin Ling, you will always be a friend of our spirit race. The great calamity of the human world is coming. Our spirit race will also step into the human world. At that time, we will definitely pay you a visit. The spirit race people all spoke. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a member of the spirit race. The sea giants were even more excited. They wanted to leave with Lin Ling. Their race had always believed that Lin Ling was the spirit god. No one could change their opinion. However, Lin Ling refused. He had to go back and did not have time to take everyone with him. Then, Lin Ling said goodbye and left with the Fire Spirit Princess and the others. The entire island was filled with cheers. All the spirit race people were sending Lin Ling off. The reason why they were so warm to Lin Ling was because firstly, Lin Ling had helped their spirit race. Secondly, Lin Ling was valued by Daoist Kame. He was also an important guest to them. This was because Daoist Kame was the most respected prophet in the hearts of the spirit race. The dragon turtle battleship appeared and expanded in the wind. It took the form of a dragon turtle. The black turtle shell and the mighty dragon head gave people a strong visual impact. What a majestic battleship! This must be a gift from Daoist Kame to Mad God Lin Ling. The spirit race island owners were even more shocked. Most of the humans on the island had also left. The humans that remained sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the spirit race send Lin Ling off. They were filled with envy and jealousy. To be able to gain the friendship of the spirit race was not something that anyone could do. The dragon turtle battleship floated in the sky. In the next moment, it tore through the void and disappeared from the sea. The trip to True Spirit Island was completely over. In just half a day, the dragon turtle battleship appeared in the sky of the great mystic origin domain. Countless warriors were shocked. The dragon turtle battleship was too mighty. They wondered which expert's battleship belonged to. Then, several figures floated out of the battleship. It was the blazing angel Tian Tian Dong. He bowed to Lin Ling and said, Mad God Lin Ling, thank you. Chapter 1834. Stripping Lin Ling of his identity. No need. I'm thankful for your contribution points. Lin Ling stood on the battleship and smiled. All right, if you meet my brother, you don't have to give me face. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want. Here's a jade token. Seeing it is the same as seeing me. Blazing Angel smiled and threw out a jade token. Lin Ling caught it. Seeing Lin Ling's action, Blazing Angel's smile became even brighter. This also meant that Lin Ling was his friend and not his enemy. To be honest, he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if he became Lin Ling's enemy. Goodbye. Lin Ling casually caught the jade token. He didn't care at all. As for Blazing Angel, he considered him half a friend, so he would give him some face. Rumble. The battleship tore through the void and flew into the distance. With the Dragon Turtle battleship, there was no need for a transmission array. Lin Ling could move freely in the world. This guy. Blazing Angel looked at Lin Ling. He had a feeling that not long after, Lin Ling would shake the entire mortal world. At this moment, the atmosphere in the mortal world was tense because of the demon race's invasion. The highest authority in the mortal world, the Deacon Palace, had also issued an order for all cultivators to be on guard against the demon race and ghost race. Many sects and imperial cities were showing signs of reshuffling. On an ancient path in Xianpeng Great Region, several figures were moving forward. If one looked carefully, one would notice that some of them were older and some were younger. However, without exception, all of them were extremely powerful. Everywhere they passed, the power of the universal laws filled the air. Xianpeng Province is Lin Ling's world. However, the situation in the mortal world has changed. He no longer has the qualifications to unify Xianpeng Province. Among them, a beautiful young girl said. She was about 15 or 16 years old, but she had a dignified aura. Her strength had already reached the 8th stage of the Saint Realm. In terms of age, she was an extremely rare genius. This girl was called Yun Shan. She was the only descendant of the prestigious Yun family. Yun Shan was the only descendant of the Yun Shan clan who was responsible for recording the history of the mortal world. Unfortunately, they had been unlucky recently. 2 of their 3 descendants had died, and Yun Shan was the only descendant left. Beside her was a young man. Although he was young, he had already stepped into Wu Sheng's first-degree realm. With the power of laws, his faith was invincible. This person had the bloodline of the ancient Ji family. He was the young master of the Ji clan, and he was originally going to awaken his divine-level talent. Unfortunately, he was killed by Lin Ling in the end, causing the Ji clan to nurture another member of the younger generation. It was precisely this youth before him, and his name was Ji Jun. 3 days have passed since the battle between Lin Ling and Shenyuan's southern peak. Lin Ling is hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Clearly, he doesn't dare to fight. Then, what qualifications does he have to be the master of Xianpeng Province? Ji Jun said indifferently with a dignified voice. Lin Ling had killed the Ji family's god-tier talent bloodline, and the Ji family couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Similarly, Lin Ling had also killed 2 descendants of the prestigious families, and so did the prestigious families. This time, they came to Xianpeng Province to remove Lin Ling's title as the first king. Because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight against Shenyuan's southern peak, the prestigious families thought that Lin Ling's reputation was undeserved. Therefore, they announced to the world that when the demon race invaded, Lin Ling couldn't protect Xianpeng Province, so they wanted to remove his title as the first king. After receiving the news, the 2 of them volunteered to come here. This was the first merit of suppressing Lin Ling, so how could they miss it? Moreover, this was also the time for them to make a name for themselves. Senior brother Tian Kong, it's great that you're coming with us this time. I'm sure Lin Ling won't dare to be too arrogant. Yun Shan looked at the man in white beside him and said, the prestigious families are responsible for recording history. History wants to change Lin Ling's position in Xianpeng Province. Naturally, I'll support history. The young man said lightly. His eyes were calm, but there was a sharp glint in them. He was one of the 5 lords of heaven in the past, Battle Angel Tiankong Shui. In the past, he had come into contact with Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, so he thought that Lin Ling had some ability. But now, Lin Ling didn't even dare to fight against Shenyuan's southern peak. Therefore, in Tiankong Shui's heart, Lin Ling was trash. This time, the ancient Ji family and the prestigious families had joined forces to remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianpeng Province. Naturally, he would come to help. Thank you, senior brother Tiankong. The young man named Ji Jun said with a smile. Lin Ling, the first king of sealing barriers in the true martial world, was regarded as one of the most dazzling geniuses in the mortal world after the battles of the Forbidden City and the Vine Leaf World. However, Ji Jun didn't care. And now, Ji Jun wanted the mortal world to know who was the most dazzling genius. Similarly, Yun Shan also knew of Lin Ling's reputation and wanted to meet this legendary figure. If she could remove Lin Ling from his position as the king of Xianpeng province, then she would be able to rise to the heavens in a single step and her name would shake the mortal world. The two of them secretly thought. It was as if they had defeated Lin Ling the first time they roamed the world, and were more famous than Lin Ling. At this moment, Xianpeng province was like an iron plate, prosperous and united. Moreover, the strength of the martial artists here wasn't weak. When Yun Shan's group was about to reach the rainforest's sacred land, a large number of martial artists stopped them. Sirs, you are not from Xianpeng province. What is your purpose in coming here? Lord Xue Wu, Lord Pu, and the others had all appeared. Yun Shan's group had arrived in a grandiose manner, so it was hard for them not to know. Moreover, they also knew that these people weren't weak. They were all titled Heavenly Emperors. Tell Lin Ling to come out and see me. Facing the martial artists of Xianpeng province, Ji Jun smiled disdainfully as if he was looking at ants. Hearing this, Lord Xue Wu and the others' expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling was now very famous in the mortal world, so no one dared to cause trouble in Xianpeng province. Knowing that Lin Ling wasn't someone to be trifled with, these people still dared to come here. Obviously, they had a powerful background. Lin Ling is now the #1 Heavenly Emperor, so he can be considered your senior. You are so young, but you are so arrogant. Don't you think it's too humiliating for your senior? Lord Pu said calmly. The power of faith. Ji Jun roared, and the power of law erupted. With a point of his finger, it could break any source energy. Puff! Lord Pu was hit by the power of faith and spat out blood. Moreover, that finger had injured Lord Xue Wu and the other experts. It was extremely powerful. The power of law. After falling to the ground, Lord Pu and the other experts' expressions changed drastically. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had comprehended the power of law. This meant that the young man was Wu Shang's realm. Genius! This was a true genius. Even when Lin Ling was 15 or 16 years old, he had not reached Wu Shang's realm. The #1 Heavenly Emperor? He's just trash. I've already given him the title of Xian Di. In front of me, Lin Ling is not qualified to be called a genius of the mortal world. Ji Jun was high-spirited and proud. After tomorrow, the news of the youngest genius of the ancient Ji family crushing Xianpeng province would spread in the mortal world. Lin Ling only has some small skills. He is not qualified to be our senior. Now, ask Lin Ling to come out. The girl beside Ji Jun said. The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Yangtze River, each new generation would replace the previous one. There was no greatest genius in the mortal world, only more geniuses. This group of people was so powerful, so their background was probably not small. Two little friends, why did you come to the rainforest sacred land to look for Lin Ling? At this time, a large number of experts arrived from behind. There were so many of them that it was as if all the experts of the rainforest sacred land had come out. Lord Pu and the others finally smiled. The experts of the rainforest sacred land had arrived. Chapter 1835. No one could stop them. Yuman Yun, Mo Nianchen, Qin Xiaolan, and all of Lin Ling's family members had arrived. In addition, Xiao Yan, the 9 spirits of heaven, and Bai Yun Tiandi were also present. Although the enemies were not weak, the rainforest sacred land had seen too many storms over the years, so they were able to face powerful enemies with ease. There are quite a lot of people. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of trash. Ji Jun was indeed a direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. Even in the face of so many powerful cultivators, he was still calm and fearless. The demon race is about to invade. The highest deacon palace of the human world has decided to revoke Lin Ling's title as the first king of Xianpeng province and let the noble family rule Xianpeng province. That's why we're here. Yun Shan said calmly. She was young, but she was still arrogant in front of Ancestor Tai Yan and the others as if they were her juniors. Noble family. Ancestor Tai Yan and the others' expressions changed slightly. They knew that this noble family recorded history, but in reality, they were just a bunch of scoundrels. You noble family don't seem to have the right to decide this. Ancestor Tai Yen frowned. Lin Ling agreed to a battle with Shenyuan Nanfeng, but when the time was up, he disappeared without a trace, going back on his words and fearing a battle. How could such a trash be the #1 king of the Xianping Great Region? The highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, decided to remove Lin Ling from his position in consideration of everyone's safety. Ji Jun said indifferently. Nonsense. Why? Do you think that because Lin Ling didn't want to fight Shenyuan Nanfeng, you're going to fight him together? You said it for the sake of Xianping province, but in reality, you're just being overbearing. A large number of angry shouts could be heard from the streets. These people were using Lin Ling's failure to keep his promise to suppress Lin Ling. Get lost. Yun Shan sneered at the voices around her. She waved her hand and a divine treasury appeared, covering the surroundings. Bang bang bang. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Such strength, it was likely that even among Saint Realm Masters, there would be few who could match him. However, they were enraged again. This group of people had indeed come in a tyrannical manner. They didn't listen to the advice of the people. After being rebutted, they immediately attacked. What kind of ability is it to bully some commoners? If you want to take away my elder brother's identity, then fight me. Little Flame leaped high into the air and transformed into a red-armored giant in midair when he saw the other party's overbearing rudeness. His law energy also erupted. Similarly, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun Tiendi, and the others also erupted with power. Their strength clearly rose greatly under Lin Ling's 5 wood heaven-shattering liquid. Each and every one of them stepped into Wu Shang's realm. Wu Shang's first-degree realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. All of you can come at me together. If you lose, all of you will kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. This way, I can go back and report that Lin Ling's brothers and sisters have all knelt before me. However, facing 3 Wu Shang powerhouses, the boy named Ji Jun sneered and also erupted with the strength of Wu Shang's first-degree realm. How arrogant! When the crowd heard his words, their eyes turned red with anger. Then let's see if you have the strength. Little Flame was furious and sent out a tyrannical law palm. Too weak. Ji Jun also erupted with his law energy. Golden light shone brightly as his faith was invincible. His talent was obviously stronger than Little Flame's, so he could easily crush Little Flame in the same realm. Little Flame, let me help you. Seeing that Little Flame was about to be injured, the 9 spirits of heaven took out their halberds and joined the battle. Another piece of trash. Does Lin Ling like to be with trash? Ji Jun was not afraid at all. And that woman, come at me together. Today, if Lin Ling doesn't come out on his knees, I will make the entire Xianping province kneel. He is no longer qualified to be the first king. Boom! Rumble! Ji Jun became more and more courageous as he fought. He was like a god of faith and actually suppressed Little Flame and the other 2. This scene made many people gasp. How could the difference in strength be so big? The ancient Ji family only relied on their family's bloodline. What qualifications do they have to laugh at others? At least they relied on their own bitter cultivation to grow up. Since you are so arrogant, I will also meet you. At this time, the earth shook and a giant stepped forward. It was Tyrant Shuriren. Tyrant Shuriren, one of the 10 heavenly emperors in the world of heaven and earth emperors. Boom! But soon, a clear voice floated out. Yun Shan smiled disdainfully. She waved her right hand and an ancient book appeared in the sky. Divine light shrouded and trapped the giant in the light, unable to move at all. Divine treasures. The famous family actually gave all their divine treasures to you. You are the only descendant of the famous family. Tyrant Shuriren said in surprise. She knew Heavenly Emperor Yun Tang. This person also had divine treasures, but he was not very strong. However, the girl had more divine treasures. Obviously, the famous family was afraid that the last of their bloodline would die, so they gave all the divine treasures to the girl to control. Haha, this is Tyrant Shuriren? Behind the girl, a large number of heavenly emperors mocked. The girl controlled the divine treasures like the daughter of a god, and there was a strong majesty on her beautiful face. The 10 great heavenly emperors are only though. A light sentence with disdain and contempt floated out. Of course, if she was among the 3 great legends of the mortal world, the girl would be proud because she was not famous at all. She suppressed the 10 great heavenly emperors as soon as she was born. This strength was indeed powerful. Miss Yun of the famous Yun family, you are only relying on the strength of your family. Do you think you are relying on yourself? Now, get out of here, or you will all die. At this time, another majestic voice floated out. Mercury flowed everywhere, causing Jilin and Yun Shan's expressions to change drastically. The person who came was very strong. They did not expect the rainforest sacred land to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The person who came was obviously Xian Di, who was not weak. 10 Dao laws. You have some ability. Lin Ling subordinates are not all trash. Get out of here. However, at this time, Tian Xue, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. Endless ripples erupted from his body. The power of 11 Dao laws turned into a war blade that fought the heavens and the earth, invincible. Rumble. The mercury was also cut apart, and a figure suddenly appeared. It was immortal Emperor Gang Yin. He stared at the snow in the sky with a shocked expression. 11 strands of the power of law? Senior. So it is Senior Gang Yin. Poor thing. In the past, I had to look up to you, but today, you have to look at me like a dog. Tian Xue stared at him indifferently as if he was looking at a defeated opponent. I did not expect Tian Xue, one of the 5 great heavenly emperors, to have improved so much after going through the secret realm. Gang Yin Xian Di said with a serious face. He finally knew why these people dared to come here. It turned out that each of them had a powerful background. There was the ancient Ji family, and there was the Sky family. Moreover, they were all extremely strong. Chapter 1836. The master of a battleship, so tell him to come out. Her voice was incomparably overbearing, causing the martial artists of Xianpeng province to clench their fists one after another. However, there was nothing they could do. Although Tian Xue was indeed overbearing, the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to challenge the southern Xianyuan peak had also spread like wildfire, causing many people to laugh at Lin Ling. Tell him to come out. Ji Jun also indifferently spat out a sentence, causing the atmosphere in the rainforest Holy Land to become even more oppressive. Rumble. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Under countless gazes, a huge dragon turtle ship arrived. It was majestic and unstoppable. Countless people stared at the huge battleship in the sky, and their hearts trembled violently. What kind of powerful figure had arrived? The black radiance of the dragon turtle battleship seemed to be able to absorb any light. The shell of the giant turtle was like the toughest fortress. The mouth of the dragon opened on the dragon's head. When the giant battleship stopped in the sky, countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Not only the entire Xianpeng province, but many experts from the 3 great myths of the mortal world also gasped. They had never seen that battleship before. What kind of person's battleship was that? Who are you? You've got guts, daring to disrupt my business. At this moment, Tian Xue was also secretly surprised, but there was anger on her face. Ever since she became one of the 5 lords of heaven, no one had ever dared to be arrogant in front of her. Now that she was Xian Di, such things were even rarer. Who is the owner of the battleship? Come out and see me. Ji Jun also coldly shouted. Today was the day he would make a name for himself. However, the owner of the warship was causing trouble. How could he not be furious? The battleship floated in the sky like a giant overlooking the mortals. Suddenly, a voice echoed out from the battleship. Get your ass out here to see you? A piece of trash nurtured by the power of faith of the ancient Ji family dares to call himself a genius. The other one is a piece of trash who borrowed all the divine treasures and treated them as his own power. Yet he dares to call himself a genius? His voice seemed to resound in every corner of the world, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces turned ugly. They were indeed strong, but it wasn't their hard work. After the master of the battleship said it out loud, they felt like they had lost all face. Hide your head and hide your tail. Come out if you dare. Tian Xue frowned slightly and sneered. Who do you think you are? A disdainful voice drifted out from the battleship. His surname is Tian Kong. He used to be one of the 5 lords of heaven. Today, his title is Xian Di. Before Tian Xue could say anything, Yun Shan, who was standing beside her, said coldly, As for me, I'm from a prestigious clan, while he, Ji Jun, is from the ancient Ji clan. The three of them were backed by the deacons of the mortal realm's highest deacon palace. No matter where they were, everyone would have to give them face. They didn't know who the owner of the battleship was, but they were sure that the owner of the battleship wouldn't dare to offend three ancient powers at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them looked up at the sky with pride on their faces. The black battleship fell silent, causing many people to guess that the owner of the battleship was somewhat afraid. Of course, even if they encountered such a situation, they would also be afraid. Tianxue, right? Chop off one of his arms. However, after a while, a domineering voice came out from the black battleship. Everybody's eyes froze, and their mouths were wide open. Tianxue, a powerhouse with the title of Xiandi, backed by the Sky Clan, actually dared to chop off one of his arms? Even Tianxue was shocked. He thought that after he announced his identity, the owner of the battleship would apologize to him, and then the owner of the battleship would just stay silent for a while before chopping off one of his arms. This must be a joke. Ji Jun, Yun Shan, and the others were astonished too. This must be fake. Are you really going to chop off one of my arms? Tianxue laughed loudly, but his laughter was cold. A horrifying chill spread out, and everybody was afraid. However, the dragon turtle battleship didn't seem to feel the chill. A strange man floated out from the battleship. It was Yi Shao. He held the ancient sword in his hand and flew toward Tianxue. Many people felt that the man's vigor wasn't strong. He wasn't even at the level of Wu Shang. How could he chop off Tianxue's arm with such a weak cultivation level? Not to mention Tianxue's background, Tianxue's strength alone was enough to stop that strange man from getting close to him. Ha ha ha! Tianxue laughed out loud, as if he was being played. He wanted to see how this man was going to chop him off. What a useless piece of trash. Let's show him later. Ji Jun and Yun Shan laughed coldly too. However, at this moment, a jade plate appeared in the man's left hand, and the sword in his right hand was raised up high. I am going to chop off one of your arms. Shoot! The sword was swung down, and Tianxue made a shrill cry. His arm was chopped off. He stared at the jade plate, and there was fear in his eyes. Boom! Everybody's heart exploded. He really did it. He did it. A man who wasn't at the level of Wu Xing actually chopped off Tianxue's arm? That was like a dream. Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces froze. They dared to come to the sacred land of the rainforest because they had Tianxue's background. However, their background was also chopped off. What was going on? What's your relationship with my brother? At this moment, Tianxue held his right arm and looked at the sky with a ferocious expression. That jade plate belonged to his brother, and his brother had always been strict with him. He admired his brother very much, so when he saw the jade plate, he didn't dare to fight back and allowed the strange man to chop off his right arm. It's nothing. I just know that even your brother is afraid of me. In the sky, the ancient battleship emitted a low voice, and the sky was filled with endless echoes. What? Tianxue's brother is Tianxue Dong, a blazing angel. Even he is afraid of the owner of the battleship. Who is the owner of this battleship? If the blazing angel is afraid of someone, this mysterious man must be very strong. The crowd who were watching from afar was shocked. The blazing angel Tianxue Dong, the heavenly emperor of the ancient immortal platform, was said to have few opponents in Wu Shang's fifth stage realm. The only ones who were stronger than him were those who had a real source of power. But even he was afraid of this mysterious man. Who was this mysterious man? Thud thud thud. Tianxue kept retreating with a look of fear on her face. She did not doubt the words of the mysterious person. Because of her brother's arrogance, even if he were to encounter a peak expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, her brother would not be afraid. Therefore, everything before their eyes indicated that the strength of this person was extremely terrifying. As for Ji Jun and Yun Shan, their faces turned pale. Tianxue was their backing and their pride. If even Tianxue was afraid, what right did they have to be proud? For a moment, the entire sacred land of the rainforest was silent. Lord Shui Wu, Lord Pu and the rest were shocked. To be able to make people from the 3 strongest forces fear him. What was the background of this mysterious man? You're called Ji Jun, right? And you, from a prestigious family. Do you think you're the #1 genius? After a moment of silence, the ancient battleship's voice drifted out again. Chapter 1837. Just trash. I don't dare. Humph. Senior, you're the real expert. Humph. Both of them bowed their heads, causing many people to sigh. Previously, these two people seemed to have unrecognized talents, so they wanted to shake the world as soon as they were born. However, now that they had kicked an iron plate, both of them lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. The contrast was too big. The famous ancient Ji family is indeed a place where trash gathers. Arrogant and overbearing in front of the weak, submissive in front of the strong. Shameful, shameful. Humph. The disdainful voice drifted between heaven and earth, causing Ji Jun and Yun Shan's faces to turn ugly. However, even though they were unwilling, how could they speak when even Tian Shui didn't dare to speak? Senior, we admit that we're not as good as you, but may I know Senior's name? Ji Jun gritted his teeth and looked at the sky stubbornly. You want to know who I am? The ancient battleship was silent for a moment, and then an indifferent voice came out. Yes. Before Ji Jun could speak, Yun Shan beside him said. How could she not want to know? In fact, everyone wanted to know who the owner of this mysterious battleship was. The battleship was silent for a moment. The next moment, a fire dragon king roared angrily and shrouded Ji Jun's body, incinerating all his power of law into ashes. Ji Jun's face turned pale. He was only 16 years old, but he was titled Xian Di. Although he relied on the power of faith contributed by everyone in his family to obtain this strength, it didn't stop him from being arrogant. But now, the owner of the battleship told him that his pride wasn't worth mentioning and easily destroyed his power of faith with a single move. Rumble. The Fire Dragon King didn't stop there. It swept through the ancient books and burned all of them. Yun Shan's face turned ugly. She knew that the other party was humiliating her, telling her how useless her strongest trump card was. It couldn't even block a single move. Pah! At the same time, several figures slowly walked down from the battleship. The man in the lead was wearing a clean blue robe. He was holding a lively young girl's hand, carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was calm as he looked down at everyone. However, after seeing that man, the whole world instantly fell silent. Mad God Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. He's back. After a moment of silence, countless voices of surprise rose and fell. Lin Ling, the first king of Xianpeng province, defeated the 4 new emperors in the past. Then, he became the first king of the Zhanwu realm, suppressed Shenhuang Dayu, and was not afraid of the Fire Clan and the Yi Clan. Then, he fought at the peak of the Forbidden City and finally became the first king of the Vine Leaf world. It could be said that Lin Ling was not only a legendary figure in Xianpeng province, but also a legendary figure in the 3 profound realms of the human realm. And today, he had returned. As for Ji Jun and Yun Shan, their expressions changed drastically. It was actually Lin Ling. Previously, they were confident that Lin Ling was a rising genius. Moreover, they had the backing of Tian Tianxue. Therefore, they wanted to suppress Lin Ling. Moreover, they believed that Lin Ling would not dare to fight against Shenyuan Nanfeng. They believed that he was already a cripple and a has-been genius. But now, it was proven that they were not qualified to step on Lin Ling to become famous. In just one move, the 2 so-called geniuses had been defeated. How dare he laugh at Lin Ling with such strength? This was simply a joke. How could it be you? The one who was most surprised was none other than Tian Tianxue. In his mind, Lin Ling was actually an ant. He did not dare to fight against Shenyuan Nanfeng, which also meant that he did not dare to fight against him. But who knew that Lin Ling had really returned, and he even had his brother's token in his hand? What? Do you want to lose an arm? Lin Ling looked at Tian Tianxue indifferently and said. Tian Tianxue's face turned ugly. In fact, he was confident that he was not weaker than Lin Ling. However, his brother's token was not fake. Therefore, even if he was not afraid of Lin Ling, he could not attack Lin Ling. Moreover, there was a trace of fear in his heart because his brother seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling as well. Could it be that Lin Ling was really so terrifying? Tian Tianxue suddenly fell silent as he thought of this. Tian Tianxue did not dare to speak. He came here arrogantly before, but after seeing Lin Ling, he did not dare to say a word. Many people were surprised once again when they saw this scene. Lin Ling stepped forward and came in front of Ji Jun, and slapped him. The slap made Ji Jun's face turn ugly. You hit me? You're just a piece of trash. If you don't hit me, You won't know what an iron plate is. Lin Ling said indifferently. His tone was calm, but it carried a strong majesty. Then he shouted angrily, "Kneel down! How dare you ask me to kneel down?" Ji Jun raised his clear eyes and stared at Lin Ling. He was the only direct descendant of the ancient Ji family. How dare Lin Ling be so arrogant? Lin Ling nodded. It's a pity that you missed the chance to live. What do you mean? Do you dare to kill me? Ji Jun sneered. It's not the first time I've killed a descendant of the Ji family. Why wouldn't I dare? Swoosh. Lin Ling punched out, telling Ji Jun that there was nothing he did not dare to do. Since Ji Jun dared to come here today, he had to bear the consequences. Lin Ling knew that Ji Jun was suppressing him on the surface, but in fact, if he was not as strong as Ji Jun, he would have a miserable ending. Because Ji Jun wanted to rise, he naturally had to be famous and do shocking things, such as finding an excuse to kill the people of the Rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, Lin Ling would not show mercy. However, Ji Jun thought too highly of himself. He thought that Lin Ling did not fight in the southern Shenyuan Peak and that Lin Ling had declined. Unfortunately, that was only Ji Jun's wishful thinking. Ka ka ka. Ji Jun's eyes widened, and all the bones in his body shattered. He stared at Lin Ling. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. At this moment, he finally saw a legendary figure. He also knew that although he was a rising genius, he was still too young in front of Lin Ling. Boom! Ji Jun's body exploded and turned into ashes. He killed him with one punch. Ji Jun was the youngest Xiandi expert of the ancient Ji family. Whether it was the people of Xianpeng province or the spectators in the distance, they were all shocked at this moment. The current situation proved that the difference between Ji Jun and Lin Ling was in fact only one move. Lin Ling did not stop and came in front of Yun Shan. I heard that you are the last descendant of the famous Yun family. I'll kneel. Yun Shan's beautiful face kept changing. Without any hesitation, she knelt down. If she did not kneel, she would die. Among the 3 Xian in the mortal world, everyone gave face to the famous Yun family, but that did not include Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was weak, she, Yun Shan, could bully him and even bully the strong. However, Lin Ling's strength was obviously much stronger than hers. Plop. When she knelt, the heavenly emperors behind her all turned pale. They looked at Lin Ling and suddenly found that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. Plop. Everyone immediately knelt down. Who did not know the name of the mad god Lin Ling in the mortal world's 3 Xian? Unless you can kill him, the price you have to pay will be very severe. Countless people looked at Yun Shan and the others who knelt down and felt like they were in a dream. These were the insufferably arrogant experts from before? As expected of Lin Ling. Every time he came, he would reverse the situation. Chapter 1838. Heavenly Sorcerer Mountain, you can't come and go as you please in Xianpeng province. Moreover, your elder brother loves you very much. Before he left, he told me to spare your life. Otherwise, do you think you can still speak? Lin Ling replied indifferently. What? Tian Xue trembled. His elder brother pleaded for him in front of Lin Ling? How was that possible? His elder brother was Wu Shang, who was in the 5th stage realm. Shouldn't he be able to kill Lin Ling easily? I gave him face when he pleaded for mercy. But my face is limited. If you don't kneel in 10 breaths' time, you can try. Lin Ling turned around and left. His words seemed calm but carried an unquestionable majesty. Tian Xue stood there in a daze. Was he going to kneel? He was so much stronger than Lin Ling. How could he kneel? However, his elder brother's words were never wrong. He must have his reasons for doing so. 1, 2, 3. While Tian Xue was hesitating, Lin Ling calmly counted. Tian Xue had never felt that time passed so quickly. To him, Lin Ling was like a commoner holding an imperial edict. Commoners were not scary, but the imperial edict was. Will he really kneel? The crowd stared at Tian Xue, their hearts trembling. Tian Xue should not kneel. How could he possibly kneel? In terms of strength, cultivation realm, and status, Tian Xue surpassed Lin Ling. He would definitely not kneel. Plop. However, in the next moment, Tian Xue knelt down. Boom. Seeing this, countless people's hearts exploded. They simply could not understand what was going on. Tian Xue knelt down too. He was a titled celestial emperor, a king who stood above tens of thousands of people. He was arrogant and would rather die than submit to Duanling Tian. Everyone couldn't help but look at the back of the blue and white robed figure. They were even more shocked. Mad God Lin Ling, the #1 titled celestial emperor, where did he get his courage from? Lin Ling, I'm kneeling down because of my elder brother. It doesn't mean that I'm afraid of you. It's a disgrace that you don't dare to fight Xueqi Nanfeng. Now, all the legends in the mortal world are laughing at you. Therefore, I'd like to remind you that relying on my elder brother's jade pendant doesn't mean that everyone will give you face. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, he was happily chatting with the Extreme Flame Ancestors group. He really doesn't dare. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, many people frowned. They were certain that Lin Ling didn't dare to face Xueqi Nanfeng, so he was running away. After all, he's only the #1 celestial emperor. His strength can't be compared to the mighty Xian Di. It's normal that he doesn't dare to fight. However, he's too arrogant. If he's not a match for Xueqi Nanfeng, he shouldn't resist him. In this way, he'll be greatly disappointed and become a laughingstock. Yes, Mad God Lin Ling doesn't live up to his reputation. Many people thought that Lin Ling was just proud for now. Xueqi Nanfeng knew that Lin Ling had appeared, so he would definitely come looking for him. However, just as they thought this, Lin Ling finished his conversation with his family and looked at Tian Xue. Xueqi Nanfeng, where's that trash? I'm busy now, so I'll kill him in 3 moves. What? Question mark. Tian Xue raised her head and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling really dared to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't accept the challenge before because he didn't have time for Lin Ling. Heavenly Witch Mountain. Tian Xue spat out a sentence and then stared at Lin Ling. She thought that Lin Ling was just putting on an act. However, she didn't know that she was overthinking. Lin Ling nodded calmly as if he didn't know that he was going to a tiger's den. He strode out and said, "Before I come back, you guys continue to kneel. I'll make you kneel until you're convinced." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling strode towards the sky. Fight. Everyone stared at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling had accepted the challenge and left. Tian Xue opened her mouth wide. She wanted to remind Lin Ling of something, but she couldn't say anything at this moment. As for Yun Shan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. However, they still knelt there and waited. They wanted to hear the news of Lin Ling's death on Heavenly Witch Mountain. They didn't believe that Lin Ling was still alive. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Seeing Lin Ling walking towards the sky, Tyrant Xueqi immediately shouted, "Heavenly Witch Mountain. The Heavenly Emperor's meeting will be held there to discuss the alliance. Only the powerful Xian Di can enter. Xueqi, it's better if you don't go." Bai Yun Tiandi seemed to be very familiar with Heavenly Witch Mountain and couldn't help but persuade her. "No, I said that I want to see Lin Ling fight with Xueqi Nanfeng." Tyrant Xueqi was extremely stubborn. "It's not a big problem. If you want to go, then let's go together. Grandfather, mother, do you want to go?" However, Lin Ling stopped and turned around with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling actually brought so many relatives and friends. Was Heavenly Witch Mountain his home? Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were also stunned. Go together? Even Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others? Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others weren't at the level of Wu Shang. How could they be qualified to go? Ling we won't go. Go early and come back early. Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled bitterly. Although he didn't know what Heavenly Witch Mountain represented, it was definitely the gathering place of the strongest warriors. How could he be qualified to go? Okay, grandfather, wait for my good news. Xueqi, come with me. Lin Ling smiled and asked Little Flame and the others to shout out that they wanted to go with Lin Ling. Although they were at the bottom of the Xian Di world, they could still look after each other if they went together. Lin Ling immediately nodded and the Dragon Turtle battleship appeared. He asked Little Flame and the others to step on the Dragon Turtle battleship and then flew into the distance. Tian Xue, you must want to see a good show. Then wait for the news. See how powerful Xueqi Nanfeng is in your heart. At the same time, Lin Ling's domineering voice floated in the sky. It was as if the South Mountain, South Shenyuan Nanfeng was as weak as a dog. Everyone stared at the mighty dragon turtle battleship in the sky, and felt that it was extremely unreal. Lin Ling was only the first Sky Emperor. He really dared to go, and he did it arrogantly. There was only a month until the end of the Vine Leaf world. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? Rumble. The dragon turtle battleship took everyone and disappeared into the sky. Patriarch Extreme Flame was a little nervous and expectant. However, he could only wait at home for the news. What? Mad God Lin Ling appeared? Didn't he refuse to fight? How dare he appear? I heard that this kid is going to Heavenly Witch Mountain to accept the challenge from Shenyuan Nanfeng. 3 days ago, he didn't come because he didn't rush over, not because he didn't dare to fight. You must be joking. Lin Ling is only the first Sky Emperor. How could he have the strength to fight against a powerful genius with the title Xian Di? When Lin Ling went to Heavenly Witch Mountain, the entire 3 mysterious realms of the mortal world was in an uproar. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Mad God Lin Ling had surfaced again. Moreover, it seemed like he was going to stir up huge waves. Countless people were looking forward to it. Heavenly Witch Mountain was located at the border between Xianping Province and Shenhuangdaiyu. This place was a forbidden area for many martial artists. Heavenly Witch Mountain was surrounded by an ancient lake. There were wild beasts in the lake. Without Wu Shang's realm, no one could get close. Chapter 1839. Xian Di's gathering. The Xian Di's gathering on Heavenly Witch Mountain was even more prestigious. Many titled Xian Di experts had gathered. At that moment, a large number of Xian Di experts had gathered on the vast mountain range. There were many banquets on the mountain peak, including spirit peaches, celestial fruits, fine wine, and delicacies. However, many of the banquets were still empty. Clearly, they were still waiting for the guests to arrive. Lin Yanchen, your suggestion is good. The demon realm is about to invade. Evil Buddha and the ghost realm are also eyeing them covetously. Therefore, as titled Xian Di experts, we should form an alliance. A young man at the banquet said calmly with a proud look on his face. To be able to be invited and appear here, this meant that his status in the mortal world was not low. This was a supreme honor and pride. Haha. Senior sister Lu Susu and I came up with this suggestion. Thank you for giving us face. On the other side, a woman in yellow smiled gracefully. She had a long sword by her waist. She was the chief disciple of the Eternal Palace, Yanchen Xian Di. Beside her was a charming and seductive woman. It was Lu Susu. She greeted everyone politely, but many Xian Di experts stared at her maliciously and licked their lips. Then what is the alliance between Lu Susu and Lin Yanchen? As long as it is an alliance, I, Xingyue Xian Di, will definitely join you. Of course, it would be good if you repay me appropriately. A skinny young man smiled faintly. The meaning of his words was obvious. If he joined their alliance, they should compensate him. In the human world, there were very few people who dared to disrespect Lu Susu. However, that didn't include the titled Xian Di experts. Let's talk about it when you join us. Lu Susu knew what he meant. She was indeed a smooth and slick person, so she smiled and replied immediately. The 4 deities of Jade Water from the ancient Ji family are here. The twin dragons from the Shenyuan family are here. Supreme Clan's 9th moon is here too. Teska, that's the first celestial emperor from 300 years ago. Among the celestial emperors with the title of Xian Di, his strength isn't weak either. Iron Reed Xian Di. The Crystal 7 Talents. I've long heard of you. Today, I finally get to meet you. The gathering at Xian Di on this Tianwu mountain is getting more and more valuable. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar. In the distant sky, a large number of Xian Di arrived one after another. Every one of them was the youngest Xian Di. Their cultivation time was no more than 500 years, and they were all experts on the Martial Pavilion's Earth ranking. There were as many experts as there were clouds, and as many geniuses as there were seas. These words were enough to describe the grandeur of this gathering on the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Thank you all for giving me face. As for Lu Susu and the others, they warmly welcomed them. In fact, it was that lord's idea to convene this Xian Di alliance, and that lord was the mastermind behind the Martial Pavilion. When this suggestion was made, the 3 great legends of the mortal world also agreed. However, the first thing to do was to gather the young Xiandi and divide them into several alliances. Then, it was time for the Xiandi, who had cultivated for 1,000 years, to gather and join the alliance. Everyone quickly sat down and chatted cheerfully. They didn't get to the main topic for the time being, because they had received news that an even more terrifying Xiandi was coming. It was the son of Huang. Rumble. However, at this moment, the dragon turtle battleship arrived majestically in the sky, causing the entire heavenly witch mountain to fall silent. Even Lu Susu and the others' expressions changed slightly. The arrival of this person was so grand, and they didn't know where this Xiandi expert came from. Is that the legendary dragon turtle battleship? TSK. I heard that with a battleship in hand, you don't even need to use a teleportation formation. You can travel anywhere you want. I'm so jealous. I wonder where this Xiandi comes from. Who cares where this Xiandi comes from? This dragon turtle battleship, I want it. Many Xiandi narrowed their eyes, and a hint of greed bloomed in their eyes. The dragon turtle battleship was not bad. The dragon turtle battleship was mighty and domineering, and it quickly stopped above Heavenly Witch Mountain. Then, several figures walked out, causing the Xiandi present to be stunned. They didn't know these people at all. Only a few people's expressions changed slightly, especially Lu Susu. She was even more shocked. How could she not know these people? If it wasn't Lin Ling, who else could it be? Moreover, not only did Lin Ling come alone, but he also brought Tyrant Shuriren, the Fire Spirit Princess, Bai Yun Tiandi, and the others. Although these people were very famous, they had only just stepped into the Xiandi world. They weren't qualified to come to this gathering. This guy. Lu Susu smiled bitterly. If she remembered correctly, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor. With such strength, he dared to come with great fanfare. This was really in line with Lin Ling's character. However, she stared at the handsome young man in the sky, and her beautiful eyes flickered. She hadn't seen him for a while, and that little guy was becoming more and more attractive. Who are you? Tell me your name. After a moment of silence, a cold voice finally drifted out from the top of the mountain. His name is Lin Ling, the first heavenly emperor. However, before Lin Ling could speak, a smile came from the top of the mountain. It was South Mountain, Shenyuan's southern peak. At this moment, Shenyuan's southern peak was a little excited. A few days ago, Lin Ling didn't dare to fight, and this caused the entire mortal world to laugh at Lin Ling. Shenyuan's southern peak's reputation was greatly improved, and his family gave him a big reward. He originally wanted to humiliate Lin Ling again, but he received an invitation from the Heavenly Witch Mountain, so he couldn't leave. But now, Lin Ling actually came here to make a fool of himself. Interesting. This was really interesting. The first heavenly emperor dared to show up in the Xiandi world? This was definitely going to be an interesting scene. Who is Lin Ling? Since Lin Ling was a titled celestial emperor who had been famous for a long time, it was only natural that most people did not know who he was. It's Lin Ling, the mad god. He's not strong, but he dares to provoke the rising star of the mortal world. Of course, there were people who knew the name Lin Ling, but they were more of a joke. They wanted to see what tricks Lin Ling was going to play. So it's this ant. I've heard of his name, and I heard that he's quite arrogant. Many Xiandi nodded and slowly drank their wine. Although they disdained Lin Ling, it was obvious that they wouldn't attack Lin Ling, because there were plenty of people who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. The 4 jade water fairies from the ancient Ji family were eating immortal peaches. One of them said lightly, "Yishen Xiandi, you've just stepped into the Xiandi world. Go and tell Lin Ling what our rules are." Yes. Senior brother. Yes. At the side, a Heaven Realm Xiandi named Wu Sheng walked out. According to the rules, he wasn't qualified to appear here, but he came as a follower, so everyone tacitly acknowledged his position. Mad God Lin Ling, this dragon turtle battleship is good. Leave it to me. All right. The young man named Yishen Xiandi smiled faintly and flew towards the sky. What a fast move. We're one step slower. Yes. Dragon turtle battleship. I want it too. Yes. Seeing Yishen Xiandi's actions, many Xiandi secretly frowned. They were too slow. At this moment, Yishen Xiandi appeared in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked calmly at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, you've provoked the ancient Ji family many times, so leave this dragon turtle battleship behind. Consider it as collecting some interest." Then, on account of the mortal realm's highest authority, I'll let you leave alive. Scram. Beside Lin Ling, Xueqi and the others' expressions changed slightly. It was actually Yushen Xiandi. This person had just been titled as Xiandi. Although his realm was the same as theirs, his strength was slightly stronger. Most importantly, Yushen Xiandi was obviously the existence of a touchstone. If Lin Ling didn't handle Yushen Xiandi well, it would cause many Xiandi below to be dissatisfied, and by then, it would be troublesome. Chapter 1840. Fists are rules. What makes you think you're qualified to say that? Bai Yun Tiandi wanted to remind Lin Ling to be careful, but Lin Ling had already spoken. Haha, I'm qualified in everything. Yushen Xiandi laughed mockingly. Lin Ling was a piece of trash who didn't even dare to fight the southern Shenyuan peak. How dare he ask him if he's qualified? You're only the first heavenly emperor, but I'm an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I'm qualified. Yushen Xiandi wanted to shake the world with his name, so he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted at the same time, causing the Xiandi on the mountain peak to laugh even more coldly. A large number of experts had already gathered in the distance. Many titled heavenly emperors were also there. To them, Lin Ling dared to come to Xiandi's world. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. I'm only the first heavenly emperor, but you're an expert with the title of Xiandi. That's why I want to give you the Dragon Turtle battleship. So that's why. Lin Ling revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment, causing immortal Emperor Yushen to be astonished. Could it be that this Lin Ling was an idiot? How could he not understand such a simple logic? Just as he wanted to speak, under his aura, a fist ruthlessly slammed over. It was like the fist of an invincible war god, tyrannical and majestic. Boom! Yushen Xiandi's body twisted like a prawn, bending over and spitting out bile. Just as he was about to speak, an arm stretched out, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. I'm the first heavenly emperor, and you're an expert with the title of Xiandi? Lin Ling's thunderous voice came out of his mouth. This sentence was obviously sarcastic. He questioned Yushen Xiandi. You're an expert with the title of Xiandi, so why are you so weak? Is this heavenly witch mountain your home? But even if it is your home, I, Lin Ling, can come and go as I please. You're courting death. Boom. Lin Ling grabbed Yushen Xiandi's neck and smashed it into the distance. Following that, an ancient dragonfish desolate beast rushed out from the Tianwu ancient lake and swallowed Yushen Xiandi. Lin Ling's attack was direct and efficient, and could be said to be thunderous. Silence. The mountaintop was completely silent. The heavenly witch mountain was completely silent. Even Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were silent. They had never imagined that Lin Ling would come in such a forceful manner. Whoever dared to stop him would be sent flying with a single punch. This guy. Xueqi originally wanted to convince him with words. For example, they were here to look for the southern Shenyuan peak and did not want to provoke others. However, Lin Ling chose to use the most domineering and simple way to solve everything. Trash Lin Ling, you didn't dare to accept the challenge, and now you come here to behave atrociously. How dare you? What kind of place is the Heavenly Witch Mountain? Are you even qualified to come here? After a moment of silence, the mountaintop was filled with angry shouts. Many Xiandi experts leaped up and released their terrifying auras, wanting to suppress Lin Ling. To them, if Lin Ling could also come to the Heavenly Witch Mountain, it would be a humiliation to the Xiandi experts. The strength of these immortal emperors couldn't be considered top-notch, but there were a lot of them. They seemed to be the followers of powerful immortal emperors. However, no matter where they were placed, these immortal emperors would be considered as overlords. Lin Ling's way of coming is so arrogant. How dare he be arrogant without strength? He's asking for humiliation. He forgot that he's facing the Xiandi experts. In the distance, many people sneered. Lin Ling could defeat one Xiandi expert, but could he defeat more than 10? Looking at the large number of experts flying towards him, Lin Ling sneered. If it was before, he would have avoided them, but now, he had nothing to fear. He sensed that there were many experts on the mountain peak who harbored evil intentions. They were people from the ancient Ji clan and Shenyuan clan. Hence, he knew that even if he swallowed his anger, those immortal emperors would not let him off. Qualifications. My fist is qualifications. Lin Ling roared. The ancient god emperor descended, the power of 16 universes exploded, and he used the black tortoise 9 steps. Boom! With one punch, a powerful CND expert was sent flying, spitting out blood. Boom! With another punch, the power of laws was also shattered, smashing into the ancient lake. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Boom! With another punch, no one could block it. They asked Lin Ling for qualifications, and Lin Ling told them what qualifications were with his strength. They thought that Lin Ling was the #1 heavenly emperor and was not strong enough to face them, but that was only their imagination. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of heavenly emperors were sent flying, some smashed into the ancient lake, and some spat out blood. Was this still the #1 heavenly emperor Lin Ling? With this strength, he could be ranked on the Middle-earth list. Wait, Lin Ling, I don't want to fight anymore. I won't stop you. Although those CND experts were above tens of thousands of people and had a noble status, they were only between the first and second stage of Wushang, and they only had 2 laws. You don't want to fight? Trash like you have the qualifications to come to the heavenly witch mountain. How can I not have the qualifications? Lin Ling's sneer became wider, frivolous, and domineering. At this moment, he was like a dazzling meteor, blooming with bright light. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient god emperor descended, as if he carried the pride of the star-picking nation, and suppressed all the CND experts in the sky, causing them to flee in panic. Star-picking great emperor. Looking at the tall and mighty figure, many people were shocked. It was as if they were looking at the 4 great emperors of the ancient era. As for Bai Yun Tiandi and the rest, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. Even when facing a second stage Wushang, he was still able to chop vegetables and cut melons. Now, do I have the qualifications? When he could no longer see any CND experts in the sky, Lin Ling looked down and said. This time he felt extremely carefree, even more carefree than when he became the #1 heavenly emperor. One had to know that after the seal of the true martial world, he had been suppressing his anger because everyone was jealous of his achievements, so they joined forces to bully him. But now, all the suppressed anger was released. He felt his soul power slowly increasing, and this reminded him of Taoist Kame's words. Stick to your heart, don't be soft-hearted. Do I have the qualifications? Lin Ling shouted again. The world was silent. If Lin Ling was not qualified, then Xian Di and the rest, who were defeated by Lin Ling, would be even less qualified. This was the qualification that came from punching. Lin Ling, there's a place for you in the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Finally, Lu Susu's voice floated out, confirming Lin Ling's qualifications. As for the stronger Xian Di, their eyes flickered. They did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong, but they obviously did not care because Lin Ling had only defeated Wu Shang. It was not worth their concern. On the contrary, if Lin Ling left now, they would be disappointed because Lin Ling's arrival in the Heavenly Witch Mountain would cause even more trouble. Let's go down. Lin Ling put away the dragon turtle battleship, held Princess Hua Ling's hand, and slowly walked down the mountain. As for Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the rest, their faces were solemn. After landing on the mountain, they suddenly realized that the powerful aura on the mountain was extremely terrifying. The pressure was so strong that even Tyrant Shur and Iren's hearts trembled. However, all of them subconsciously looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling seemed to have blocked the wind and rain, allowing them to finally relax. That seat belongs to us. Scram. Lin Ling's face was calm. His gaze landed on one of the seats, and he immediately shouted coldly. Right now, most of the seats were occupied, and the limited number of seats were reserved for the experts who were about to arrive. Therefore, Lin Ling took a liking to a seat and directly snatched it. You're asking me to scram? Chapter 1841. Recognition of Qualifications. You're just a third-degree realm Wushang. You don't have the right to sit alone. There are more people on my side. Don't tell me you want to sit with me? Or do you want us to stand and drink? Lin Ling said calmly. Even so, first come first serve. You're not following the rules. Xian Di said coldly. Rules. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He had never seen anyone talking about rules since he started learning martial arts. A practitioner's rules were actually strength. Lin Ling didn't explain. He walked forward and picked up the wine jug on the table and poured the wine on that person's head. Are you going to scram or not? Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. As a titled celestial emperor, he was someone who could establish his own sect no matter where he went. How humiliating it was for a senior like him to be doused with wine by someone else. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Finally, someone from the Xueqi clan spoke up. It was Xueqi's southern peak. Trash, you don't have the right to sit alone. Lin Ling said directly. His words were filled with contempt. I'm trash. Xian Di was stunned. He was ranked 70 in the Intermediate Martial Arts Pavilion. He was trash? He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Moreover, the dragon's roar quietly bloomed, as if a dragon had been resurrected. Obviously, he was using his powerful heaven-grade talent to let Lin Ling know who was the trash. Unfortunately, he was indeed trash. Compared to Lin Ling in terms of talent, he was far too inferior. Sensing the dragon's aura enveloping his body, Lin Ling sneered. The ancient god emperor appeared behind him and his heaven-grade 10th grade talent was unleashed. Bang! A terrifying aura attacked. That heavenly emperor seemed to have seen the ancient god. His legs were unsteady and he fell to the ground in fright. As for the immortal emperors on the mountain peak, their expressions changed. It had to be known that in the Vine Leaf world, many people had guessed that Lin Ling's talent wasn't low, but as for what grade, no one could be sure. But now, everyone was sure that it was 10th grade heaven rank. Trash, are you still not going to scram? Lin Ling didn't care about the shock of the surrounding powerhouses. His voice was low and deep, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. He didn't have to be courteous to the Xueqi clan. I'll scram. That immortal emperor trembled with fear and fled in the end. Sit down, little flame, pour the wine. Lin Ling was the first to sit down. Then, he laughed heartily. Yes, big brother. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, and the others were very excited. Not everyone could be so bold and lawless in the Xian Di world. They all sat down, drank the wine, and ate the immortal peaches. They were in high spirits. As for Bai Yun Tiandi and the others, they felt like they were in a dream. They had never thought that they would be able to sit in the same place as the youngest Xian Di expert one day. Moreover, he ignored them and drank his own wine and ate his own food. This Lin Ling is indeed the boss of Little Flame and the others. Tyrant Xueqi thought to herself. The Xian Di experts around them were very shrewd, so they didn't act up for the time being. Instead, they whispered to each other as if they didn't care about Lin Ling's frivolity. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling's actions were just a clown's. As for the Xueqi family's table, 2 young men looked at Lin Ling coldly. Finally, one of them shouted, Xueqi Nanfeng, is this the Lin Ling you wanted to challenge? How did his talent reach the 10th grade of the heaven rank? At this moment, Xueqi Nanfeng's face was solemn. If he had 100% confidence in crushing Lin Ling at the beginning, now he only had 60% confidence. Heaven rank 10th grade talent. No wonder Lin Ling was so arrogant. Haha, but this person is brave but not smart. He dares to come here so arrogantly. He must think that he has great talent and can amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that a cultivator needs to hide his strength. A cultivator like this is not worth our concern. Another young man said indifferently. His appearance was exactly the same as the young man who spoke at the beginning. He was the twin dragons gang from the Xueqi family. These 2 powerful Xian Di were strong practitioners who had cultivated for 400 years. Their strength reached the heavens and earth. Even among the 5th degree realm of Wushang, there were few who could be their match. They were on par with the ancient Ji family's 4 jade water fairies, the supreme family's Jiu Yu Jiu, the Yi clan's Tai Lu Xian Di, and the crystal 7 talents. These Xian Di practitioners who had cultivated for less than 500 years were almost comparable to the supreme Xian Di, symbol ancestor and other strong practitioners. Don't worry. Although Lin Ling's talent has increased greatly, he is only in the 2nd degree realm of Wushang. As for me, I am in the 4th degree realm of Wushang and possess 11 laws. Oppressing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Moreover, Lin Ling is indeed too foolish. He shouldn't have revealed his talent so quickly. If he had used it at the crucial moment, perhaps there might be an unexpected effect. Xueqi Nanfeng quickly regained his confidence. He stared at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling had disappointed him. Unfortunately, How would he know that Lin Ling's heaven-ranked 10th grade was Lin Ling's final trump card? That's good. Many people are watching this gathering. We must spread the name of the divine dragon warrior. The two Twin Dragons Society members spoke out. The crowd continued to eat and drink. They knew that something was going to happen next. Outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain, those onlookers also had the same thought. They even knew that Lin Ling's goal today was to battle Xueqi Nanfeng. Mad God Lin Ling, you have drunk and eaten. Perhaps you should know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Suddenly, a Xiandi opened his mouth. He was one of the 4 jade water fairies, Xiandi. I'm sorry, I don't know the purpose of Xiandi's gathering. Lin Ling drank his wine and replied. Ha ha. The crowd laughed. Lin Ling dared to come here without knowing anything. What was the difference between such an action and coming here to die? This time, it's for the Xiandi Alliance. Many alliances will be discussed. Then, the Xiandi powerhouses will each choose an alliance suitable for them to join. After the demon invasion, they will resist the foreign enemies. Lu Susu rolled her eyes. Was that guy here to cause trouble? Oh, I understand. Lin Ling nodded in realization. No wonder there were so many powerhouses here. Since you don't even know this, what's your purpose here? Another Xiandi laughed. His tone was full of ridicule. Very simple. I had an appointment with someone before, but because I missed the time, someone spread the news and laughed at me everywhere. So, I came here today to accept the challenge. Lin Ling stopped drinking and said indifferently. Haha, didn't you say you didn't dare to fight? Why did you find an excuse to say you missed the time? You arrogantly asked for a challenge, but since you missed the time, it's normal for you to be laughed at. Do you know why we didn't stop you from coming here? It's not because we acknowledge your strength, but because we were waiting for the powerhouses to arrive. We were a little bored, so we wanted to find some entertainment for you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, those powerful Xiandi finally opened their mouths to mock him. Among them, many of their cultivations had reached Wu Shang's 5th degree realm. Naturally, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Only Wu Shang's 2nd degree realm. Although his innate talent is not bad, but it's better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, be careful not to kick an iron plate and die without knowing why. One of the handsome young men drank his wine and muttered to himself. Apparently, he was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling, human realm's hero. Chapter 1842. Battle at Xueqi Nanfeng. Haha. Many Xiandis began to laugh mockingly as well. These fellows actually think that Lin Ling is an entertainer who drinks to liven things up? Lu Susu couldn't help but frown when she saw the experts mocking Lin Ling. She was about to speak when Lin Yanchen waved her hands at her. There are too many experts here. If you stand up for Lin Ling, you will bring more trouble to Lin Ling. After all, the Crystal 7 talents like you very much. Lu Susu fell silent instantly when she heard this. Sometimes if she didn't help, she would indeed bring trouble to Lin Ling. Especially the Crystal 7 talents. The 7 lecherous Xiandis weren't pushovers. However, just as everyone was mocking him, a chuckling voice drifted over. Although Wu Shang is only at the 2nd stage, it won't be difficult for him to kill you, who is only at the 5th stage of Wu Shang. Boom. This voice caused the entire mountain peak to fall silent. This was because the person who had spoken was Lin Ling. Furthermore, he had said this to one of the Crystal 7 talents. Such words were simply boasting shamelessly and even seeking death. How dare a mere Lin Ling say that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Crystal 7 talents? Gradually, an oppressive atmosphere spread. All the experts tacitly fell silent. Obviously, they knew that Lin Ling's words had completely offended the Crystal 7 talents. Haha, that's a good joke. However, to everyone's surprise, the handsome young man fiddled with his wine glass and didn't show any signs of anger. He seemed to treat Lin Ling's words as a joke. The crowd was stunned before they burst into laughter. Indeed, this was a joke. Lin Ling, do you know that you are talking to the Crystal 7 talents? Do you think you have the right to meet him? You're not even my match. You only know how to spout nonsense. At this time, Xueqi Nanfeng stood up and finally decided to fight. In the beginning, Lin Ling didn't dare to fight against Lin Ling. This caused the entire human world to laugh at Mad God Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had finally arrived. However, this was also according to his wishes. If he could defeat Mad God Lin Ling, not only would Lin Ling be ridiculed even more, but the southern Xianyuan peak would also become even more famous. Although it's just drinking to liven things up, how can a battle between warriors be a spar? So if we're going to fight, we'll fight to the death. Those who die will be thrown into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beasts. One of the members of the Twin Dragon Society said calmly, but his words were extremely vicious, as if the loser would become nourishment for the desolate beast. However, this ruthlessness wasn't limited to just one person. Another person beside him also said, if you don't want to fight, then throw him into the ancient lake to feed the desolate beast. A moment later, those immortal emperors coldly laughed. Wanting to step into their world? This wasn't a place where one could come and go as they pleased. Right now, Lin Ling could be considered to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. Whether he fought or not, he would still die. What a ruthless method! As for the crowd far away from Heavenly Shaman Mountain, their expressions changed dramatically. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had arrived with such great fanfare. He shouldn't be afraid of this battle. As you wish. How could Lin Ling not know their tricks? He sneered and slowly stood up. Shenyuan Nanfeng also walked forward step by step, at the same time saying indifferently, I'm not the trash Xiandi you defeated previously. I'm one of the 5 heavenly monarchs. In the past, I was one of the 5 strongest heavenly emperors. Today, I'm also an existence that can't be underestimated in Xiandi world. Don't think that you can be lawless just because you have a 10th grade heaven rank talent. It's just that some people aren't like you, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lin Ling was startled. He was bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Isn't that so? You only dare to bully those first-degree Xiandi from Wusheng world. When you meet me, the Xiandi from the Twin Dragon Society and the Crystal 7 Talents, you don't dare to be arrogant. Shenyuan Nanfeng stopped walking and stood 10 meters away from Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled again, but he was too lazy to explain. He said, that's right. I'm bullying the weak and fearing the strong. I'm not as low-key as you. You're strong but you don't bully the weak. Today, because I'm too arrogant and caused you to be dissatisfied, you came out to defeat me, right? You're right. Shenyuan Nanfeng nodded indifferently. Lin Ling shook his head. Then let's start. Since you said that I'm arrogant and fearing the strong, then I'll be arrogant to the end. I'll let you have 3 moves. Boom. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone's heart was struck by lightning. With a difference of 2 realms, Lin Ling actually let him have 3 moves? Although his talent was stronger, talent didn't mean everything. Idiot. Do you think you can defeat your opponent with pressure just because your talent is strong? If a true expert doesn't have a law, then it's useless no matter how strong his talent is. This Lin Ling doesn't look like a knowledgeable cultivator. Arrogant soldiers are bound to lose. One of the Crystal 7 Talents snorted coldly. Previously, he even burst out with a 10th grade heaven rank talent. He won't hold back. He's too straightforward, he won't be able to achieve anything. Another person shook his head. On the mountain peak, the experts were discussing with ridicule and disdain. Even Shenyuan Nanfeng was shaking his head. He won this battle too easily. You'll regret it. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. Shenyuan Nanfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He erupted with his full strength and released his law. An ancient mountain peak appeared behind him, soaring to the sky, and a divine dragon in the sky. According to legend, the height of a mountain didn't matter, as long as there was a dragon. South of the South Mountain, peak among peaks, dragon among dragons. One of the 5 heavenly monarchs in the past, today's genius with the title Xiandi, he's fighting the #1 heavenly emperor, Mad God Lin Ling. I wonder who will win. That's nonsense. Shenyuan Nanfeng will definitely win. Yes, although Lin Ling can also defeat Xiandi, don't forget that when Lin Ling became the #1 heavenly emperor, Shenyuan Nanfeng was already titled Xiandi. The crowd in the distance was extremely excited. They were witnessing the battle of the most talented geniuses that they had missed. First move, south of the South Mountain. An ancient voice sounded, and the law descended. A mountain within a mountain appeared, suppressing Lin Ling. The ancient mountain appeared around Lin Ling, and smoke filled the air. It turned into a huge mountain in the shape of a dragon, sealing off Lin Ling's space. Even the void was sealed. This is a law-locking martial art. Lu Susu frowned as she stared at the majestic scene. Since the development of law martial arts to this day, there had already been several domains. It was no longer a simple clash between the strong. Sometimes, there would be schemes within schemes, as well as attack methods such as superimposing the power of law. As for law-locking martial arts, the power of law was not strong. Its only advantage was to seal Lin Ling. Moreover, this was only the first step. The second and third steps were the most terrifying. Second move, peak among peaks. Another law descended, and there were as many as 3. An ancient mountain fell from the sky, forming a triangle as if to suppress the earth. It was said that this peak among peaks was extremely powerful. If it suppressed an expert, it could last for 500 years. Moreover, the suppressed expert could not use any law, such as stepping into the void, shrinking, or using the power of wind, fire, and thunder. These could not shake the peak among peaks. This was an extremely powerful domain of law-locking martial arts. Dragon among dragons. An ancient azure dragon roared out. Its dragon horns were majestic and its azure scales were shocking to the eye. After circling in the sky, it coiled around the mountain peak. Inside the mountain peak, Lin Ling was trapped and suppressed by the mountain peak. In the end, he was going to be swept to death by the azure dragon. This was a law-locking martial art. Chapter 1843. Defeating the enemy in one move, good. Such terrifying power of law. Even if the gods of the 9 heavens were suppressed in the mountain, he would still die. Yes, Lin Ling only has this kind of strength, and he actually gave him 3 moves? Yes. Outside of the Heavenly Witch Mountain, on the summit, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, the azure dragon was constantly circling the ancient mountain. At first, it was slow, but in the end, it reached a terrifying speed. It was like a spinning fan, cutting through space and everything. Defeat. Yes. Following Xueqi's southern peak's last figure, the azure dragon's roar was deafening. It was as if a passage to the devil world had been opened. The people in the distance were shocked. Lin Ling might have been torn to pieces by the azure dragon. Reverse for me. However, at this time, a loud voice suddenly resounded. The azure dragon's speed suddenly stopped, and then it began to rotate in an anti-clockwise direction. The ancient mountains suddenly exploded, and rocks flew everywhere. An ancient god-emperor's figure walked out, and a dragon's roar resounded. The power of 11 laws is too weak. Yes. The cold voice was like thunder, and it caused the wind and clouds to blow. Under countless gazes, a dragon's claw appeared. The blue-robed youth actually grabbed the huge azure dragon, and then fiercely clenched it. Dragon against dragon, the scene in front of them proved what a real divine dragon warrior was. Everyone's jaws dropped. Xueqi Nanfeng used a law-locking martial art, but Lin Ling used an immortal emperor's other battle tactic, which was also the simplest one. It was a head-on clash and a direct destruction. However, in order to directly destroy the opponent, one's strength must be twice as strong as Xueqi's southern peak. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was only Wu Shang's second layer. How could they know that at this moment, Lin Ling was using the Dragon Claw and the ancient God Emperor's power of 19 universes? Even the geniuses from the 18 islands couldn't stop this attack. Xueqi Nanfeng's cultivation couldn't compare to these geniuses. So how could he be a match for Lin Ling? Lin Ling was determined to prove himself today. The Dragon Claw in his left hand roared, as if his left hand was a dragon. You said before that you were strong, but you never bullied the weak. Today, because I was too arrogant, I made you unhappy. That's why you came out in a low-key manner to defeat me. Lin Ling's mocking voice was like the crisp sound of a slap. The slap on Xueqi Nanfeng's face was undoubtedly extremely painful. He, Xueqi Nanfeng, thought that he was very strong, so he mocked Lin Ling for bullying the weak. But now, what qualifications did he have to say those words? He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. In fact, he was also weak. 2 spatial laws, plus physical strength and a 10th grade heaven realm talent? The powerful Xian Di frowned. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card was his talent, but obviously, Lin Ling was also very strong in other areas. You lost. Ignoring the shock around him, Lin Ling took a step forward, and the dragon claw fiercely clawed out. The space cracked open, and two beautiful worlds appeared. No one knew which world they were from. Xueqi Nanfeng's expression changed. He couldn't defeat Lin Ling in 3 moves, and Lin Ling's one move made him feel extremely pressured. There were 2 reasons for this. First, Lin Ling's talent was higher than his. Second, Lin Ling's physical body was too strong, and no one among the young Xiandi could compare. Third, a strong physical body combined with the fusion of laws made this dragon claw even more terrifying. I admit defeat. Xueqi Nanfeng kept retreating. He was a little scared. Everyone was dumbfounded. At first, they mocked Lin Ling for a reason. Before the end of the Vine Leaf World, Lin Ling was only the first heavenly emperor, and Xueqi Nanfeng's title was Xiandi. In the following half a month, Lin Ling's strength was limited. However, who knew that Lin Ling would exceed the norm? In half a month, his strength would increase greatly, and he would suppress Xueqi Nanfeng. Of course, there were also people who guessed that Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly in the Vine Leaf World, but he had only shown it now. Because it was impossible for his strength to increase greatly in half a month. He admitted defeat. You still dare to mess around? Seeing Lin Ling pounce towards Xueqi Nanfeng, someone immediately spoke. It was the Twin Dragons gang. Ironically, it was the Twin Dragons gang that forced Lin Ling to fight, and now it was the Twin Dragons gang that interrupted the battle. Lin Ling sneered. His goal was simple. Defeating Xueqi Nanfeng was only one of his goals. Fighting for a seat in the human world was his most important goal. Because if he didn't fight for a seat, there would be endless trouble. For example, today, Tian Shui brought people to the rainforest sacred land to cause trouble. Therefore, he didn't stop. How dare you? The Twin Dragons gang youth was finally furious. Xueqi Nanfeng was even more flustered. He was sure that Lin Ling had missed the time, and he wasn't afraid of fighting with him. Rumble! The dragon claw shone brightly, and the spatial laws also arrived. It swept across Xueqi Nanfeng, making him spit out blood as if he had been hit by a dragon's head. His body emitted the sound of breaking bones, and then he floated towards the ancient lake in the distance like a kite with a broken string. Roar! There were many wild beasts in the ancient lake, and they swallowed Xueqi Nanfeng in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked, especially the titled celestial emperors. Their mouths were wide open, and they even forgot to breathe. Xueqi Nanfeng, one of the 5 celestial emperors in the past, was one of the 5 geniuses of the celestial emperor world. After stepping into the Xiandi world, he wasn't weak because of his talent. But now, he was defeated in one move. This battle undoubtedly made Lin Ling's brilliance reach its peak. Who would dare to provoke mad god Lin Ling? As for the Xiandi world, their faces were solemn. If they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes at the beginning, who would dare to now? This was because Lin Ling's strength was above average in this group of people. Of course, the most terrifying thing was Lin Ling's growth speed. He defeated a Xiandi world genius in half a month. What if he was given another half a year? Then they would all have to stand aside. It was just an agreed battle, but you killed him. Even if he admitted defeat, you still wanted to kill him. Do you think we don't exist? The youth from the Twin Dragon Society shouted angrily. He raised his hands high and a golden dragon sat cross-legged above his head. It was as if it was a treasure dragon. Twin Dragon Society, that's one of the twin dragons, Xueqi. Many people narrowed their eyes, but they weren't surprised that Xueqi made a move. If he didn't, they would be surprised because the Twin Dragon Society and Xueqi Nanfeng were from the same family. Xueqi, don't forget the purpose of this gathering at Heavenly Witch Mountain. Lu Susu quickly said. Xueqi was a 5th stage expert of Wushang World and a 9th grade heaven-ranked talent. Lin Ling couldn't win. He's so arrogant. I don't think he's afraid of fighting with me. Lu Susu, you'd better not bother about us men's battle. Before Xueqi said anything, another youth from the Twin Dragon Society said sinisterly. His name was Xueqi Li and his words were full of arrogance. He raised Lin Ling up high so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to back down. If Lin Ling refused, then he could use words to suppress Lin Ling. People from the Xueqi clan don't keep their promises. I'm used to it. Senior Lu Susu, if he wants to come, then let him come. I want to see what ability this Twin Dragon Society has. Chapter 1844. Twin Dragons Converge, You Have Guts. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. I admire you. Take this. Xueqi Kuan sneered and pushed out his golden dragon. Comparing guts. I'm definitely more gutsy than you. Unlike you, you're just a clown. Humph. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to understand Xueqi Kuan's humble words and scolded him. Flames appeared on his dragon claws, cold and hot, forming the power of law. Who is this person? He's crazy enough to fight with the Twin Dragons gang. Is he looking for death? Humph. It's Mad God Lin Ling. Humph. He's crazy. Humph. Another large number of Xiandi arrived and they were all shocked. Today, their immortal emperor's world had a mad god that could battle the heavens and the earth. Not necessarily. Humph. Among the Xiandi experts, a young man smiled faintly. He was Blazing Angel. He and Lin Ling had just arrived at the Heavenly Witch Mountain, and Blazing Angel was slower. However, when he saw Lin Ling suppressing the crowd, he understood Lin Ling's intentions. It seemed that Lin Ling wanted to seize a seat in the human realm. As for Lin Ling's strength, other than a few monsters in Wu Shang's fifth realm, there weren't many who were Lin Ling's match. Sure enough, as he guessed, Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King appeared and clashed with the Golden Dragon. It actually suppressed the Golden Dragon and made it almost collapse. Seeing this scene, the entire mountain peak and outside the Heavenly Witch Mountain fell into a dead silence. One must know that Xueqi Kuan refused to accept Lin Ling's rise, so he wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson with the attitude of a senior. However, everyone knew that he didn't have the qualifications to call himself a senior in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier than before. What kind of fire is this? Why is it so strong even though it doesn't have much power of law? Humph. Those top-notch Xiandi sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength at the beginning, they were now horrified. You fought with me on Shenyuan Southern Peak, and after you won, you killed me to silence me. Is this the Grand Xiandi? The other Shenyuan Li saw that the situation was not right, so he immediately joined the battle, but before he made his move, he also found an excuse for himself. I'll silence you? Do you have a pair of dog eyes? All I did was kick him out of the Heavenly Witch Mountain. Who knew that he would be swallowed by the ancient lake desolate beast? He can only blame it on his luck. Lin Ling's sneer deepened, but he was still as carefree as before. How could Lin Ling not know what the opponent was thinking? He taunted again. If you want to fight, then come. Why bother finding some hypocritical excuse? Crazy! If Heavenly Emperor powerhouses knew about Lin Ling's craziness, then now, Xiandi powerhouses also knew how crazy Lin Ling was. One had to know that the so-called Twin Dragons Association was born from the same womb. According to legend, the two were born from dragon eggs. Only by combining the power of gold and silver would the two be able to merge. Once they merged, their strength would increase greatly. There were not many present who were his match. Then go to hell for me. Ha! Xueqi Li also did not want to talk nonsense. His two heads held up the sky, and the silver dragon hovered in the sky, also releasing a treasure light. The entire sky was silver at this moment, then it swept towards Lin Ling. In this way, the gold and silver dragons merged, and the treasure light shone brightly. For a time, the great battle of the ancient dragon on the mountain peak made countless people's blood boil with anticipation. And with the addition of Xueqi Li, Lin Ling immediately felt the pressure. When the two joined forces, the power of law reached 25. This was an extremely strange law that could merge with each other, and Lin Ling's fire law only had 4. It was obviously very difficult to win in a head-on clash. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the gold and silver dragons, wanting to find the flaw of the law. Gradually, the Eye of Time and Li Xiaoyao's memories appeared, making his eyes light up. Soaring Dragon Universe. Erupting all the fire law, Lin Ling let the Fire Dragon King become even bigger and rush towards a certain direction. Rumble! The Fire Dragon King seemed to have incarnated the great law of fire. From the looks of its body, it was obviously more terrifying than the gold and silver dragons. He only has 4 laws. Why is it so huge? Those powerful Xiandi powerhouses were shocked again, and in their eyes, the Fire Dragon King did not meet the gold and silver dragons head-on. Instead, it swept towards the place where the two dragons converged, forcing the two dragons to separate. Once separated, the gold and silver dragons could not merge the power of law. Destroy for me! Lin Ling controlled the Fire Dragon King to sweep the Gold Dragon away. First to deal with the Gold Dragon, he would undoubtedly seize the initiative. Shenyuan Kuan's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Lin Ling's eyes to be so sharp, breaking the convergence of the two dragons, causing the north and south to be separated. Now that the Gold Dragon was entangled by the Fire Dragon King, he felt that the Gold Dragon's aura was greatly weakened. "Brother, help me!" Shenyuan Kuan shouted, his voice startling the crowd. Shenyuan Kuan was actually panicking? The two of them were fighting one person, and the one who had the upper hand was Lin Ling? This was too unbelievable. Evil demon dares to be so arrogant. Shenyuan Li reacted and controlled the silver dragon to rush towards the ancient dragon battle in the sky. But it was obviously too late. After the Fire Dragon King swept the Gold Dragon away, it seemed to have a spirit. It raised its head high and looked down at the silver dragon that was rushing over, and actually made the silver dragon not dare to swim a step forward. "Destroy!" Lin Ling spat out a word. The White Fire Dragon King roared, and the hell of the underworld descended. The extreme yin and extreme yang rushed towards the silver dragon. Shenyuan Li's expression changed greatly. He continued to push out the laws, making the silver dragon circle around the heavenly witch mountain to avoid the Fire Dragon King's power. However, everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before the silver dragon was annihilated. Sure enough, it only lasted for a stick of incense's time before the silver dragon turned into endless silver light and disappeared. The Fire Dragon King's roar shook the heavens and earth. The Twin Dragons gang defeated. The crowd was silent again. Lin Ling defeated the Twin Dragons gang by himself? He only caught them off guard and made the convergence of the two dragons fail. If the two dragons had converged, they would not have been able to defeat the Twin Dragons gang with just 4 laws. At this time, a cold voice sounded. The silent youth who had been drinking finally threw away his wine cup. He held his sword and stood up, as if he was strolling through the sky. The strange thing was that his speed was not fast, but it gave people a very mysterious feeling. This was one of the Crystal 7 Talents, Xian Di. According to legend, the Crystal 7 Talents were titled by the human realm's highest Deacon Palace. Each of them had God-level talent and were extremely terrifying existences. God-level talent, who among the Xian Di had reached this level of talent? Crystal Sword. As the young man roared, endless light gathered in his hand like fireflies, forming a terrifying sword. His steps were not fast as he slashed his sword at Lin Ling. In reality, his speed was extremely fast because he had slowed down the flow of space around him. That was why he looked slow. You said before that Wu Shang Yu, who is in the second realm, could kill me like killing a dog. Now I want to see. When everyone heard this, they knew that the Crystal 7 Talents were angry at Lin Ling's arrogant words from before. You want to see? Sure, but everyone who wants to see will end up like Shenyuan Nanfeng and the Twin Dragons gang. You will not be the last. Looking at the youth in the sky, Lin Ling said indifferently. These words undoubtedly made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Everyone could see that Lin Ling's power of laws had completely erupted. Now that he no longer had any laws, he was actually not afraid of the Crystal 7 Talents? I will definitely be the last person who can end your light. The crystal sword became more and more dazzling and sharp, forming the power of 20 laws. Chapter 1845. Desolation's arrival. We, the Crystal 7 Talents, don't have any backing behind us and relied on our own hard work to finally gain the attention of the highest authority in the realm. In front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. His sword had already been drawn and he wanted to battle Lin Ling. The crowd was looking forward to it even more. Those who admired Lin Ling started to worry, and those who couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die started to laugh even more coldly. But just as the Crystal 7 Talents were getting closer to Lin Ling, his footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked deeply at Lin Ling. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling's blue long robe fluttered as his long hair fluttered in the wind. His clear eyes were filled with determination, and his right hand was already touching the ancient sword behind his back as though he was waiting for the Crystal 7 Talents to draw their swords. Time seemed to have stopped as the scene was extremely shocking. In the sky, the arrogant swordsman drew his sword, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth held his sword as though the strongest swordsmen were clashing. Today is the day Xian Di is gathered, and I'm not the main character. However, moments later, the youth in the sky spat out a sentence and left with his sword. Boom! On seeing this scene, Everyone was shocked as they didn't know what had happened. After all, swords were drawn and bows were about to be drawn, but in the next moment, the raging storm had retreated. Who wouldn't be shocked by such an outcome? Momentarily, everyone started to discuss and make guesses. If it was really because of the gathering of Xueqi, then why did the Crystal Seven Talents draw their swords, and when they were about to slash Lin Ling, they kept their swords? Obviously, the reason was not like this. Only the Crystal Seven Talents knew that he couldn't draw his sword earlier because at the moment he drew his sword, a natural instinct told him that it was dangerous to get close to Lin Ling. The reason was that the sword behind Lin Ling's back was even sharper. So he didn't dare to take the risk. When a swordsman drew his sword, it was either you die or I die. Initially, he couldn't stand Lin Ling's arrogance, but if Lin Ling had enough ability to be arrogant, then he wouldn't dare to say anything. This made him recall what Lin Ling said earlier. As Wu Shang's second-degree realm, it wasn't difficult for him to kill the youth. In this case, there was indeed such a possibility. Whereas Lin Ling's hand, which was holding the peerless god sword, also loosened. Previously he was waiting for the other party to draw his sword as he prepared to unleash a fatal blow, but the other party's reaction was quick and gave up, so Lin Ling didn't bother to follow up the victory to pursue the attack. Because his motive today was to snatch Xueqi's position, and now, this goal was achieved. However, the result was indeed so. The powerful immortal emperors on the mountain peak all had solemn expressions. Regardless of whether they admitted it or not, they had already acknowledged Lin Ling's position in their hearts. Lin Ling was now a titled celestial emperor. But today At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A young man in a red robe looked down with a smile. He was arrogant and unruly, and his smile carried a touch of cynicism. Everyone stared at the young man and their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the entire Heavenly Witch Mountain was in an uproar. Although they didn't know who that person was, he must have a strong background to dare to speak in such a manner in the powerful Xueqi world. The son of Huang has descended to the mortal world. It is said that he is the reincarnation of the #1 emperor from the desolate, ancient and recent ancient eras. Finally, someone exclaimed in horror. The #1 emperor from the 4 great eras. In the long history of the 4 great eras, there were emperors who ruled the mortal world. However, the one who was recognized as the strongest and was remembered by some ancient figures was only that man. Carefree world. Li Xiaoyao. The whole world was in a heated discussion. Many people didn't know who Li Xiaoyao was, but after hearing it from others, they were all shocked. It was said that one of the ancient figures in the Deacon Palace was Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that the Firmament Sword Immortal was also Li Xiaoyao's disciple. It was said that Li Xiaoyao left his footprints in the Ghost Realm and Demon Realm. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation. Lin Ling listened to the voices around him and his expression changed slightly. Not bad, not bad. Are you interested in following me? The red-robed youth in the sky smiled and stared at Lin Ling obviously. He was very interested in the strength that Lin Ling displayed before. Thank you, but I like to travel alone. Lin Ling smiled and rejected the other party. He was even more shocked. Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation actually appeared? However, he was too lazy to say it out loud. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Instead, it would put him in danger. Lin Ling, rejecting the son of Huang is rejecting the best opportunity to grow. However, if you agree, you won't be Lin Ling. At this time, another voice drifted out. The sky suddenly became oppressive and murderous. Then, a young man appeared indifferently. It was Xiaoyao Tianzi. Another son of Huang has arrived. Xiaoyao Tianzi. Many people knew this person. To many people, Xiaoyao Tianzi was very mysterious. No one knew how he grew. Anyone who went against him was said to be dead and devoured by him. Not long ago, there was even a rumor that he devoured his own master. However, what surprised many Xueqi was that Xiaoyao Tianzi actually knew Lin Ling. One must know that although Lin Ling was powerful, Xiaoyao Tianzi was the son of Huang. The two of them were not from the same world. Lin Ling smiled. Although he was surprised that Xiaoyao Tianzi was the son of Huang, he felt that it was normal. Because in this world, Xiaoyao Tianzi was one of the people that he couldn't see through. Although I know it's useless to ask, Xueqi is forming an alliance today. Are you interested in joining my alliance? Xiaoyao Tianzi walked down and smiled again. I like to travel alone, so I don't plan to join any alliance. Lin Ling smiled and refused. Xiao Yao Tianzi also smiled. You and I are considered friends. Are you not going to give me face? His words were mostly joking, but for some reason, Lin Ling felt that there was a hint of killing intent in his words. There was even a hint of excitement. It was as if Xiao Yao Tianzi was very happy and excited to see Lin Ling. Friends are friends, alliance is alliance. I'm used to being lazy. How can I accept being bound? Lin Ling replied calmly. Hee, then forget it. I hope you and I can join hands when the demon race invades. Xiao Yao Tianzi waved his hand indifferently and sat down at a banquet. On the heavenly witch mountain, they, the sons of Huang, already had their own seats. Xian Di secretly gritted his teeth. Xiao Yao Tianzi only talked to Lin Ling. It was as if Lin Ling was the Xian Di that Xiao Yao Tianzi valued. The other Xian Di were like ants. This kind of treatment was very unpleasant. Fallen Mortal took a deep look at Lin Ling and walked into the banquet with a smile. He knew that Xiao Yao Tianzi had told him that Lin Ling was his friend. If he wanted to touch Lin Ling, he had to think twice. Although Fallen Mortal didn't fear Xiao Yao Tianzi, he wouldn't offend Xiao Yao Tianzi for a Lin Ling. He was a little curious. Why was Lin Ling valued by Xiao Yao Tianzi? Everyone sat back down and whispered to each other. Chapter 1846. Heaven-chosen martial prowess, Xian Di powerhouses, the strongest fighting force in the human world pyramid. When the demon race invades, they must summon millions of powerhouses. The human world's highest administrator palace originally wanted to let the Xian Di alliance be led by a stronger Xian Di. But considering the fact that the Xian Di powerhouses are arrogant, they can't be easily led. So the human world's big shots think that the Xian Di can be divided into several alliances to resist the demon race's invasion. Lu Susu saw everyone sit down and slowly said. Many immortal emperors nodded. Fallen Dust looked at Lu Susu with interest. If big sister Lu wants to join some alliance, little brother will also join. He was still frivolous and his words were full of ridicule. Hee. Lord Fallen Mortal is teasing sister. Let me remind you, there are human world's big shots watching here. Especially the Martial Pavilion's big shot. Lu Susu replied with a smile, making Fallen Mortal smile and restrain himself. Obviously, after the Sons of Desolation arrived, the human world's big shots also began to pay attention here. Haha, I'm not late, am I? At this time, there was another voice in the sky. The power of laws spread out and several figures appeared, forming a rolling storm. Heaven-chosen martial prowess, Wanyan Xian Di. Fallen Mortal and Prince Xiao Yao stood up at the same time, emitting battle intent. Their auras collided. Countless people felt the pressure increase and retreated. Even the Xian Di powerhouses on the mountain peak were pale. They knew that the Sons of Desolation were colliding with their auras. Obviously, the Sons of Desolation were not on good terms with each other. They were fighting openly and secretly. God-ranked talent? Other than the Crystal 7 talents, everyone can't resist. The Twin Dragons Union, the Jade Water 4 Fairies, the Iron Reed Xian Di, and other powerful geniuses, all gritted their teeth and endured. If there was an exception, it would be the Crystal 7 heroes. They obviously weren't as embarrassed as Xian Di. One of them swept his gaze over the crowd, and his gaze fell on Lin Ling. He was surprised to discover that Lin Ling was also calm and collected, and he didn't have any reaction. This surprised him. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of divine-level talent? If you want to fight, let's fight tomorrow. That lord is watching this place. A moment later, the terrifying aura in the sky dissipated. The carefree and unruly man walked down with large strides. Behind him were 3 figures. 2 of them were women. One was as lively as a lotus, and the other was as cold as a snow mountain. They were all first-class beauties. The 2 women were holding hands with a child. The child had delicate features and was extremely cute. As for Lin Ling, he stared at the 2 women and his entire body trembled. They were Yu Yu and Yuer. He immediately became excited. He never thought that he would be able to meet Yu Yu and the others here. Whoosh! Lin Ling immediately stood up and shouted, Yu Yu, senior sister Yuera. This sentence was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. After all, when the Son of Desolation arrived, all the Xian Di remained silent. However, Lin Ling dared to speak. This was simply disregarding the Son of Desolation. Moreover, He couldn't see through himself. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes. He strode forward. At the same time, the two women behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior changed their expressions, and they both laughed excitedly. Their smiles were very beautiful, as if it would be unforgettable for a lifetime. They walked out from behind the heaven-blessed martial warrior, and quickly ran toward Lin Ling. It's him. The heaven-blessed martial warrior was shocked. He wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare to because the two women's status wasn't lower than his. They were the daughters of that lord. Everyone was silent. In their eyes, Lin Ling and the two women hugged each other. Although the atmosphere was harmonious, people couldn't help but secretly worry, especially fallen mortal and Prince Xiaoyao. They knew that the heaven-blessed martial warrior was a strange man who had always liked the two women. It was just that he had been pursuing them bitterly all this time to no avail. They had seen the heaven-blessed martial warrior with the two women in several places. Moreover, he was extremely polite to the two women, as if they were bodyguards. But now, the two women had sought refuge in the arms of another man in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the heaven-blessed martial warrior. Brother Ling, you've lost weight. At this moment, Yu didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes. She hugged Lin Ling excitedly. At present, she still had the liveliness of a young girl, but she had the charm of a woman and appeared extremely gentle. We've been looking for you. And Yuer was so emotional that her beautiful eyes were wet. Although they had brushed past each other last time, she didn't blame Lin Ling because she also knew the responsibility Lin Ling shouldered. She even secretly collected everything about Lin Ling. When she knew that Lin Ling was the true martial realm Seal King, that Lin Ling stepped into the fire race, that Lin Ling fought in the Forbidden City, that Lin Ling rose in the Vine Leaf world, all of these made her proud and excited. Because she knew that as Lin Ling continued to rise, Lin Ling would find them. Therefore, she had been waiting for the man who saved her in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to take her back. No matter what kind of existence she was in the ancient Yanggu Immortal Plateau, she knew that she was Lin Ling's woman. Yu, senior sister you are. Lin Ling's eyes were a bit wet. In fact, he was arrogant and let the entire mortal world know that he was mad god Lin Ling. Part of the reason was that he, Lin Ling, was qualified to see his wife. He was very clear that in this world, strength was respected. Without strength, even if he saw his wife, he might not be able to bring her back. Therefore he had been working hard, and now, he had the qualifications. He looked at the two women and seemed to have returned to the beginning of his dream, to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, to the Gu Yen sect, and to the vows that the young man and woman made. The three hugged and cherished that hard-earned moment. Many people's eyes flashed. They could see that the three were very close. Brother Ling, this is Er. At this time, Yu suddenly smiled and pulled out a 10-year-old child from behind. This child was delicate and handsome, and his facial features were similar to Lin Ling's. He looked at Lin Ling blankly. Although it was the first time he saw Lin Ling, his mother and second mother often told him about his father's pride. Therefore, he had been worshipping his father since he was young. Now, he finally saw his father. In his eyes, his father was tall, imposing, and had a smile on his face, which made him less nervous. At the same time, a kind of kinship that blood was thicker than water spontaneously arose. Although he was unfamiliar, he seemed to have seen this man in his dreams. Lin Yi, my son Lin Yi. Lin Ling was incoherent. His son Lin Yi, he also had a son. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. Subconsciously, Lin Ling hugged Lin Yi and kissed him heavily on the face. Yu and Yuer, and the others smiled with gratification. Their family was finally reunited. Father! Lin Yi shouted subconsciously. Then he hugged his father, his heart filled with joy. The crowd stared at Lin Ling's family reunion and were astonished. This Lin Ling was used to being arrogant. He actually had a family reunion in Xiandi. This was simply unprecedented. Chapter 1847. Retreat in the Face of Difficulties. Yu and Yuer are the daughters of that lord, and Yi is the grandson of that lord. You don't have the right to get close to them. Finally, Tianzong martial artist said coldly. What are you talking about? We are Lin Ling's wives. Why is Lin Ling not qualified? As soon as he finished speaking, Yu and Yuer shouted angrily. Tianzong furrowed his brows and became furious. All this time, he and Yu treated each other with respect. Wanyan Xiandi was like a brother to him. But after Lin Ling appeared, their relationship was broken. It was all because of Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling get Yu and Yuer? Xiandi, I know you treat us well and we treat you as a brother. But you have to know that he is our husband. When we were young, he was the one who protected us. And Yuer said. In fact, she also knew that Tianzong martial artist and that lord had been lying to them. But they endured it. Tianzong martial artist's face became gloomier. He felt that Xiandi was laughing at him. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Yi. How does Uncle Xiandi treat you? Yes. Uncle Xiandi treats me very well. Yes. Lin Yi replied immediately. Do you still want to follow Uncle Xiandi? Tianzong martial artist asked again. Yes. Lin Yi thought for a moment and finally looked at Lin Ling. He said slowly, I want to follow father. After all, he is my father. Yes. Yes. Tianzong martial artist's face changed again. He finally knew that it was impossible to change Yu and Yuer's minds. He could only look at Lin Ling and say, Lin Ling, do you think you are qualified to have them? You're just a mere Xiandi. You're just the king of mortals. You're just a weak little Wu Shang in the second-degree realm. Do you even have the face? They are the daughters of that lord who felt like old friends at first sight. They are proud daughters of the heavens. If you feel inferior, if you have self-awareness, you should leave them. Don't delay their future. He couldn't change Yu and the others' opinions, but he could make Lin Ling back off. Take a good look at yourself. Heaven-blessed martial god stood up and unleashed his powerful aura, telling Lin Ling the difference between him and Lin Ling. The atmosphere of the entire heavenly shaman mountain suddenly became oppressive. The crowd didn't expect that Lin Ling would start fighting with Desolate Sun right after he gained a firm foothold in the human world. And the Son of Desolation was the most valued existence in the human world. After the demon invasion, he was bound to be an absolute fighting force. Could Lin Ling compare? Lin Ling, you'd better give up. It's better to look at yourself clearly. Are you qualified to compete with the heaven-blessed martial artist? Shameless boasting. Many Xiandi in the heavenly shaman mountain also shouted coldly. Although Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated, with Desolate Sun here, why should they fear Lin Ling? And Son of Heaven, fallen mortal, and the others watched this scene with great interest. Lin Ling wanted to take back his family, but it depended on whether he was qualified or not. The voices all around were like waves. Lin Ling looked at Yu and found that they were as firm as ever. Even if Lin Ling was now a cripple, they would always follow Lin Ling. Then Lin Ling looked at Lin Yi and found that Lin Yi secretly clenched his fists. The child obviously didn't want his father to be humiliated. Lin Ling smiled. He was Yu's husband, Lin Yi's father. How could he not be qualified? Who could break up his family? He had been working hard for this day. This time, he also had enough qualifications to challenge Desolate Sun, challenge all those who looked down on him. You, how can you become Desolate Sun? Finally, Lin Ling spoke, causing the heavenly shaman mountain to become silent. Haha, I have god-tier talent, endless potential, the most valued genius of the human world's highest attendant palace. In the future, I will protect the entire human world, so I became Desolate Sun. This is my qualification. Tianzong laughed mockingly. A mere Xiandi actually dared to ask him why he became Desolate Sun. He simply couldn't see through himself. You're not the only one with god-tier talent. Lin Ling sneered and stretched out his left hand. The yellow spring flame bloomed without holding back. The white flame was shocking, as if the yellow spring great emperor had descended. In that instant, the entire heavenly shaman mountain became silent. The twin dragons' union finally understood why they lost before. Tianzong's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had god-tier talent? God-tier talent was no small matter. For example, Xiandi's Crystal 7 talents were valued by the human world's highest attendant palace because they had god-tier talent. And Lin Ling also had god-tier talent, which meant that the human world's highest attendant palace also valued him. You say that I'm the king of mortals? But even if I'm the king of mortals, there are still many people in this world who support me. There are many who view me with importance. Qin Wentian continued. Shouted Lin Ling again. For his family, for Lin Ling, for Yu. He would tell the whole world what kind of potential he had, what kind of strength he had. He would show them everything. His family would be proud of him. Emperor Shou of the 7 Emperors supports Lin Ling. Emperor Yu supports Lin Ling. Emperor Qing Jing supports Lin Ling. Emperor Duo Wen supports Lin Ling. 2 Champions of Champion University supports Lin Ling. The Supreme Clan supports Lin Ling. The Eternal Palace supports Lin Ling. The Xianhuang Dayushe clan supports Lin Ling. After Lin Ling's voice, many people's voices resonated in the air, shaking the whole world. Many people were astonished. Actually, the Eternal Palace, the Supreme Clan, and the other attendants of the human world had wanted to make peace with Lin Ling in the Vine Leaf world. Now, Lin Ling had revealed his god-tier talent, the Yellow Springs Flames, which was one of the 10 godly flames of the world. They supported Lin Ling even more. They could see that Lin Ling's future was dazzling. Lin Ling's enemies in the past are now supporting Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling's call had attracted hundreds of people. The most terrifying thing was that the 2 champions of Champion University were supporting Lin Ling. Was he really a king of ordinary people? Tianzong Shen Wu's expression changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so strong. On top of that, Lin Ling had god-tier talents. Surprisingly, he wanted to make Lin Ling feel inferior. Would Lin Ling retreat? The son of Huang, you have more resources, that's all. If you want to compare the importance of the human world, I, Lin Ling, am not inferior to you, said Lin Ling indifferently. Lin Yi clenched his fists in excitement. He had heard about his father's pride from his mother, and now he was seeing his father's pride again. However, that wasn't the end of it. Lin Ling, congratulations on your family reunion. In the sky, the dragon turtle battleship broke through the clouds and arrived. An old man with a turtle shell on his back appeared and smiled at Lin Ling. He had known that Lin Ling would be in trouble, so when Lin Ling left, he had followed him. Who's that? Who? The prophet of the human world, Zhenren came. What? Everybody was astonished because the prophet of the human world was supporting Lin Ling. As a prophet of the human world, I have a feeling that in the future, Lin Ling will be the most important person to protect the human world. He's going to come, said Taoist came indifferently, glancing around. Tianzong Shen Wu was the most important person in the human world because of his natural talent. But now Taoist came was telling everybody that Lin Ling was even more important. Because Taoist came was the prophet of the human world. He knew everything. He was telling everybody about Lin Ling's future. Chapter 1848. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly shaman mountain was silent. In terms of talent, Lin Ling surpassed most of the Xian Di. In terms of background, Lin Ling was even more important to the human world. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was invincible among the early Xian Di. No one could remain unmoved by the power he displayed. Then, was he still not qualified enough? This is your father Lin Ling. Yu looked at Lin Ling with a smile. She knew that Lin Ling had been secretly preparing for this. Lin Yi nodded heavily. He stared at the side of his father's cold face. His father was a venerable emperor, always so tall and mighty. In my opinion, although Lin Ling can't become the son of desolation, he is still at the level of the 7 crystal heroes. The highest authority in the human world should give him enough attention and nurture. Do you have any objections? In the silence, Emperor Li Shou's voice floated out. I have no objections. Everything is for the human world. At the Yungu Immortal platform, the Sky Lord's voice came. He finally recognized Lin Ling's supreme status. Of course, he had no right to refuse or stop Lin Ling's rise. The demon race is about to invade. The human world should be united. If there is internal strife, the human world will face a great disaster. So, no matter who it is, we should put aside our differences and fight against the enemy together. Taoist came also said. He was a person of virtue and prestige. No one disagreed with his words. Tianzong martial god didn't say anything. He was the son of desolation, but he didn't have the qualifications to refute the entire human world. He could only say that Lin Ling had won the battle between him and Lin Ling. Seeing the entire mountain was silent, Lin Ling knew that he finally had his own seat in the human world. No one dared to say that he didn't have the qualifications. Then, Lin Ling looked at Taoist came. He was a little surprised because he didn't know that Taoist came would come. After that, the gathering at Xiandi on Heavenly Sorcery Mountain finally got to the main topic. It was about the alliance. After a lot of discussion, more than 10 alliances were formed. This had nothing to do with Lin Ling because he had achieved his goal. Then, he left with Yu and the others. Everyone sighed inwardly. Today, Lin Ling could be said to be even crazier and crazier, rising in a single day. In the mortal realm, Lin Ling's reputation was probably only below that of the 8 great desolates. Don't underestimate reputation. As the saying goes, money is easy to find, but fame is hard to find. Especially during the invasion of the devil race, one would have a huge reputation and more supporters. Moreover, at this sensitive time, ordinary people wouldn't dare to touch Lin Ling, because it would bring about a crusade from the entire human world. Unless one's strength could dominate everything, no one would dare to touch this bad luck. There are 2 champions in Champion University. They both support Lin Ling, the Supreme Clan, the Eternal Palace, the Stone Clan, and even Taoist came. On Yungu Celestial Stage, the leader of the Sky Clan frowned. Next to him was the Jade Lake Celestial Mother. At the beginning, when she had heard that Lin Ling wanted to steal Yu, she had looked down on him. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly become a godly cultivator? Now, she had a whole new level of respect for him. Yu, little you my daughters, whispered the Jade Lake Celestial Mother. Back in the days, she had 2 daughters, but they had both died. Therefore, she had taken Yu and the others as her daughters. As time passed, she had realized that Yu and the others had the same temperament as her dead daughters. But now, her daughters had left her. Lin Ling had stolen the things she loved the most. Of course, if one had to say who was the angriest, it was actually the heaven-blessed martial artist. Although Lin Ling's talent was indeed not bad, it was still very weak to him. However, such a weak existence had snatched the woman he loved from his hands. How could he be satisfied? Godly cultivator. Not bad. Not bad. Lin Ling, you're the best nourishment for me, said Tianzong. Lin Ling had shown that he was a godly cultivator. The whole world was astonished. Xiao Yao Tianzi had a different opinion. As for Lin Ling's enemies in the past, now they wanted to shake hands and make peace with Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling had created many miracles in the past, his future achievements were limited, so no one obeyed him. But now, no one dared to doubt his achievements. A godly cultivator was one of the strongest geniuses in the mortal world. He would definitely become a big shot in the future. The 7 emperors, law overlords, and encompassing overlords began to support Lin Ling. In fact, their grudges with Lin Ling weren't that great, so it wasn't hard for them to take a step back. Of course, when they supported Lin Ling, they were inevitably mocked by the Li Shou imperial warriors. Some were happy while others were sad. The famous clans, the ancient Ji clan, and the Shenyuan clan, these deacons of the mortal world were worried. Their feud with Lin Ling wasn't a small one, and it couldn't be resolved. Thus, the stronger Lin Ling was, the greater the pressure on them. As for the Hua clan and the Yi clan, after hesitating for a while, they finally chose to support Lin Ling. Especially the Hua clan, they couldn't help but sigh with emotion at the foresight of their ancestor. Letting Lin Ling go in the past was indeed the most correct decision. Heavenly martial prowess, with a powerful source of physical strength, also has a godly talent. In the mortal world, Xian Di is the strongest Xian Di. Although he's currently in the realm of Wu Shang, he's half a step into the martial emperor realm. Lin Ling, you must know that the martial emperor realm is the emperor realm, so the strength of the son of Huang can't be underestimated. At this moment, in the dragon turtle battleship, Taoist came looked at Lin Ling and said. Although Lin Ling knew that heavenly martial prowess was very strong, he was still shocked when he knew the approximate strength. The source of physical strength was Wu Shang's strength after the 5th stage. As for godly talent, Lin Ling had the flame of the underworld, so he naturally knew how powerful godly talent was. For example, right now, his law of fire could replace 3 or even 5 laws of other people. So, your previous action of showing your talent was correct. Only in this way will the highest deacon hall of the mortal world value you. Next, you will get a lot of merit points, which is the mortal world's reward for people with godly talent. There are still 10 months before the invasion of the demon race. Although the mortal world is constantly sealing the void boundary, most of them have failed. So, During this period of time you have to improve your strength as much as possible because the demon race is very powerful. If you don't have the power to protect yourself, it will be very dangerous. Moreover, when the demon race invades, the first thing they want to do is to wipe out the powerhouses of the mortal world, such as the sons of Huang, the Crystal Seven Talents, and you. However, in addition to being careful of the demon race, you also have to be careful of humans. I've divined for you that some of the sons of Huang are against you, but it's difficult to calculate who it is. I'm sure that the heaven-warping divine martial artist is one of them. Taoist Came continued to say, which made Lin Ling's expression turn serious. He had shown his talent, which had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that he was valued by the mortal world, and the disadvantage was that he had become a thorn in their side. Moreover, the enemy was hidden in the dark, making it impossible to guard against. Right, I see that you are a little familiar with the boundary, so I'll tell you the level of the boundary master. In fact, the divine weapons of the mortal world can't be called divine weapons, and can't even be called immortal weapons. They can only be called half-immortal weapons. This kind of heavenly weapon can barely reach the power of a half-immortal weapon when it's unsealed. And the sword on your body is at the immortal weapon level. Taoist Came looked at Lin Ling and said. In fact, he could calculate many things about Lin Ling, but he couldn't see through the most important secrets. The ancient sword on Lin Ling's back was one of them. Chapter 1849. Family Reunion, Immortal Weapon? Lin Ling nodded. However, this sword was forged by Lin Ling himself. Moreover, it was probably not a low-grade immortal weapon. However, according to the words of a boundary master, it should have come from martial god world. Li Xiaoyao didn't leave many memories regarding this matter to Lin Ling. Those who can forge one-star immortal weapon are one-star boundary masters. Boundary masters are even rarer than blacksmiths and alchemists. This is because boundary masters not only need to know how to forge and refine pills, they also need to know how to find the mechanisms of heaven and earth. Taoist Came's face was filled with yearning. He had only scratched the surface of boundary masters. Senior Taoist Came, what kind of place is martial god world? Lin Ling curiously asked. Li Xiaoyao had been to martial god world but he didn't have any memories of it. It is a mystical place. It can be said that once you step into that place, you will have eternal life. It is also the end of the martial path. Unfortunately, I, Taoist Came, have cultivated from the desolate era to the near ancient era but still couldn't go there. This is the regret of my life. Taoist Came said with a sigh. As long as one was a martial artist of this world, there was no one who didn't want to step into martial god world. Although many martial artists knew that their goal was vague, they would spend their entire life fighting for it. Perhaps it was for eternal life, or perhaps it was for the ultimate path of heaven and earth, or perhaps it was for their martial path. No matter what their goal was, martial god world had the answer they wanted. Desolate era, ancient era, and near ancient era. Could it be that no one went to martial god world? Lin Ling asked again. Taoist Came looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. Other martial artists rarely asked about the martial god world because their goal was too far away. Therefore, they were all down to earth and focused on what was in front of them. But Lin Ling seemed to be biting off more than he could chew. But he had actually set his goal on the martial god world. Although this question was a bit overconfident, didn't a martial artist need this kind of drive? As far as I know, only one person has been there. Taoist Came indifferently said, that person is also related to you. As for the rumor about fallen mortal, everyone says that he is that person's reincarnation, but I know that he isn't. Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He knew who that person was. It was Li Xiaoyao. He never thought that he was the only one in this world who had been there. No wonder Li Xiaoyao was called the first emperor of the four great eras. That person was a freak. He was a martial cultivation genius, a world spiritist genius, and the strongest in all kinds of domains. Unfortunately, he died after going to the martial god realm. I didn't even get to see him for the last time. Sigh, this is the second regret of my life. Taoist Came sighed. Lin Ling was speechless. Aren't I right in front of you? Came Taoist didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. After sighing, he smiled and said, Lin Ling, I am optimistic about your future. After the demon race invades, there will be a few people who will decide the fate of the world, and one of them will be your shadow. Lin Ling smiled and declined to comment. The dragon turtle battleship crossed the sky and stopped in the rainforest's sacred land. At the same time, countless people cheered. Obviously, the people of the rainforest's sacred land had also received the news. Their king Lin Ling had once again become famous in the mortal world. Moreover, this time, he had obtained the recognition of the entire mortal world. In the past, Lin Ling had obtained the recognition of the mortal world's 3 mysteries, but the mortal world's 3 great legends didn't. But now, not only the mortal world's 3 great legends, but even the highest deacon palace of the mortal world had recognized Lin Ling. When Lin Ling and others walked down from the dragon turtle battleship, Tian Xue and the others were still kneeling on the street of the rainforest's sacred land. At first, they didn't believe that Lin Ling could win, but now the rumor was that not only had Lin Ling defeated Xueqi Nanfeng, he had also defeated the Twin Dragons Union and challenged the Son of Desolation. This news shocked them to the core. Lin Ling walked over with Lin Yi in his arms. He also saw Tian Xue and the others, but he was in a good mood now. He smiled and said, "Go on your own." "Go. You want us to go?" Tian Xue, Yun Shan and the others were even more surprised. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. "Don't tell me you want to fight with me?" Lin Ling tilted his head and smiled. Tian Xue and the others immediately waved their hands. What a joke, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have underestimated you. It seems that you have indeed missed the time. It's not that you don't dare to challenge Xueqi Nanfeng. Lin Ling, I admire you." Tian Xue stood up and apologized. He couldn't help but feel grateful to his brother. If it weren't for the jade tablet, Lin Ling could have easily killed him. "Get lost." Lin Ling immediately scolded Tian Xue for his apology. This guy was flattering him. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to listen to him. Tian Xue smiled brightly and hurriedly fled. "Ling, it's you and you are. They are back." At this moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others had already run over in a frenzy. They were so excited that their eyes were moist. "Grandfather, Aunt Nianchen." You and the others walked out from behind Lin Ling and looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others with excitement. They had all come from the tiny Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a miracle that they could still be reunited on the huge stage of the mortal realm. After all, they knew how many people had their families destroyed and their wives and children separated from each other under the attacks of experts. And the reason for all of this was because they had a flag, Lin Ling. You are getting more and more beautiful. Little sister Meng Yun, big sister Xiaolan, you too. Yuman Yun, Qin Xiaolan, and the others also walked out and hugged Yu and the others. They seemed to have returned to the time when they were in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yu and Yuer, do you still remember me? Princess Hualing also walked out and smiled. At this moment, she was much quieter. Her delicate body had quietly grown up, making her look more beautiful. She had transformed into the second dream. The second dream. You are back. Yu and the others were excited again. Lin Ling had brought the second dream back from the ghost domain. This was Lin Ling's promise in the past. Lin Ling had kept his promise. This is your great-grandfather, and this is your grandmother. When Lin Ling saw his family reunited, he was extremely happy and had a strong sense of accomplishment. He then put Lin Yi down. Lin Yi. Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others already knew that Lin Ling had a son. Hence, they were even more excited now. Lin Yi blinked his big eyes. Although this was the first time he saw Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, Yu and the others had told him everything about Lin Ling since he was young. Hence, he had an impression of Patriarch Extreme Flame. Great-great-grandfather. Lin Yi opened his small mouth and said in a low voice. Good. Lin Ling has a descendant. Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed and then excitedly hugged Lin Yi. My grandson, I want to see him. Grandpa. Lin Ling's grandfather, Yusher Mo Ping, also jumped out. He rubbed his hands and looked at the delicate little boy. In-law, don't worry. It's not good to scare you. Also, look at your serious face. Those who don't know will think that someone owes you money. You should learn how to smile before hugging my grandson. Patriarch Extreme Flame naturally did not want to let go. He hugged Lin Yi and did not want to let go. Mo Ping suddenly opened his eyes wide. Everyone laughed. Lin Yi was extremely well behaved. He called out to them one by one. His words were very sweet, making the old people laugh even more happily. After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at Taoist came and said, Ling this is? Ling. Chapter 1850. Assassination Qi. Ancestor Extreme Flame froze for a moment. What kind of person is a prophet of the mortal world? However, Lady Xue Wu, Lady Pu, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Especially Gang In Xian Di. His complexion changed greatly. Prophet of the mortal world? Legend has it that he was a big shot of the mortal world in ancient times. He was highly respected and omniscient. Countless people in the mortal world wanted to visit him, but they were all rejected by him, including Gang In Xian Di. He originally thought that he would never have the chance to meet such a character in his lifetime. But now, not only did he meet Taoist Came, he even followed Lin Ling to the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling, what kind of power does he have to be able to summon such a character? Greetings, Taoist Came. Greetings. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others gradually learned of Taoist Came's origin and saluted. From a certain point of view, Taoist Came was everyone's senior, including Ancestor Extreme Flame. No need to be so polite. Lin Ling is my friend. Everyone is also my friend. Taoist Came waved his hand and smiled. Friends. Greetings. Gang In Xian Di and the others opened their mouths wide. They thought that Lin Ling was a junior and Taoist Came was a senior. Who knew that they were peers? Lin Ling also knew that everyone was surprised, but at this moment, his mood was very good, so he shouted, Taoist Came rarely comes here, and you and the others are also back. The family is reunited, so let's have a big feast today. Greetings. Big feast. Greetings. An earth-shattering sound came from the rainforest sacred land. This place was like a pure land of the world. With Lin Ling's banner, no one in the human world would dare to invade. That night, the rainforest sacred land was bustling with noise and excitement. Taoist Came was also enjoying the liveliness. He held a bowl of wine and looked forward. He smiled and said, Lin Ling, you are their pillar. They have a home because of you. I hope that in the future, you can treat the mortal world the same way you treat your family. Lin Ling took a sip of the wine in his hand and looked at the lively crowd in front of him. He smiled but did not answer. He was not a saint, so he was only friendly to his family and friends. As for others, if he could help them, he would do so. However, he would not fight for certain people. Came's spiritual master also knew Lin Ling's temperament, so he didn't try to persuade him anymore. I'll say the same thing again. With the invasion of the devil race, the mortal realm will inevitably give birth to more powerhouses. Moreover, the ancient powerhouses will also return. Among them may be your master, the sword immortal Tsong Heaven. And I can be sure that in the future, you will definitely become a giant in the mortal realm. This is also the reason why I chose to help you. Taoist Came clearly thought highly of Lin Ling. By the way, I also have some research in the field of barriers. Although I am showing off in front of an expert, in the way of barriers, there is always someone who can learn from me. So, I still hope that I can help you. Taoist Came said again. Lin Ling's heart warmed. Taoist Came was teaching him without reservation. Barriers are very diverse. They are divided into immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. There are also immortal armaments that have an unlimited number of uses. Because the materials required are too expensive, most of the immortal armaments that have a limited number of uses. Barriers are divided into 6 types: attack type, lock type, and system type. Capture type, defense type, and special type. Attack type, as the name implies, is to use the power of laws to attack the enemy. System type, for example, the way of the 5 elements mutual restraint. For example, if the opponent's martial artist is of the fire attribute, you can restrain the water attribute immortal armaments. As for the capture type, it is similar to the battle between you and Shenyuan Nanfeng. His martial arts were of the capture type. First, he used the power of laws to trap you. Then, he used a powerful attack to suppress you. As for the defense type, it is used for defense. Special type, it is the most complicated type. Currently, I have not seen any special type of immortal armaments. Hearing this, Lin Ling had a deeper understanding of barriers. Although he had obtained a part of Li Xiaoyao's memory and knew a lot of barriers, they were all intermittent and not systematic. Exceptional divine armaments should be of the attack type, Lin Ling thought to himself. Next, he asked Spiritual Master Kame for advice again. Spiritual Master Kame smiled and told Lin Ling all the barriers he knew. For example, the defensive barrier of the fan, which was made with 7 million array patterns, the speed barrier of lightning, and so on. However, what surprised Spiritual Master Kame was that Lin Ling's speed of learning barriers was much faster than his. Moreover, he would come up with strange ideas from time to time, which benefited Spiritual Master Kame a lot. For the next few days, Spiritual Master Kame walked around the rainforest's sacred ground, went to the 100 regions, and also went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As for Lin Ling, he was studying barriers. He used his merit points to exchange for a lot of treasures, engraved barriers, and gave them to Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others, one for each of them. Most of the barrier immortal weapons did not have high requirements for cultivation realm. There were many types of one-star barriers. Lin Ling was refining a one-time use immortal weapon, which could trigger the power of law once. It was enough for Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others to protect themselves. When all the merit points were used up, the strength of the entire rainforest sacred ground would increase greatly. Lin Ling was once again penniless, but he was satisfied. Because his family had a guardian, he did not have to worry about the future. Next, he had to increase his strength. However, just as he was about to enter the purple mansion to cultivate, under the night sky, 5 figures appeared on the roof and looked down at Lin Ling, who was about to enter the house. The strange thing was that the surroundings were quiet, as if this area was sealed. Power of law. This sudden change made Lin Ling's face turn ugly. He felt that the power of law in the surroundings was extremely strong. Lin Ling, you must die today. In the darkness, an old man dressed in white robes stared at Lin Ling like a soul reaper. The other 4 people were expressionless. Real energy source. Power of law is twice as strong as void energy source. Seniors, I'm afraid that Wu Shang's realm is above 6th stage realm. To be able to summon such a powerhouse in the human realm, and those who want to kill me, there are only a few powerhouses. But I'm now a genius who is highly valued by the highest attendant hall in the human realm. Aren't you afraid that you'll bring trouble to the powerhouses behind you by killing me? Lin Ling frowned as his soul force surged in, searching for a flaw. But what surprised him was that the old man's power of law was too strong, and there were too many of them. It actually blocked his soul force from rushing out of the small courtyard. One had to know that just 10 meters away, Yu and the others were staying there, but no one could discover Lin Ling's strange situation. You don't need to talk nonsense. After you die, no one will know who killed you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for displaying your innate talent, forcing us to kill you no matter what. That white-robed old man said indifferently. You don't need to resist stubbornly. With your innate talent, if you raise your realm, we're definitely not your match. Unfortunately, our realms are much higher than yours. Save time, let's end this quickly. Kill. Those few old men finally shouted and unleashed a terrifying power of law. Instantly, golden light shone brightly, as though numerous blazing suns were rising. Golden crows were roaring and books were flipped open, like heavenly books. Prestigious family. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He saw the Divine Treasury Ancient Records. That's right, this Divine Treasury Ancient Records records the history of the 4 great eras and has supreme authority. To be able to die under the Divine Treasury Ancient Records, Lin Ling, you've died a worthy death. The voice in the sky was filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He immediately unleashed his doppelgangers, but under the 5 blazing suns' illumination, all his doppelgangers were shattered immediately. Moreover, the space split open and the entire world seemed to be overturned. Chapter 1851. The assassination failed. Collect. 5 cold voices rang out at the same time. The Divine Treasury books erupted with a large amount of laws, enveloping Lin Ling and gradually sucking Lin Ling into the books. The history of the mortal world appeared in Lin Ling's eyes like passing clouds. It made Lin Ling realize that he was about to become history. What powerful strength. Although the laws are not scary, there are too many of them. If I don't break the Divine Treasury books, I will definitely die. Lin Ling's expression became even more unsightly. A dragon claw appeared and swept away the surrounding power of laws. It was as if he was trapped in a pill furnace and could be refined to death at any time. This kind of attack was similar to a capturing type of power of laws. First trap the enemy, then kill them. The power of laws and barriers were actually the same. The benefits of barriers could be attached to weapons and could save the energy source in the Dantian. Moreover, it could be used by weak people to fight across realms. Bang bang bang. The power of 19 universes collided with the divine treasury books, causing the ancient books to sway. This child's physical strength is so strong and his defense is also terrifying. I must increase the power of laws. Even if I have to exhaust my cultivation, I must kill him. If I don't kill him, the prestigious families will never have a day of peace. Lin Ling, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being ruthless. Even if you die, you won't let the prestigious families off. The old men's faces turned sinister. They hated Lin Ling to the bone. However, they didn't expect that the people who died in Lin Ling's hands were all courting death. Moreover, Lin Ling's reputation was rising, but he didn't seek revenge from the prestigious families. It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't plan to provoke the prestigious families. However, the man was harmless to the tiger, but the tiger was harmful to the man. Obviously, with Lin Ling's rise, the prestigious families were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge on them in the future. Therefore, they made the first move. After you die, your rainforest sacred land will gradually decline. At that time, no one will remember this place and everyone here will die. One of the old men's killing intent gushed out. Soaring Dragon Universe. Lin Ling released all of his power of laws. Flames spewed out from the ancient book. As expected of a god-level talent, its power is terrifying. Second brother. Attack. The expressions of those elders changed again. One of them suddenly gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the divine treasury book, causing the ancient book to shine brightly. The old man immediately became dispirited, as if he had aged 10 years. With the addition of the old man's law of life, the ancient book's power increased greatly. The authority of the mortal world appeared, and the book began to close slowly. Once it closed, Lin Ling would be reduced to ashes. Old bastard. Lin Ling's eyes turned red. The reason why he didn't pay attention to the prestigious clans was because Lin Ling's target had already fallen onto the devil race. He didn't expect that the prestigious clans would violate the rules and attack him first. Haha, go die. What power do you have left to fight back? Those few old men had consumed a lot of their life force, but they all laughed crazily. If Lin Ling died, then the famous families would be able to survive. Yellow Springs Army. Return. At this moment, Lin Ling roared. It was as if the gates of the ghost domain had been opened, and a large number of souls shot out from all corners of the mortal world. The law of life outside the small courtyard was too strong, so it could block the soul power. However, Lin Ling's Yellow Springs Army was connected to Lin Ling's soul, so when Lin Ling summoned the Yellow Springs Army, the entire Yellow Springs Army received the order. Whoosh! Everyone in Xianpeng province was shocked because the Yellow Springs Army had arrived in the sky. The most terrifying thing was that those weren't mere souls, but souls with powerful strength. Many of them were even at Wu Shang's level. Great Emperor! Those souls attacked the law of life around the small courtyard, causing the 5 old men's expressions to change drastically. With their strength, killing Lin Ling wasn't difficult, but the problem was to kill Lin Ling without anyone knowing. Because if this matter was exposed, then a disaster would befall them. It's Yellow Springs Flame. One of the old men's expression changed drastically. They thought that they were very familiar with Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling still had a backup plan? While the few old men were enraged, they didn't notice that the space in the ancient book had shattered. A sword seemed to slash through the void. 30-dimensional space law. With a slash of the sword, the closed book was slashed open, revealing Lin Ling, whose eyes were as red as snow, holding the god-slaying sword in his hand. 30 Dao laws. This kid probably has few opponents in Wu Sheng's 5th stage realm. The 5 old men were shocked again. Of course, Lin Ling was able to slash open the divine treasury book because they were distracted. Because their gazes were focused on the souls outside. Otherwise, 30 Dao laws wouldn't be enough to shake the divine treasury. Kill him quick. Kill. The 5 old men let out hysterical voices as if they had gone mad. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling, but they were afraid of the human realm's giants. Fishing rivers and mountains. Kill. As expected, after the Yellow Springs Army arrived, It attracted the attention of the 7 emperors. After all, the 7 emperors weren't far away from this place. A fish hook descended from the sky. Before it landed on the ground, the entire earth seemed to have been fished up. It was terrifying. The human realm was like a fish at this moment. Moreover, seawater came from all directions. The sea god had descended, controlling the majestic law of life. It attacked the law of life outside the small courtyard, causing the 5 old men's faces to turn pale. They knew that they had failed, because Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu had arrived. Floating fire Shen turtle. At this moment, countless spirit turtles roamed in the sky. Their speed seemed slow, but they were like lightning. They were like bulls crashing into the small courtyard's law of life. Behind all the spirit turtles was an old man with white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was filled with anger. He stepped on a mountain-sized ancient turtle and arrived majestically. It was Taoist came. Clang! Finally, the law of life shattered, revealing the true appearance of the small courtyard. Outside the small courtyard, a large number of people had gathered. They looked at the small courtyard in astonishment because the small courtyard had already turned into a ruin. It wasn't the peaceful small courtyard that they had imagined. At the same time, a fish hook smashed down again. The entire ancient book was fished out and Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Obviously, the assassination of Lin Ling this time was a complete failure. The 5 old men's hearts were like dead ashes. They didn't expect that Lin Ling alone would cause so many human realm giants to come. If it wasn't for the Yellow Spring Army, this assassination wouldn't have failed. The old men were disheartened. Originally, killing Lin Ling was a very simple matter, but they had forgotten about the Yellow Spring Army. If it wasn't for them, then this matter wouldn't have been known by others. Now, what do you all have to say? Taoist Kame was floating in the sky while coldly staring at the small courtyard. He didn't expect that someone would dare to kill Lin Ling in front of his eyes. The winner is the king while the loser is the bandit. There is nothing to say. Today, killing Lin Ling was the idea of the 5 of us. It has nothing to do with the noble clans because Lin Ling killed 2 of our descendants, so we want him dead. One of the 5 old men indifferently said. He was quite open-minded and was not afraid of death. Is this your idea or the noble clan's idea? Taoist Kame asked. I already said, this is our idea. Chapter 1852. They shouldn't have attacked him. Wait. Taoist Kame's expression changed. He wanted to stop them, but the 5 old men sneered. Their bodies suddenly exploded into countless pieces and disappeared into the earth. Seeing this scene, everyone frowned. These 5 were quite unyielding. Great clans. Lin Ling's expression was cold. Even though he hated great clans, he was too lazy to care about them. Because of the invasion of the devil race, the mortal world was reshuffled. Many of his former enemies had become comrades. If these great clans didn't provoke him, then Lin Ling wouldn't provoke them either. However, these great clans were afraid of his rise and were afraid that Lin Ling would take revenge in the future, so they actually tried to assassinate him. Lin Ling didn't want to see such a thing happen again. He didn't want to provoke others, but others shouldn't think about provoking him either. Especially when they were doing whatever they wanted in his home. He didn't want to see this even more. Boom! He activated the remaining yellow spring flame and engulfed the broken pieces. Gradually, the souls of the 5 old men appeared. At this moment, their faces were full of horror because they were dead. They should have gone to reincarnate, but now they couldn't. Moreover, the great clans that they respected the most seemed to have become Lin Ling at this moment. The assassination failed, so you used death to atone for your sins. This is indeed worthy of respect, but my place isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. Lin Ling waved his right hand. The 5 old men couldn't control themselves and flew towards Lin Ling. Moreover, they kneeled down in the air. Even their souls were trembling. Even though their current strength wasn't weak, they still didn't have the power to resist Lin Ling. These bastards! Ancestor Taiyan, Yu Yu, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They were incomparably angry. Lin Ling didn't want to provoke anyone else, but these people actually wanted to kill Lin Ling. They wouldn't let such people go because if Lin Ling died, then even more people would die in the rainforest's sacred ground. All right, it's over. Everyone, disperse. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and smiled. He didn't want his family and friends to worry about his safety, so he tried his best to appear relaxed. All right, Lin Ling, be careful. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others nodded and then dispersed. With Taoist Came and the other experts here, they did not need to worry about Lin Ling's safety. Emperor Li Shou, Emperor Yu, and the others frowned. They also felt that the Eminent Clan had gone too far. If they weren't mistaken, the Eminent Clan had a genius called Yun Shan who had provoked Lin Ling not long ago. However, Lin Ling let her go. So, the Eminent Clan's current actions were equivalent to looking for trouble. Lin Ling smiled as he conversed with several mortal realm giants, as if he did not take this matter to heart. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou and the others also left. Came Taoist smiled and glanced at Lin Ling. He left behind a meaningful sentence before leaving. Lin Ling, be careful next time. Got it. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Only then did he step into his hut. Behind him, the Yellow Spring Army followed, including the 5 old men. At this moment, the 5 old men smiled bitterly. Their assassination failed and now they had become Lin Ling's subordinates? This matter was too strange. Great Emperor. This matter has nothing to do with the Eminent Clan. It was our decision. The 5 old men kowtowed and said, whether it has anything to do with you or not, it's useless for you to say it because I have already sensed it. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the souls of the 5 old men to tremble violently. They now knew that Lin Ling indeed knew everything about them, including their thoughts. Destroy them. Then, Lin Ling turned and left. The Yellow Spring Army coldly stared at the 5 old men. Among them, the mountain-shifting eagle sneered and pounced. You are just weak souls, but we are souls of Wu Shang's realm. How dare you? The 5 old men were furious. They wanted to unleash their strength and destroy those souls, but they were shocked to find that they could not unleash any strength. They clearly had powerful strength, but at this moment, it was as if they were sealed. It's the great Emperor. The 5 of them were even more shocked. If Lin Ling did not allow them to unleash their strength, they would not be able to. This was the power of the Yellow Spring Flame, which could control all souls. Devour them and increase our strength greatly. Protect the great Emperor. Among the large number of souls, the mountain-shifting eagle roared angrily and devoured the 5 old men like an evil spirit. At this moment, all the members of the Eminent Clan were gathered there, as if they were holding a clan meeting. Lin Ling will definitely take revenge. He has formed a grudge with our Eminent Clan, so we have to kill him before he grows up. But clan leader, this is a little dangerous. If the Deacon Palace of the human realm finds out, it will be difficult for us to escape. After all, Lin Ling is not an ordinary person. What are you afraid of? We are an Eminent Clan, a clan that has recorded history. The Deacon Palace of the human realm will give us face. Moreover, Lin Ling is not a match for the 5 old men. He will definitely die. In the vast hall, everyone was discussing spiritedly. Their gazes were all fixed on a tall and sturdy old man. That old man was the clan leader of the Eminent Clan. You shouldn't have attacked him. However, at this moment, a desolate figure walked through the door, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Who was that person? How could he walk directly into their Eminent Clan? Came Spiritual Master. The clan leader stared at the newcomer, and his pupils trembled fiercely. Why was Kame's Spiritual Master here? Could it be that the assassination of Lin Ling had failed? However, he was still the clan leader, so he quickly calmed down. He smiled and politely said, Kame's Spiritual Master is the prophet of the human realm. My Eminent Clan has invited you many times, but it has been difficult to meet you. Today, Kame's Spiritual Master has arrived. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. You don't need to pretend anymore. The assassination of Lin Ling has failed. Kame's Spiritual Master's face was cold and indifferent. He stopped in the hall, and his white beard and long hair gave people a feeling of being ambitious and ruthless. Senior Kame's Spiritual Master. What do you mean by this? The Eminent Clan's people were startled, but they still pretended to be ignorant. They thought that as long as they didn't admit it, Kame's Spiritual Master wouldn't do anything. After all, Kame's Spiritual Master was the prophet of the human realm. He wouldn't easily kill. Assassinate Lin Ling? Who assassinated Lin Ling? Lin Ling is a genius of the human realm. Who would be so bold? The clan leader angrily shouted. Seeing this, Kame's spiritual master gently sighed. Devil race is about to invade. The human realm should be united. Lin Ling also gave me face and let bygones be bygones. Therefore, anything that affects the unity of the human realm must be suppressed. Because Lin Ling is the key to protecting the entire human realm. Tonight, 5 elders of your eminent clan tried to assassinate Lin Ling, but they failed. This is a violation of the principles of the human realm. Hearing Kame's spiritual master's words, the clan leader's complexion drastically changed. Kame's spiritual master, this has nothing to do with us. We are the eminent clan and are most loved by the human realm. We are responsible for recording the history of the human realm. How can we do such a petty thing? This is certainly the idea of those 5 elders. That's right, those 5 elders are framing us. Chapter 1853. Warning. However, Kame Daoist acted as if he didn't hear those excuses. He sighed again and turned to leave. Sigh, you really shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling. As for recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. All the people from the prestigious families were stunned. They didn't understand what Kame Daoist meant and looked at each other in dismay. I told you that you shouldn't have provoked Lin Ling let me go, which meant that he would let bygones be bygones. But you were afraid that Lin Ling would settle accounts later, afraid that when Lin Ling grew up, you wouldn't be able to control him. So, you went to assassinate him. Do you regret it now? Do you think that the ancient Ji family, Shenyuan clan, and Sky Master didn't want to kill Lin Ling? They just didn't want to trigger this bad luck. After Kame Daoist left, Yun Shan finally said with dissatisfaction. She had always been against provoking Lin Ling. However, after her voice, the entire hall was filled with angry curses. Yun Shan, you are a member of a prestigious family. Our family has been passed down for several generations. How can a coward like you appear? It seems that you are much worse than your sister Yun Tang. Men, throw Yun Shan into the back mountain and lock her up for 10 years. The patriarch also coldly shouted and had several people who had a good relationship with Yun Shan come out and block in front of Yun Shan. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the sky and a majestic surge of laws erupted. The spirit turtle descended. Boom! The entire Yun sect turned into ashes. Only Yun Shan and a few others stood there in a daze. Everywhere he looked, the people of the prestigious families were in a terrible situation and everyone turned into ashes. Recording the history of the human world, it will be someone else from now on. So this is what it means. Yun Shan stared at everything around her. She muttered to herself in a daze. She finally knew that the always kind and gentle Kame Daoist had also made a move. This meant that the Yun sect had gone against the world. The next day, the entire prestigious family was exterminated. The news was like thunder, sweeping through the entire human world. Warning! This was Daoist Kame's warning to everyone. With the invasion of the devil race, the top geniuses of the human realm were highly valued. If they assassinated those geniuses for no reason, then even if they were from a prestigious family, they would still be completely annihilated. This warning also told all the martial artists in the mortal world that Lin Ling was a genius that Daoist Kame valued highly. This matter caused the Sky Master and the powerful human realm powerhouses of the ancient Ji family to have a heavy heart. After this incident, the entire mortal world finally had a brief moment of peace. All martial artists were preparing to welcome the arrival of the demon race. 3 months later, a large number of powerful geniuses rose up, their names shaking the world. At the same time, even more hidden giants appeared, moving about the human realm. The rainforest became quiet and low-key. Lin Ling did not manage the entire Xianpeng province anymore. Instead, he let go of his authority and only protected the sacred land of the rainforest. The sacred land of the rainforest was like a paradise in the vast human world. It wasn't until half a year later that the waves that mad god Lin Ling had caused in the mortal world gradually subsided. However, even though Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared from everyone's sight, many people still knew that in the sacred land of the rainforest, there was a genius that couldn't be underestimated. Autumn and winter gradually arrived. Heavy snow swirled in the air, covering the sacred land of the rainforest in a snow-white color. The sacred land of the rainforest was still as tranquil and serene as before. Noon approached, but the sky was still gray and gloomy. An even more violent snowstorm seemed to be on the horizon. In a mansion in the sacred land of the rainforest, a youth carrying a bow and arrow rode on a black-winged wolf, heading towards the gate of the mansion. Congratulations on your return, young master. Congratulations. There were tall and sturdy guards on both sides of the gate. They couldn't help but smile as they looked at the youth, their eyes filled with affection. Hee, today I went to the 100 territories to hunt a two-headed alligator. The youth smiled, looking extremely cute. However, although he looked cute, his strength was already extremely terrifying. At such a young age, his strength had almost caught up to Lady Watermist. Young master is still the most powerful. However, Lady has already come out of seclusion and is waiting for young master. The tall and sturdy guard rubbed the back of the child's head and smiled. Although the young master's status was delicate, he was extremely approachable. In the sacred land of the rainforest, everyone liked the young master. Father has come out of seclusion? The youth's expression immediately changed. He quickly stuck out his tongue and whispered, Uncle Lu, Uncle Qiao, please don't say that I went out to play. If my father knows, he will punish me. Hearing this, the two tall and sturdy guards immediately smiled bitterly. You are naughty. Why do you have to make things difficult for others and make others hide for you? At this moment, a dignified voice came from the mansion. The youth immediately lowered his head and walked into the mansion like a general who had lost a battle. The two tall and sturdy guards immediately laughed. The lady was very strict with the young master. At this moment, in a small courtyard of the mansion, a slender figure stood there. His entire body was like a javelin. He had delicate features, but his chiseled face was filled with killing intent. His eyes were looking into the distance as he stood there quietly, as if he had disappeared from the world. You went out to hunt while you were cultivating. Have you finished your lesson today? He was still standing there quietly, but the man said faintly. Outside the courtyard, a delicate youth walked in. He lowered his head and came behind the man. His small hands were intertwined as he whispered, Father, I was wrong. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. Laziness is your greatest enemy. Don't think that you can be even more lazy just because you are talented. You must know that there is always someone better than you. In this world, there are countless people who are more talented and stronger than you. The man turned around and looked at the youth indifferently. Although his expression was strict, his eyes were filled with love. Father, I understand. The youth stood up straight and replied loudly, I will double the amount of practice today. That's good. The man finally smiled. He took a step forward and patted the youth's head. Father is so strict with you. Do you hate Father? I don't hate Father. I know that Father is doing this for my own good. I want to be like Father in the future. I want to protect my family and live a carefree life. The youth replied with a smile. He looked extremely cute, causing the man to shake his head helplessly. Little brat, you know how to flatter at such a young age. Go to your third aunt's place. She has something to talk to you about. When you come back, go and cultivate. Yes, Father. The youth skipped away. Just as the young man walked out of the small courtyard, two figures walked over. Both of them looked to be in their 20s, but both of them had peerless appearances. Although they had the charm of a woman and lacked the liveliness of youth, it was obvious that their temperament was still extremely attractive. Mother, second aunt. The youth looked at the two women and immediately bowed. The two women looked at the youth dotingly and took out a cotton-padded jacket for him. However, the youth waved his hand and said, Mother, I'm not cold. You just like to run around. Your father was much quieter than you when he was young. Moreover, he was much more diligent than you. Quickly go to your third aunt's place. Also, it's your grandmother's birthday tonight. Remember not to be late. Got it. Chapter 1854. Hidden from the world, that brat always goes to the 100 territories to hunt. Who knows how many brothers and friends he has now? Sigh. The man touched his nose and stretched out his hands to hug the two girls. He then shook his head helplessly. Brother Ling, the 100 territories is his home anyway. It's good to let him interact with people of the same age. Competition will motivate him to learn martial arts. One of the girls laughed. Her voice was pleasant to listen to. The man sighed. I'm not against him going hunting, but the invasion of the devil race is getting closer. I feel a sense of danger spreading between heaven and earth. It's better for to not go out during this period of time. If the devil race invades, you and will go to Senior Turtle. With Senior Turtle and the 18 islands of the spirit race, you will be safer. Sigh. This man was Lin Ling. Beside him were Yu and An. So Brother Ling is worried about this. Sigh. An suddenly understood and revealed a cute look. Only when she was with Lin Ling would she take off her ice beauty mask. I haven't fought for almost a year. I feel like my bones are rusty. Sigh. Lin Ling stretched. At this moment, he didn't look like the mad god Lin Ling. Instead, he looked like a lazy youth who just woke up from an afternoon nap. Kiki, I heard that in the mortal realm, you have already become a synonym for senior. Sigh. That's right. Maybe it's because you haven't appeared in the mortal realm for almost a year, so you have become an antique. Sigh. Yu and An both laughed. Lin Ling was startled. He had become a senior? He hadn't cultivated for a long time. Of course, the premise was that he didn't cultivate in the Purple Mansion realm. Because if he added the time of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was indeed an old monster. Are you saying that I'm old? It seems like I have to punish you tonight. Kiki, Brother Ling, don't. The laughter of Lin Ling, Yu, and the others could be heard from the courtyard. They might be parents now, but in the depths of their hearts, in the ancient face sect in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they were all young men and women who were chasing their dreams. And Yuer's beautiful eyes were also staring at Lin Ling. In her heart, Lin Ling had been fighting since he was young, and in this past year, he rarely used his sword. Occasionally, he would go into seclusion to cultivate, and occasionally, he would bring his family to play in the 100 territories. He lived a carefree life like a celestial being. The man's heart also calmed down. However, this didn't mean that he had left this world. It was just that he was like a sword that had been reforged, and the sword was still not out of the furnace. And Yuer believed that when the demons invaded, the man would draw his sword and return to the human world. After chatting for a while, they left the small courtyard. Milord. Greetings, milord. Wherever they went, the soldiers in the mansion respectfully saluted. In their eyes, Lin Ling was handsome and tall, wearing a white fur coat, looking wise and mighty. Lin Ling's wife was also the most beautiful woman in the world. They walked hand in hand, forming a beautiful picture under the falling snow. Brother Ling, Sister Yu, Sister Father. At this time, several figures came from afar. The fastest one was a child, jumping and jumping. It was Lin Yi, and behind him were Qin Xiaolan and the others. Have you found your Sanyang? Seeing Lin Ling's face became serious, and Yu and the others secretly laughed. Lin Ling wanted to maintain the image of a strict father. Lin Yi looked up at Lin Ling and said, Yes, Sanyang taught me martial arts, but great-grandfather asked us to call you over. He said that Grandma's birthday is about to begin. Lin Ling nodded and said, With your strength, you can cultivate the first step of the Black Tortoise 9 steps. During this period of time, work harder on this martial art. The Black Tortoise 9 steps was a space-type martial art left by Li Xiaoyao. This martial art didn't allow the warrior to travel through the void, but it allowed the warrior to enter another world. When cultivated to the large success stage, the warrior could travel through the 9 worlds, making it difficult for others to track him. It should be known that after reaching Wu Sheng's level, he could threaten the void with a raise of his hand, but entering another world was different, and he could avoid a large number of attacks of the laws. For example, when Lin Ling was assassinated last time, if his Black Tortoise 9 steps had reached a higher level, he could have rushed out of the blockade of the laws. It should be known that powerful laws could even seal the soul force, and Lin Ling had also tested it last time. The few of them walked forward and arrived at the mansion's main hall, where Ancestor Tai Yan and the others were already waiting. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed to Ancestor Tai Yan and the others, and also congratulated his mother, Mo Nianchen, on her birthday. Not long after everyone sat down, a voice came from the mansion's main door. Big brother, we're back. Little Flame, the 9 spirits of heaven, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others all excitedly entered the hall, causing Lin Ling to smile. During this period of time, Little Flame and the others had all gone out to gain experience, and they had also made a name for themselves in Xiandi's world. Little Flame, not bad. You've reached Wu Shang's second stage. You should know that a year ago, you had just stepped into Wu Shang's realm. Lin Ling looked at Little Flame in surprise. Little Flame rubbed his bald head and chuckled, but he was extremely proud because being praised by his big brother made him happier than breaking through a realm. Boss, I've also reached Wu Shang's third stage. Bai Yun Tiandi, no, it's Bai Yun Xiandi now. She's reached Wu Shang's fourth stage. You should also praise us. The 9 spirits of heaven said with some dissatisfaction. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. These guys' strength had increased greatly. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor was still considered normal because her cultivation level was originally higher than Lin Ling's. On the other hand, Shen Yuan Jiuhan and Little Flame's cultivation level had increased greatly. This was because it was very, very difficult to increase one's cultivation level in the Martial Saint realm. Unless one used a huge amount of resources and luck, it was impossible to break through without at least 10 years of accumulation. It seemed that these guys had most likely encountered some benefits when they were out training. Boss's realm has also increased, reaching Wu Shang's third stage. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven laughed. Although on the surface, he and Lin Ling's realm were the same, but if it was a one-on-one battle, he had no confidence to win even if Lin Ling gave him a handicap of 1 hand. Lin Ling's strength has also increased. Bai Yun Tiandi laughed. Lin Ling's strength had probably increased by another fold. Looking at their expectant gazes, Lin Ling shrugged and didn't explain anything. But in reality, his strength had indeed increased greatly, especially in terms of the Divine Devil Overlord body. He had stepped into the 8th stage, World Extermination Physique, and this stage was the first stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. It was also the peak of the Divine Devil Overlord body, only 1 stage away from the Divine Devil Overlord body. As for the 8th stage World Extermination Physique, it possessed an extremely terrifying power of law, known as the World Extermination Physique. It could form 50 streaks of spatial law. The great Emperor Zhai Xing was able to become the king of the 4 great ancient countries in the past. His cultivation method was indeed not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, the final limit was only the 2nd stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. But for now, this was enough for Lin Ling to suppress Wu Shang's 5th stage realm. After all, Wu Shang's 5th stage realm's origin of virtual force, generally speaking, was only able to comprehend 20 streaks of law. With the increase of the physical body's realm, the Yellow Springs flame would also increase. The soul which had been burnt to death by the Yellow Springs flame would be able to recover 70% of its strength. Chapter 1855. Invited Boss. Your current law energy has reached 30. The 9 spirits of heaven asked curiously. After almost a year of hard work, if I didn't reach 30, I wouldn't be qualified to be your boss. Lin Ling shrugged. In fact, if he used the peerless divine sword in Armageddon, he could explode with the power of 100 precepts. Martial Dao, Martial Dao, Martial Dao, Martial Dao before Dao. It seems mysterious, but it's still Martial Dao. It's just that the power used has turned into law energy. It's one of the great Daos of heaven and earth. The clouds and the wind are the laws. The laws are also around us. If we can understand more, we can more or less increase our law energy. Lin Ling said lightly. Little Flame and the others' eyes flickered. They found it hard to understand. However, Bai Yun Tiandi's expression changed slightly. Although it was a very ordinary sentence, she seemed to have touched something. As the saying goes, a sentence awakens a dreamer. Understanding the great Daos of heaven and earth was sometimes very complicated, and sometimes very simple. A moment of enlightenment was referring to the wonderful state she was in now. It can't be. She's emitting the law energy. There's actually another law. Oh my God, Boss has become our master. Little Flame and the 9 spirits of heaven were surprised. Lin Ling smiled. Bai Yun Tiandi's martial Dao was related to the clouds. It seemed ethereal, but as long as she touched the door of Dao, she could instantly grasp the law energy. She was faster than Little Flame and the others. Congratulations to Aunt Nianchen on her birthday. At this time, many people arrived at the door. It was Su Jimin, Tyrant Shi, and Yi Ren. Lin Ling, congratulations to your mother on her birthday. Emperor Li Shou and the others also came. This surprised everyone in the mansion because Lin Ling's mother's birthday actually brought the giants of the mortal realm. Kame's spiritual master has returned to the sea, so he asked me to send a birthday gift for him. Emperor Yu said with a smile. Sirs, you're too polite. Patriarch Extreme Flame was flattered and personally went to greet the experts. Emon Yenchen did the same. They knew that the giants of the mortal world were here mostly because of Lin Ling. The stone god of the stone clan is here. Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't welcome him? Toad am here too. I'm here on behalf of the two great champions of Champion University. Experts from Shenhuang Daiyu had also arrived. Haha, brother stone deity. Welcome. Welcome. Lin Ling stood up and warmly welcomed him. Then, the supreme clans, Eternal Palace, and other powers came, giving Lin Ling enough face. I, the symbol ancestor, represent the Dharma Emperor and the encompassing Emperor to congratulate you. At this moment, another voice came from outside, causing many people's eyes to twinkle. It was actually the Law Overlord's men. After that, an old man wearing a cloak covered with talismans walked in proudly, as if it was Lin Ling's honor that he could come to celebrate the birthday. Symbol ancestor? Lin Ling smiled. This old man had gone against him many times in the past. He didn't expect him to come too. Lin Ling, am I not welcome? Before the symbol ancestor stepped into the hall, his indifferent voice floated out, as if he was unhappy that Lin Ling didn't come to welcome him personally. However, when he stepped into the hall, his eyes narrowed. In the hall, there were all the respected giants of the mortal world. The symbol ancestor was like a small shrimp. Now that everyone was looking at him, he smiled awkwardly and felt ashamed. Welcome, of course you are welcome. Lin Ling's smile grew wider. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Although in terms of seniority, the symbol ancestor was Lin Ling senior, in terms of influence, Lin Ling surpassed him by a few streets. In terms of potential, the symbol ancestor admitted that he was currently stronger than Lin Ling. However, he also knew that Lin Ling would definitely surpass him in the future. In fact, he didn't dare to go against Lin Ling for a long time. His previous arrogance was only because he wanted Lin Ling to take him seriously. However, in the end, not only did he not take him seriously, he became even more embarrassed. Other than representing Emperor Lise Ho, I am also here to deliver a message for that lady from Ancient Rhyme Immortal Plateau. That lady's birthday is in 3 days, so I want you and the others to go back and visit her. The symbol ancestor didn't dare to look at Lin Ling and lowered his head. That lady? Yes. Lin Ling instantly guessed who it was. It should be the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother from Ancient Rhyme Immortal Plateau. I got it. You can stay here and have a meal before you leave. Lin Ling nodded and gestured for the symbol ancestor to sit down. At this moment, the symbol ancestor's heart was filled with bitterness. He didn't want to stay because the giants of the mortal world around him were giving him a lot of pressure. In the end, the symbol ancestor finished his meal under the torment that felt like years. Throughout the entire process, he was drenched in sweat. The birthday celebration ended in a lively manner and everyone left. Brother Ling, are we going to the Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration? Yu sat beside Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling. And Yue also frowned. They had a feeling that there would be some twists and turns during the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's birthday celebration. Lin Ling and them had been peaceful for a year. At least, they didn't want Lin Ling to step into another troublesome storm. Therefore they wanted to go, but they didn't want to go in their hearts. The reason they wanted to go was because the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was really good to them and treated them like her own daughters. Go. No matter what, she has taken care of you for me for many years. This kindness can't be erased. Moreover, I have been in seclusion for almost a year. It's time for me to go to the mortal world. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Yu and Inuer became excited and said, Lin Ling, thank you. You are my women. There's no need to say these things. Although I have a feeling that this trip will be troublesome, I, Lin Ling, have been practicing martial arts since I was young. There's nothing that I haven't seen before. Lin Ling said as he held Yu and the others' hands. His tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Lin Ling, the mad god, was famous in the mortal world a year ago. Although he had disappeared for a year, it didn't mean that his arrogance had declined. That night, Lin Ling prepared a birthday gift. It was extremely expensive because it represented the face of Yu and the others. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't let them lose face. The next day, Lin Ling took Yu and the others to the Yungu Immortal Plateau. After leaving the rainforest's sacred land, they felt as if they had gone from winter to spring. Because the heaven and earth were at different angles, there was no heavy snow in the outside world. They took the dragon turtle battleship and soon arrived at the great Xueqi domain. Wow, it's so big outside. Lin Ling was extremely excited as he ran around. Lin Ling held Yu Yu's hand and followed behind him. They passed by an ancient city where there was also a genius convention. The geniuses from all over the world were rising madly. It was as if the calamity of the mortal world was approaching and the pressure was increasing. Hence, many people were growing madly. Lin Ling entered the city and looked at the scene with interest. They couldn't help but think of the various geniuses' conventions of the past. This genius convention was created by a powerful cultivator in the Yungu Immortal Plateau, Xian Di. The disciples of many ancient sects gathered and the battles were like wildfire, causing the cheers to soar to the sky. Father, I also want to participate in the genius convention. Those geniuses are much weaker than me. Look at the strongest young man, I can defeat him in 3 moves. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.